नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana all over the world, Houston, Hosur, China, Trinidad, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Singapore, Madurai, Dubai, London, Charlotte, Ohio, Los Angeles, Seattle, Phoenix, Oklahoma, Kuala Lumpur, Palm Desert, California, Chennai, Tiruvanmiyur, San Jose, Madurai, Oman, Sivagangai, St. Louis, Tirumala, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Dubai, and some more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll enter into the 8th verse of the Isha Vasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Saparyaka Chukram Akayam Avranam Asnaviram Shuddhamabhaviddam Kavirmanishi Paribu Swayambur Yata Tatya Tortan Vyadata Chatsvadibhya Samabhyaha Saparyakat Chukramakayam Avranam Asnaviram Suddhamabhaviddam Kavir Manishi Paribu Swayambur Yadha Tatya Dortan Vyadadas Chat Vadibhya Samabhyaha. I'll read out the translation. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive, like space beyond the coming and going, absolute radiant and self-effulgent, unembodied, boundaryless whole, beyond the subtle body, woundless, muscleless, having no incompletion with the body, beyond grass body. Consciousness is the ever-pure space, devoid of the dirt of ignorance, beyond causal body, and is untouched by the delusion of incompletion. Consciousness is the all-knowing seer of all, past, present, future, the Lord of all minds. Consciousness transcends all beings. Consciousness is self-existent by itself, with its independent will and intelligence, having no cause for its happening. It is pure consciousness that from time eternal has enriched the ages and each being by ordaining desirable responsibilities unto them as per their nature and space, and their actions and results thereof. You need to read this translation again and again, at least 10 times. You have to read this at least 10 times. I'll tell the webmaster to upload it in the Facebook. All of you read at least 10 times. Put this as a status. Why I am asking? Because you will at least type once. While you type, you will read it. In this verse, Upanishads are declaring the quality of the consciousness. Please understand, you are given a direction. You are given a right direction. That's the right word I'll use. For your manana, contemplation, for your internalizing, you are given a conscious direction. What you are supposed to do to experience the ultimate consciousness is described in this verse. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive. Even the moment you meditate, you just know. You are something more than the body, because all pervasiveness, the amount you can experience, only that much you can visualize. Please understand. Physical things, for example, this seat, this asana, even if you don't experience what it is made of and how it feels, you can see it. You can grasp it. But the more and more things become subtle, it's the depth of your experience, how much you feel one with it, that much only you will know it. For example, physical, I already gave the example. You don't have to become one with this seat to see this seat or to use this seat, but a mental idea. You may need to become one with that idea to grasp the emotion and context behind that idea. Spiritually, how much you experience oneness with that idea, that much only you will even understand it. If there is a thought or a poetry about love, it's a thought. The level you experience that emotion, that much only you will understand those words uttered, the thought current. Otherwise you will be like, that day I shared the story of Shiva sitting with Vandi and eating the roadside idli. One of my Swamis said the moral of the story is, even Mahadeva ate roadside idli. Eating roadside idli is not wrong. When you don't understand the emotion, this is the word, this is the meaning you will make for the words. Understand? How much you are able to grasp, that much only you will be able to experience. That's the beauty of the definition of consciousness by Upanishads. You can never make a statue out of what Upanishads declare as consciousness. You can never act as if you grasped without grasping. No. You can never make a mantra out of it. You can never form a dead ritual out of Upanishads. Any ritual you develop out of Upanishads has to be alive. I tell you, that is why agamas are so alive. You can't make the agamas dead. How much ever you try to kill them, again and again we will happen and make it as alive. Agamas can never be dead. Nigama means Vedas. Agama means applied Vedas. User-friendly version of Vedas. Manual, how to use Vedas, is Agama. Please understand, pure consciousness is all-pervasive. Meditate on it. What is it? All-pervasive. Is it ocean? No. Even water is not all-pervasive. Is it air? No. Beyond the Valimandala, the air field, it's not all-pervasive. Then what is the all-pervasive? Space? No. Like space. Because even in our space only there are some few billion planets. But universe is much beyond. Few billion planets we have ever understood or imagined. Vyakta, avyakta, manifest and unmanifest. Manifested and unmanifested. Vyakta, avyakta. Manifest and unmanifest. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive, beyond the coming and going, absolute radiant and self-effulgent, unembodied, boundaryless, whole. I am not teaching you theology light. I am not teaching you even how to live. I don't care about living. I care only about enlightenment. Please understand. I am very clear. I wanted to be branded as otherworldly guru. It's all about beyond what you know as life and death. It's all about enlightenment, the other world. Beyond. It's all about beyond even what we know as space. It's all about enlightenment, pure consciousness, uncompromising, pure consciousness. Please understand. Whether you want this or not is up to you. But if you decide to have me as a guru, then there is no question of compromising. If I am your guru, be very clear. I am here only to teach science of enlightenment. I don't care about the stupid life. I am not here to teach you living. I am here to teach enlightenment. Sometimes I use the word like a living also. But even that word, meaning of that word is breathing pure consciousness which is beyond body and mind. It is never small letter L-I-V-I-N-G. It is always capital letter L-I-V-I-N-G. Be very clear. I am not some stupid ashram where, oh, you learn little yoga, you learn little Vedanta, you develop your life, learn to love, laugh, smile, dance. No. I am a clear monastery where Upanishads and Agamas are lived. Where a strict celibacy is practiced. Where enlightenment is not only the first priority, the only priority. I think Upanishads are reminding us again and again with this verse. The context of this verse is, by defining consciousness, Upanishads are asking us to align ourselves again to the context. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive, beyond the coming and going, absolute radiant and self-effulgent, unembodied, boundaryless whole, beyond the subtle body, woundless, muscleless, having no incompletion with the body, beyond the grass body. Consciousness is the ever pure space, devoid of the dirt of ignorance, beyond the causal body, and is untouched by the delusion of incompletion. This description itself need to be meditated. I wanted that today's Vakyar Sadas should be held on what is the meaning of each of these words. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive. Then what is that all-pervasive? Beyond space. Earth is not all-pervasive. Water is not all-pervasive. Fire is not all-pervasive. Air is not all-pervasive. Even space is not all-pervasive. Then what is it? Subtler than the space, which is all-pervasive. Ability to visualize? No. There is so many tons of things which can't be visualized. There are so many things which can't even be thought about. Then what is pure consciousness? When you contemplate, you will have click. Please understand, every contemplation on pure consciousness will give you a click. That is consciousness for you. And if you further contemplate on it, you will have a better and deeper and subtler understanding and click. This clicks getting refined is spiritual growth. Spiritual growth means your ability to experience consciousness, your expertise in experiencing consciousness. Your expertise in experiencing enlightenment is spirituality, nothing else. The subtle mind with tremendous awareness, the whole blood flowing into the brain, what your brain can catch as the experience of consciousness, subtlety of that experience, your expertise in catching the experience of enlightenment, pure consciousness, that defines how much you have grown spiritually. Understand, your spiritual growth is not defined by whether you have become brahmachari or a swami or a kotari or a tanedar or a mahant. No. It is defined how much you can catch the experience of consciousness, your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brains, its ability and expertise to catch the experience of consciousness. The experience of consciousness, that makes experience of that makes you spiritual. I tell you, all spiritual practices are just to develop that subtle brain grooves in you to catch the pure consciousness. Whether you sit in the banks of Ganga in silence in Haridwar, or you sit in the silence of Manikarnika, Mahasmashana in Varanasi, or you sit in the silence of Gomukh, Tapovan. Understand? When your brain grooves, the subtle brain grooves, are able to catch the concept of consciousness, the spirituality is awakened in you. It's beyond body, mind. At least before death, you should catch the glimpse of what is consciousness. Please understand, the most subtlest concept or experience of consciousness you got when you were alive, that will only automatically open up when you leave the body. That's the greatest gift you can receive from a master. That is why I am insisting on all our devotees. If you have elderly parents above 60, the modern day above 60 means in waiting list for packing up. If you have elderly parents above 60, don't miss the chance of Varanasi Shivogam. Make sure they are there sitting in Shivogam in Varanasi, because the strongest glimpse of consciousness which their brain can withstand, their body can stand, they will have it in Shivogam process. That will be the greatest gift you can give it to your parents from the master. Many people, when they come and attend the program, they try to take the Rudraksha something from me as a gift to your family and friends and parents. I don't know about others. If you have parents above 60, do not miss. This is your responsibility. See to it they are sitting in Varanasi Shivoham. They catch the glimpse of what their brain can grasp. Understand, once you are above 60, lot of your time should be spent on grasping what is consciousness, the subtlety of the consciousness should be grasped. It's not that youngsters don't need to. Elders have to does not mean youngsters don't need to. Don't give your own meaning to my words. When I say elders have to, that's all. Youngsters also can, or after you become an elder, you have to. That's all. Then naturally, I'll be giving only energy sessions. Acharyas will be conducting the classes. The more you delay in our Sangha, any program, the more you lose my physical presence directly. That's all. That's the truth. The more you delay, the more you are going to learn from teachers. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive. Beyond the coming and going, absolute radiant and self-effulgent, unembodied, boundaryless whole, woundless, muscleless, having no incompletion with the body. Consciousness is the ever pure space, devoid of the dirt of ignorance. Today I wanted all of you to meditate only on the first line. Pure consciousness is all-pervasive, like space beyond the coming and going, absolute, radiant and self-effulgent. Just on this line, have Vakyartha Sadas. Have Vakyartha Sadas just on this line. Contemplate, contemplate, contemplate. Actually, if you catch the subtlest understanding about consciousness, you will just know it's you. You will start falling in love with it. You will know it is you. You will fall in love with only things which you feel as you are part of you, not anything else. Consciousness always stays itself. Only by itself. Meditate on the consciousness. Contemplate on this truth. Think morning, evening. Have Vakyartha Sadas about it. Whoever gives the most subtlest understanding about pure consciousness in today's Vakyartha Sadas, which is accepted by all, will receive my turban as a gift. Your head is worthy of this turban. Because all Vakyartha Sadas from the time immemorial was held only for imparting the subtle most understanding and glimpse of consciousness. When you contemplate, what is it beyond space, out and in? What is that fills everything? What is it that makes everything run? What is it that is source of me? Even that subtlest contemplation gives you the click. The click you get is the level of your spiritual growth. Again, if you contemplate tomorrow, you will get a deeper click, understanding. Then better spiritual growth. This is the way the spiritual growth happens. Constantly. 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 I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
San Jose, Phoenix, Melbourne, and some New York, Varanasi, yes, and some more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on 7th verse of Isha Vasya Upanishad. The thought currents, the undercurrents, the energy currents of this verse need to be explored. Please understand, whenever you explore a sacred secret, it should become an energy current in you, not just a thought current. If you contemplate on any spiritual truth for 24 hours, maybe, it will become thought current. If you meditate continuously on it, that becomes your very being. It becomes energy current. Till it becomes energy current, listen. Till it becomes energy current, you have to meditate on the sacred secrets revealed in those verses. This Upanishad verse, energy current of this verse, I'll try to explain. Please recite the verse along with me. Yasmin sarvani Bhutani Atmaivabhutvijanatah Tatrako Mohaka Shokaha Ekatvamanupashyatah Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani Atmaivabhut Vijanatah Tatrako Mohaka Shokaha Ekatvamanupashyatah. Listen. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be there for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. The oneness which makes you powerful, empowers you, should not be just a thought current, it should become a living, experiential power current in you. Means it should be producing results in you. Listen. Unless some great truth produces results in your life, you are not going to live it. Please understand. Because basically, your life is a long bargain. At the age of 7, whatever you have, if you are going to get something better than that, you are ready for exchange. At the age of 14, whatever you have, you might have gathered it with tremendous efforts, love. But if some which is going to come, if that is going to be more beneficiary, you will simply exchange it. Same way at the age of 25, which you collected with a lot of sentimental attachments, emotional attachments, whatever, which was so important for your life at one time, even those things, if you find what is going to come is more beneficiary, you will simply exchange it. Your whole life is a long bargain. Watch any Indian movie, this problem of father asking the daughter whether I am important or your lover is important. I gave birth to you. I brought you up. I spent so much of my time, my energy, my money, my attention, my everything to you. The lover who came just few days before, he became so important for you. He became so important for you in your life. Watch any Indian movie, you will see this scene. Indian movies have some of the standard scenes. Running around the tree and romancing. I don't know how come the tree and romance is connected. and fight in the vegetable market. Running around the tree and romancing, fight in the vegetable market, because that is the most easiest, cheapest thing available, which looks in large quantity. See, in the stunt you have to destroy something. You have to show a lot of destruction happening in a fight. Just beating the villain is not juicy enough to describe as a fight. You have to destroy a lot of vegetables. You have to destroy a lot of fruits. You have to destroy too many things, only then it looks like wow. That wow feeling has to be given to the stunt. So what is the cheapest, easiest, but large quantity which can be destroyed? Vegetable. There is a logic behind why in almost every cinema, Indian cinema, as fight in the vegetable market. Fight in the vegetable market and running around the tree and doing romance, because trees are available everywhere, easy to shoot. Above all, an important thing, this scene, father asking the daughter, am I important, or the guy who walked into your life yesterday, he is important? Understand, if you are intelligent enough, you will never ask this question. Because life is a long bargain. You just know whatever you acquired in your life, how much ever price you paid, difficulty you went through to acquire, everything has value because you can exchange when you want. Understand, you work, make money. Money has value. Why? Because you can give that for something if you get great in the future. Same way, experience, relationship, everything. When you see a better opportunity, you exchange. In that, some sentiments are toned, some hearts are toned. That's the way life flows. You can never stop this pattern of life as a long bargain. Father asked the daughter upon her announcing her engagement, what does he do? Does he have any money? Daughter replies to him, you men are all alike. That's the first thing he asked me about you also. Understand? You need to know life is a long bargain. That's the truth. Not reality, but truth. Every experience you accumulated in your life is worthy to be given up for the experience of oneness. Please understand. The experience of oneness is such powerful future. Every experience you earned in your early life can be exchanged. But you will decide to exchange only if this oneness becomes your experience, not otherwise. Because human mind moves only based on experiential bargains. Listen. I don't need to inspire you. If I can give you one glimpse of this experience of oneness, if I can give you one glimpse of this oneness, I don't need to inspire you to give up your whole past experiences as myth and reality. You will just exchange because you are brilliant enough to go for amazing exchange offers. You are intelligent enough to go for any exchange offer. The moment you know something better is coming, you will simply give up the past. That is what now I am sitting and doing. Giving you the experiential glimpse of what is oneness. And oneness is not just some good moral lesson. Oh, everyone is one, just love. No. It is a spiritual power. Please understand, I am not teaching oneness as moral teaching. Oneness is a spiritual power. Many times people think, oh, how can there be oneness? I am separate, he is separate. Please understand. Forget about experiencing oneness with the other person. First, decide to experience oneness with your own body. Start there. Most of us who use the logic, I am this body. How can I experience oneness with another one body, another one person, another one mind? Come on, get down to the ground. Don't be in a sky. Oh, if you talk, I am this body. How can I experience oneness with another one body, another one mind? No. How can oneness be the truth? If you talk like this, it is equivalent to a beggar, foolish beggar. Because he got $100 bill, he starts sitting and calculating, oh, today in 2 minutes I made $100. And 24 hours if I make, how much I will make? So 1 week if I make, how much I will make? In the same ratio, if I make 1 month, wow, almost it will be $1 million. And in a year, wow, it is almost like a $12 million. Wow. Then I should plan how to invest my money into the stocks, and I should start buying newspaper from today and see which stocks are going up, which stocks are going down, what is the best way of investing my $12 million money by the end of this year. How stupid he is. You are on the same stupid level. Because he got $100 by mistake does not mean he is going to get $100 every 2 minutes. He is not going to make thousands of dollars in a day. He is not going to make millions of dollars in a week. He is not going to make billions in few years. If he thinks he is a fool, he is deluded. same way, even if you think, oh, I am this body, they are all that body. How can this bodies experience oneness? How can these minds experience oneness? I am this mind, they are that mind. You are deluded exactly the same way like this stupid beggar. You are not even your body. Decide to experience oneness with your body. Understand, this oneness should give you the power to handle your body first. Sit and do completion with all parts of your body. Each part of your body, even though it is not independent intelligent, it is independent stupidity. Understand, each of your senses are independent stupidity. They function in their own way. Bring completion among them. Bring completion with them. Understand, any great truth, only if it becomes your power while you are in the body, you will live based on them. See, ultimately, all spiritual teachings are just needed as a power when you leave the body. That's all. Why the spiritual truths, spiritual powers? When you leave the body, you should not be alone. You should not be in powerless space, powerless state. All the spiritual truths are for that only. Vedic tradition is nothing but a preparation to leave the body in a best way and needed assume next body till you achieve oneness with the cosmos. The day the child is born, the first day, the child starts getting prepared to leave the earth. Please understand. Even in the first rituals, before the birth, Garbhadana rituals, even Garbhadana rituals, the child is told about death. Vedic tradition is a long preparation. Long preparation for the beautiful journey. I am telling you, anything becomes experience for you now, only that will be your strength when you face crisis while you are in the body, or when you face crisis when you leave the body. In both situations, any truth should become your experience. Oneness should become a truth which empowers you. then you will never drop it, you will never miss it, you will continue to live it, you will drop anything else but not the oneness experience. Cognizing from oneness. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaivabhut vijanatah tatrako mohakah shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Understand, even this verse explains the utility value of oneness. This says, when you live Advaita, where is incompletion? Where is delusion? So, only when the delusions and incompletions disappears, you are living oneness. Niranjana nirvigalpa niramaya nijananda bodham. Oneness should become your experience. Many of us have questioned, yes, I also want oneness in my life. Tell us how to make it into experience. That's why we are here. No. If I tell how to make it, then you will ask, how to make this, how to make it? How to make this, how to make it? If I give a technique, then you will ask, how to do this technique, tell me. Then I will give one more technique, then you will ask, how to do this technique of how to make it happen to how to make it happen. Understand, finally, ultimately, your decision for any experience makes that experience as reality to you. Please listen. Your attention is your energy. Towards any experience you pay attention, that becomes your reality. Listen, this is the technique. Any experience, to any experience you pay your attention, that becomes your reality. If you constantly pay attention to your SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, because it was taught to you by some great intellectuals whom you respected in those days. Most of you learned this SDHD from your school moral teacher. See, all of you would have had one teacher who has really impressed you. That stupid fellow would have been the greatest hypocrite on the planet Earth. He was able to build an amazing brand about himself in front of all of you, where he was able to show himself as an ideal moral man of you. He would have been the source of your SDHD, I tell you. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, tell me the way to get enlightened. He says, give me the list of the people who made you, who molded you, who impressed you. The guy said, my father, mother, one of my teacher. Buddha says, go and kill all of them and come back. I'll give you enlightenment. No, it doesn't mean actually physically killing. I'm not going to give you the suggestion to go and physically kill. No. It's not physically killing. Mentally killing them and all their dash on you. not just vomiting. Fill more and more things on that dash. Mentally being free from the ideas put into you by them. Listen. It is those so-called few people who impressed you. It's from them you learn self-doubt. It's from them you learn self-hatred. It's from them you learn self-denial. More and more attention you give it to your self-denial experience, that will become reality. More and more you give attention to your self-hatred experience, that will become reality. All I am asking you is decide, I'll give more and more attention to my oneness experience. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is this. How can I give more and more attention to my oneness experience? How can I give more and more attention to my oneness experience? How can I strengthen my oneness experience? There is a one-liner. Behind every successful student, there is a good teacher. Somebody asks, then what about a failed student? A beautiful teacher. Little difficult to understand if you are from Indian villages. But if you are from Indian city, you can understand. Listen. Don't miss the truth in the joke. You go on visualizing the joke and miss the truth revealed by the joke. Joke is a joke only when it reveals the truth in you. Listen. Your conscious decision to empower oneness experience is enough for the oneness to blossom in you. Oneness to take over you. It is just declaring your willingness, the conscious willingness. Look at your life. What you make it as fashion, whatever you look upon, you travel only towards that. And only that is becoming reality in you. Few days before, when I was traveling in the car, I just saw a scene. Just the car in front of me, that guy was throwing the Coke cans, empty Coke cans. First 2 came out. I thought, oh God, this fellow drank 2 Coke at a time. What will happen to him? And then I saw tatak, 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 tatak. Some 4 or 5 cans came out and fell. Then I looked little deep and saw 4 people were sitting in the car. In Indian Jugad, 25 people can go in one Omni. 50 people can be there in one Toyota Innova. That is Indian Jugad. That is okay. Tadak, 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 tadak. So many Coke cans came out and fell on the road. And I saw another one, garbage collector, coming and picking up all the garbage and putting it in a bag. I just looked. See this whole scene. The guy who drinks and throws the garbage out, he is looked upon by society, he is looked as a decent, modern, educated man. And the guy who is collecting the garbage and cleaning the floor, he is looked as uneducated, poor, low-class man. See the context from which society approaches both the persons, but the results they are causing to the society. See, understand, context is always not decided with a logical thinking of the results caused by those people. When the context is not set as per the logical results caused by the person, it is called fashion. All your so-called stupid fashion. Why McDonald's? Fashion. Why pizza? Fashion. Why jeans? Fashion. Please understand, the result of eating the McDonald's is not in favor of your health. The result of eating pizza is not in favor of your health. But you go on doing because society makes you believe that is the highest experience. You also set the context, that's a great experience. So anything you pay attention and believe is a great experience, you crave for it and you achieve it. There's no logic behind it. Whenever people need to be convinced about something which is not logically good for them, but they have to do it, they should be made to do it, then declare that as a fashion. Understand how you are exploited. In every step, the people who decide what should be fashion for you are the greatest exploiters of you. This whole theory, concept of money, bank balance. The other day I was reading Nestle company's top guy, one of the top guy of the Nestle company, he declares water is not right of human beings, it should be privatized. Oh God. Business should be all about more production, not all about more possession. I used to wonder, in Vedic tradition, so less people used to work for needs of life and so much was available. Now almost 80% of the humanity is working for the needs of human beings, but why is so much poverty? In those days, business is all about more production. Now it is all about more possession, possessing it. Even the basic, freely available things, how to privatize, pack it, and make it into a commercial product. actually in the Shiva Leelas, in one of the story, Mahadeva comes down as a wood seller. He cuts the wood in the forest and sells in the cities. The first question, the lady in the street asks him, "Oh God, the times have become so bad, even wood is being sold." Means what? It was a right of human beings. It was not privatized in those days. More and more time passes, more and more corporate culture evolves, more and more the capitalistic mentality spreads. Don't think more and more production is happening. No, only more and more legalized snatching and possessing is happening. I am all supportive of the producing corporate companies, productive corporate companies. I am only against stealing and privatizing, possessing, making things more difficult for people and encashing on it. Look in. The people who make statement of fashion statement, in your life, they decide to what experience you should pay your attention. I am telling you, pay your attention to oneness experience. You will see it becomes power in you. Pay your attention to the McDonald's experience, you will become sick in 30 days. I think 30 days is too much time. Pay your experience to your Coca-Cola drinking, you know what you will get. If you pay your attention to any of those, you know what you will get. I am asking you, decide to pay your attention to oneness experience. You will get what I have. Understand Guru is a being who makes the fashion statement about oneness experience. Incarnation is the being who makes that oneness as your very own experience. Anything becomes experience when you are alive, only becomes your strength when you leave the body. Anything becomes a power in you when you are in the body. Anything becomes power in you when you are in the body. Only that will be power for you when you leave the body also. That is why inner awakening in Varanasi, the land of living and leaving, the Shivoham experience which becomes your power, when you are in the body. The oneness, cosmic oneness, which becomes power when you are in the body, will be power even when you leave the body. Understand? Decide to pay attention to the experience of oneness. That very decision will make you constantly flow towards that oneness experience. You will make that into reality in your life. As a guru in the satsang, I can only make a fashion statement about oneness experience. As an incarnation in Shivoham experience, I transmit that very experience into you. Everyone who decided to have the experience of oneness in Shivoham, from now, prepare yourself by constantly putting your attention on oneness experience. By thinking, contemplating, empowering oneness experience. How? You are one with the whole. Let this oneness become empowering experience in you. Oneness is higher than highness or holiness titles. Understand? The highness and holiness titles are nothing compared to the experience of oneness. Let oneness be your experience. Let oneness be the center of your life. Give attention to your oneness experience. Prepare yourself before even you come to Varanasi by paying attention to oneness. So that becomes reality in you when you sit in the Shivoham process in Varanasi. With this, the essence of today's satsang, putting your attention to the experience of oneness, thinking about it, contemplating about it, feeling about it, encouraging it, entertaining it. What all the ways we can think, contemplate, encourage, enrich oneness in our being. This is the subject for today's Vakyartha Sadas. What all the ways we can make oneness as a fashion statement in our life, how we can encourage, enrich, strengthen oneness in our life, how we can make that as very part, very core of our being. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara-samarambam Nithyanandeshwari-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha, Seattle Chidambaram, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Toronto Tirukailayam, San Jose Madurai, Guadalupe, Suva Fiji, Oklahoma, Kuala Lumpur, Ohio, Chennai, Oman, Phillip Island, Phoenix, Houston, Coimbatore, Warrington, Charlotte, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, London, Vancouver, New York, Varanasi, Hyderabad, Rajapalayam, Singapore, Bangalore North, Madurai, Hyderabad, Trinidad, Kastau, Croatia, and some more cities joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll continue to expand on 7th verse. Please recite the 7th verse along with me. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko mohaka shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Listen. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings becomes very self. Then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. Last few days I was expanding on how the love current, constantly engaging yourself in love current, all your actions centered on love current, how that can make you experience oneness with everything, everything in oneness. Oneness with everything, everything with oneness. This oneness experience can be gained. Experience of oneness can become eternal in you. Means not only gaining the experience, you getting established in that experience. When you just soak constantly in the experience, you radiate extraordinary powers. Every time you break a pattern with the clarity of oneness, with the cognition of oneness, you will have one extraordinary power. Every time you break a pattern, not only you are free from the pattern, you get extraordinary power to you. When you break this eating disorder patterns, not only you are free from the eating disorder patterns, you will also have the power to, ability to manipulate your stomach, your health as you want. The man who is out of the eating disorder patterns means, please understand what I define as eating disorder. Physically, physiologically, psychologically, due to any of this reason, having exact timing for food is eating disorder. Understand? For physical reason, oh, I may get tired. I'm getting tired. Physiological reason, oh, I'll have gas. If I don't eat, I'll have acidity or diabetes. Psychological reason, oh, if I don't eat, I'll die. Physical, physiological, psychological. Due to any one of these reasons, having a sterned time for eating is eating disorder. The right eating is beautifully described by a great saint from Tamil Nadu, the Valluvanayanar. Beautifully is described. மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உனின் means you don't need medicine for your body if you eat the food knowing that earlier what you have eaten has left the body. If you eat after the earlier eaten food left the body, you don't need medicine forever to your body. Before the next meal, be very clear as it left the body. My earlier meal has been digested and cleaned. So every time before you plan for eating, just see whether what you have eaten earlier has left your body. It has become part of you as energy. Whatever energy needs to be absorbed, whatever remaining has left your body. If it is not, use Jalabasti, get it out, then go for the next meal. I think this is one of the important discovery I found from my own experience. This is what I will describe as orderly eating. So for all my disciples who want to eat properly, orderly eating, I will prescribe this as one of the important rules. Whether you are a Balasant, Sant, or Kotari, Tanedar, follower, disciple, whoever wants to follow me, please take this up as a rule. After every meal, if you take little haritaki powder, very little, before the next meal, clean your stomach, clean your bowels. If you are not able to, then have at least enema jalabasti, then go for the next meal. So do not allow 2 meals to be acquired in your stomach. மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உணின். Understand? Every time you break a pattern, you get extraordinary powers. In this case, about this eating disorder pattern, if you break your eating disorder pattern, not only you will be free from that pattern, you will have powers to manipulate your body and mind as you want. If you have done at least one Samyama, then you will know how you can manipulate your body. You can just play with it. You can play with it. All the stupid theories of acidity, diabetes, tiredness associated to food are true as long as you associate them, not otherwise. I was reading in the Facebook, somebody wrote, one of the biggest prison human beings suffer is what others think about themselves. I tell you, no, there is bigger prison, what you think about you. What you think about you is the bigger prison than what others think about you. What others think about you is able to give you suffering because what you think about you gets altered based on what others think about you. If what you think about you stays stably, so what others think about you will never be a prison for you. Because what you think about you is so lucid and lucid. What others think about you becomes a prominent prison. Be very clear. If what others think about you is a prison in which you are stuck, what you think about you is the cell inside the prison where you are stuck. It is much more suffocating. Much more suffocating. What others think about you, if you think that is a prison, what you think about you is a cell inside the prison where you are locked. Please understand. What others think about you impacts only your external life. What you think about you impacts directly your body, your mind. Anybody who has done one Samyama can just play with their so-called diabetes, so-called gastric or acidity, all problem related to hunger. They can cause miracles. I tell you, most of the concepts the so-called modern medicine is teaching. And what a foolish thing. See, all the ancient systems of living healthy life just by handling your food properly, herbs, leaves, the natural things, is called alternative medicine. What a naming, you see. And swallowing these pills and chemicals and putting you in more and more trouble is called mainstream medicine. Most of our concepts about body and health, I should classify them under a title called stupidopathy. No, really, most of our concepts about health, diet, medicine, medical care, we trust metal more than currency because for ages we have been a metal civilization, not currency civilization. Understand, currency was pushed upon us, on us very recently. Those days, even currency had a value because of the metal in which the currency is made. Currency itself independently did not have a value. The gold with which the coin is made, that gold had a value, not the declaration by the king or the administrator that this is this much valuable. Understand? Trusting only Vaishyas for wealth was our civilization. Now, our money is by Kshatriyas, politicians, administrators. Please understand. That is why I am saying your money is not money. Because the person who is going to transact that community, what they value only can be valuable in society. See, when there is a crisis, what is going to get you your food? That is decided only by only by Vaishyas, not by Kshatriyas. But it is unfortunate, the whole lot of confusion. Somebody has put the comment in the Facebook. Why in India, they didn't build hospitals, schools. How do you call them as evolved civilization? In every village, largest building of that village is the common utility building, where we had school, hospital, cinema theatre, art gallery, life science teaching place, and ultimately teaching enlightenment. The place we call it as temple. Understand, we call that as a temple. All. It is not just a mall, it is all. Everything about life is done there. Whether storing the grain, teaching principles, or medical care, everything is done there. And moreover, our lifestyle was such, we did not need so much of hospitalization. From the beginning, we were taking care of ourselves. And an important thing, very important thing, when time comes, we were gracefully able to leave. Say bye-bye, because we know we will come back. We were not that poor. Psychologically or consciously, we were holding on to one body. See, when you want to hold on to that one body only, you need so much of medical care. We just know when we need, we will make the body recover. When it is time, body is too damaged. Come on, drop it, pick up another one. I tell you, till the science about the life, the true science about the life is taught to humanity, humanity is not going to get out of this addiction to medicines. That is why I am insisting. Why do they call it alternative medicine when it is the original medicine that humans have been using for thousands of years? Chemical medications were discovered about 100 years ago, or maybe 200 years. That's all. Brutally destroying the zonal food practices, brutally destroying the regional dressing practices, brutally destroying the regional medical practices, brutally destroying the regional religious practices, by brutally destroying the regional education practices, by brutally destroying the regional physical, mental, conscious belief patterns. We are the last generation who had traditional, regional belief faith parents. Please understand. We are the last generation who had parents, had the best Vedic traditional understanding about body, mind and consciousness. Over. Finished. I know the kind of a faith about his own body and mind and consciousness my grandfather used to have. My grandmother's mother, I have seen her. I have seen my grandmother's mother. Just the vibhuti, the sacred ash from temple, was the medicine for her till the death. My grandfather, he died after 90s. In his whole life, he got hospitalized only twice. Only twice. Such hard-working man. The kind of a faith he had about his own body, the kind of a, it is a mechanism, please understand, it's actually a mechanism. What you cognize about your body, your mind, it's a mechanism. Whatever you cognize becomes reality. And I have seen the faith he had about himself. I'm so thankful to him because he took care that the idea of sickness never settles inside my system. By seeing him and living around him, health became my basic cognition. Of course, my Guru Raghupati Yogi is extraordinary. Forget about him. He is totally a body of miracles. He is just bunch of miracles, that's all. Anything he does will be miracle. He will just sip the cold water through the nose and spit that water through mouth and it will be boiling water. I have seen the kind of a play he will do. And he will sip the hot coffee through the mouth and just start releasing that through the nose. By the time it reaches the ground, it will become an ice bar. Please understand, ice cube. Means he can play anything with his body. He can make his body as the hot boiler or the freezer. I've seen with my own eyes he cooking just by touching the pot. The mud pot, he will put the water, rice, and just touch it. In 2-3 minutes, the rice is ready. He will tell, come on, eat. The kind of a heat he can generate through his body, or a cold he can generate through his body. His body was a boiler, freezer, all put together. Early morning, when he wakes me up and takes me to temple to teach yoga, during this Margazhi months, the water will be very cold. I have seen him doing this multiple times. He will just point the area where I am taking bath, that area will be warm, sometimes even hot water. In the temple tank, he will just put his finger and say, come on, take bath. It will be warm water or hot water. Never I felt the cold. That is totally different level. I am talking normal, so-called your plane, my grandfather. The kind of a faith he had about his body. We are the last generation who have seen those kind of people. See, our ancient body, mind, conscious mechanism, ideas, concepts were told to us by our old mother, old grandmother, grandfather, in a very colloquial way, in casual evenings or night stories. Hey, if you are feeling feverish, apply vibhuti from Shiva temple, it will become all right, don't worry. But the modern ideas are being told to you in the high light and high sound, literally breaking your nerves. Understand? I always tell you, whatever I do, you should not do, because what I am doing, I am making myself to settle down. Whenever I find I am not able to sit and do the administration work, I will switch on the TV. I'll never watch that stupid box. That one thing God saved me. I never have interest on it. But that light and sound keeps me settled on the ground. But you are already in the where more you will go down. Anyhow, this time when I went to Tiruvannamalai, I spent a lot of time with all the sannyasis who were with me and explaining the stories of each and every stone and pillar. Suddenly I realized, just 30 years before, I had at least 50 people, ideal, great, enlightened beings in Tiruvannamalai. Thinnai Swami, Sakku Swami, Sorakka Swami, Narayana Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamalai Swamigal, Raghupati Yogi, Kuppammal, just 30 years before. I had at least 50 beings who were visibly radiating the power of that Shivoham experience. See, in my case, if you come to a program and see your Kundalini gets awakened, see hundreds of people's Kundalini getting awakened, healing happens, then you feel, oh, I think this guy has power, I think he has enlightenment. You come to a conclusion only indirect way. But I have seen the masters who are so visibly, directly, shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. That's the right word I'll use. Shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. I have seen on Swami Suraka. He was called Suraka Swami locally. Suraka means bottle gourd. Why? Because in front of him on half bottle gourd, that shell will be there, in which people will put food. Whenever he feels like he will eat, and otherwise he won't. And next person who wants to offer food to him, he will empty that bottle gourd and clean it and put the fresh food and keep it and go. He had some 25-30 dogs, his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in 3 feet by 3 feet small structure. Please understand, I have never seen him moving. I even doubt his bones all got frozen. I know he is alive because he used to talk to people sometime. And he will smile sometime. His hands will move. Because of that, I know he is alive. No 1, 2, 3. No 1, 2, 3. Because the birds have started sitting on his head and eating from his hair. Some of his disciples have made, followers have made a small stone pillared hall. You can't say hall and all, just 4 pillars around his body and 2 stone on the top. If you see that structure, you will understand. It's only 3 feet by 3 feet. His whole life he sat. Sometimes his sitting posture will be different. That is why we can even presume that he is still alive. Never seen him doing 1, 2, 3 or taking bath, moving out. But the kind of a space he will radiate and the way he will be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of yogic tradition. Like this, I have seen at least 50 people through extraordinary lifestyle amazingly declaring the yogic powers, living the powers of Mahadeva, radiating the powers of Mahadeva. I feel I don't want to say anything about Arunachala because Mahadeva never tolerates. When Madurai was burnt, he kept quiet. Even Meenakshi did not bother. But when one saint was even about to curse Tiruvannamalai, Mahadeva just came and held the neck. Hey, my city, you can't do anything. You should not do anything. So I don't want to tell anything about Tiruvannamalai. I feel this generation looks so poor without that 50 of them. Without that 50 of them, this generation looks so poor. I told Mahadeva, it's now my responsibility to put again at least few hundred people as a garland to you who are in the same state of those 50. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just like how we get wooden pillars from the old houses and refurbish and give it back to society, I'll get the old souls from KAILASA, refurbish them with a modern language and knowledge to reach out to the world, humanity, and give it to humanity. No, I really felt without that 50 people, humanity is so poor. It doesn't know the possibilities. It doesn't have any more living examples. By living as an example the things Ram Sarat Kumar used to teach, the Swarakka Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamala Swami, Thinnai Swami, Sadhuvom, Kuppammal, Isaki Swami, Raghupati Yogi, all of them just 30 years before. I am not even talking about Ramana Maharshi's generation. Humanity has become so poor without them. Because now none of you even have one single living example to see and learn. To see and learn. Right concepts about body. Right faith, cognition about mind. Right biomemory. The right concepts about body, mind, consciousness. is the richness, ultimate richness. Right ideas you carry about you gives you the experience of oneness. Oneness. Neither by building hundreds of houses for yourself, nor by building companies for yourself, or by accumulating more and more cars. Oneness is not experienced by all these. I am not saying don't buy house, don't build house, don't buy car. No. All I am trying to tell you is, let that just be utility, not goal of your life. If the utility becomes goal of your life, you live in stupidity. As I said, stupidopathy. Where elongating your life becomes goal. No. Purpose of your life should be goal. Meaning of your life should be goal, not elongating your life. If you know the meaning, you know the right length, right number of years you need to live. Number of years you live is not defining your success. The meaning of your life defines your success. With this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang. I'll continue to expand on the truth of oneness in the further satsangs. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas, the right concepts about body, mind, consciousness, which leads you to experience oneness. How the concepts others carry about you impacts the concept you carry about you. How the concepts you carry about you is important to experience oneness. Tomorrow's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is stupidopathy. How we eat stupid ideas and vomit disease. I'm blessing you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita.
Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the Mahans, Sri Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedas sitting with us, through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing: Chennai, Enriching Temple, San Jose, Melbourne, Toronto, Redmond, Phillip Island, Australia, Los Angeles, Ohio, Kuala Lumpur, Seattle, Varanasi, Phoenix, Palm Springs, Oklahoma, Guadalupe, Houston, Warrington, Singapore, Wisconsin, Dubai, Hyderabad, Doncaster, UK, London, Vancouver, Hosur, Madurai, Rajapalayam, Diamond Bar, California, Devasmarana, China, Trinidad, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, and some more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I'll continue to expand on love current of Mahadeva. Because the Advaita, please listen, oneness becomes your reality with the love current of Mahadeva. Please understand, when you authentically experience love current of Mahadeva, the oneness you experience will continue to keep you retain the juice of celebrating Mahadeva. Understand? Today I wanted to expand on some of the most subtle points. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaivabhut vijanataha tatrako mohaka shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self. Then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. The love current of Mahadeva leads you to oneness experience. After that, after the experience of oneness, the way you live will be the love current of Mahadeva. Understand? Love is not just a path for experiencing oneness. After experiencing the oneness, the utility value of life itself is love. If you start practicing love now, meditating on love current of Mahadeva, you will experience oneness, and after the experiencing oneness, the way you operate, the way you cognize, the way you move, the way you live, the way you exist, the whole thing will be same love in a different dimension. Always there is a conflict between Advaitis and Bhaktas. Saying that, oh, always Advaitis declare these Bhaktas as Mayavadis. Sorry, Leelavadis. All that time talking about devotion, they never experience the oneness. And always these bhaktas go on criticizing the Advaitis, Mayavadis, delusionists. They don't celebrate devotion and love. And there is also a subtle, deep fear. If you experience oneness, you may lose devotion. It may all become all me, 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 me. From the side of devotees, they feel, oh, if we experience oneness, it will all become me, me, me. Devotion will be lost. From the Advaitis, oh, if I experience devotion, that's all the state I am in. I may lose it. I'll fall into duality. It is such a stupid misunderstanding, I tell you. The oneness strengthens your ability to radiate love. Oneness, experiencing oneness, strengthens your ability to radiate love. And when you become all me, 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 you lose the ability to celebrate the devotion. Understand? This one thing I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching me the Advaita. I said, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching, holding on to your feet when I sit next to you. Understand? Once he was trying to show me the power of oneness and Advaita, like he said that he was sitting facing north on the steps of the Kalyana Mandapam in Thiruvannamalai temple. In front of him, his samadhi. In the side, the main deity. The right hand side, the main deity, Garbhagriha. Left hand side, the hill, Arunachaleshwara. Arunachala hill. He said, this, that, all is me. Just see. When he moved the hand, I saw literally the Garbhagriha and the hill, whole thing merging into him. When he moved the hand, I saw they are back to their places. It's very easy to tell it's a delusion, but it was not, I know, because it was such powerful experience and such restful awareness. During this whole thing, I was sitting holding his one feet in the leg, saying that if I hold on to his feet, a lot of energy will come, power will come. Of course, when he showed that Advaita, the concept of energy will come, power will come has disappeared. It's completely disappeared. I just know he is one and I am just one with him. Then I asked him only one thing. Whatever may be the experience, let me just retain my ability to have this deep love experience, love current. He laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti. Listen, This is, you can see now, this is exactly the spot he was sitting, and I was sitting with him and talking. The oneness. Please understand, the practice of oneness. I'll give you some of the deep, important insiders' secrets. What takes away oneness from you is not able to cope up with the reality as it is. You always feel more colorfulness is needed than the reality you experience. Because you feel hope makes life function in you. So constantly you feel much more than what you perceive is required to keep you alive. So that need for the hope, the idea, you need something more to move on. That is why even as a child you need fairy tales. Please listen. From the beginning, you feel something more is required. Only then I can move on. So life moves only with the idea something more is required. So you go on projecting that something more which you feel required, either as quality requirement or quantity requirement. Either you feel you need more money, only then life will be great. More cars, more houses, then you become materialistic. Or if you think better quality, better way of loving, giving, respecting, serving, then you become a spiritualist. Whether it is a quantity requirement or quality requirement, the moment you have the idea something more is required for you to experience completion and fulfillment, that is the first delusion. Understand? Because it has gone to the biomemory level, you can't directly wipe that out from inside you. It has become a part of you that always building up which is not there, cooking up which is not there, hoping for which is not there, go on faking which is not there. With the hope it will happen or it has already happened. Listen, I am breaking one of the important part. This hope and building up, even while you talk, you just see, just sit and speak for half an hour, 1 hour with any of the known people in your life, friends or family, with whoever. Then after that, just observe that 1 hour conversation and study in how many places you exaggerated, either that person or you, or about any subject you are talking. If you are convinced that something is great or somebody is great, you just go on exaggerating, which is not existentially experienced to you. I tell you, this hoping, exaggerating, all this can never be directly transcended. There is one being about whom you can never exaggerate. Anything said can never be exaggeration. That is Mahadeva, the cosmic consciousness. So divert your whole thing towards that. Then, even your exaggeration, hope, everything settles on the reality which can never be exaggerated. So naturally, your hopes, your exaggeration, everything does not lead you to delusion. It leads you to reality. Understand? Understand? Love current of Mahadeva is nothing but your hopes, greed, desire for more colorful, more quality, quantity, experience of life being diverted to the ultimate about which you can never exaggerate. Nothing more golden can be painted on him. So anything you say is less than what he is. This makes your quality of asking for more and hope settle down on one which is away from you. Listen. The more and more you go on exaggerating about you, when you don't have any other subject, that's what you will do. That is what you will do. When you don't have any other subject, that is what you will do. When more and more you exaggerate about you, you continue to maintain the delusion. The continuous process of exaggeration, need for hope, asking for more, cannot be taken away from you directly when you divert that to Mahadeva, who can never be exaggerated. All your hope, all your need for more, everything settles down on him, moving away from you. You wake up to the oneness. Because you are constantly waiting to wake up for the more ultimate. As long as you think that is going to be you will be so poor, struggling, suffering. When that hope, more, quantity and quality is on something which is beyond you, your whole biomemory for more settles down on Him. That is what I call feeling connection or love or devotion or bhakti. Your need for more and exaggeration settling down on God or Guru, which is other than you, is devotion. When it settles down on Him, your life becomes so alive, rich, and because it is away from you, you break the delusion, illusion. I tell you, if you don't have anything other than you to exaggerate, hope for, feel more about, feel the quantity, quality, more need, you are the poorest person, I tell you. That is I'll declare that as a spiritual poverty, conscious poverty, depression. The moment you open your mouth, if all your exaggeration is moving around, either your God or Guru, I tell you, you are one of the richest being in the planet Earth, because all your hope, need for qualitative, quantitative difference, and greed, exaggeration, everything is centered on something else other than you, will wake you up towards oneness. Antidote for delusion is devotion. Antidote for Maya is Leela. Antidote for Maya is Leela. Understand? Exaggeration is inevitable. You can't kill it. I challenge. Record any of your conversation for 10 minutes. You will see constantly exaggeration erupting. Even in negative way, if you hate somebody, you will exaggerate negatively about that person. Exaggeration is the way your mind functions. So till it dies, let your exaggerations be centered on your God or Guru, your Ishta. Your Ishta. If it is centered on God, you will experience Him in deities. If it is centered on Guru, you will experience it living. But exaggeration is the basic quality with which you function. That getting diverted towards the being who can never be exaggerated is devotion. That's the only way you wake up. You wake up to the reality. When you wake up to the reality, I asked Arunagiri Isha only this boon: forever give me the joy and juiciness of always putting surrendering, dumping my need to exaggerate on you. Let it be always on you if there is a need. Before enlightenment, there will be need. Once the enlightenment happens, then there is no need to exaggerate, because you know nothing can be exaggerated. Anything you tell about him is him. It's only less than him, not exaggeration. Only you will be crying, oh, words cannot be sufficient, words are not enough to describe him. Whoever decides in my words and deeds and thinking, all my exaggeration will be only centered on my Ishta. You are traveling on the path of enlightenment. Get ready to wake up. Look in. That is all is love current of Mahadeva. I tell you. That is all is love current of Mahadeva. Understand? Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is how all of us have this exaggeration pattern and keep it centered on us, and how we can shift it to God or Guru. Guru is nothing but the expression of God demanding you to shift that hope for exaggeration on divine. Guru is nothing but the statement given to you by God. Hey, shift. Guru is statement of God. God is state of Guru. Guru is statement of God. God is state of Guru. State just gives a statement. State just gives a statement. Shift. You have suffered enough with the exaggerations of you. Shift now. I am here to liberate you from this need of exaggeration. To wake you up to the reality which can never be exaggerated, which is too big. You need to experientially see something with awe, to shift your pattern of exaggeration centered on you to centered on something else. That is when Guru appears and gives you that feeling, ah. Even after Guru happens in your life, don't miss that opportunity of that shift. Blessed are those who experience that shift, because they wake up. They wake up. They wake up. If you study the whole Shiva Purana or Leelas of Mahadeva in Madurai, everything is all about just giving you the experience of awe and shifting your ever exaggeration pattern from you to him. That's all. That's all. Otherwise, how will you call taking away the Two eyes of an hunter, poor fellow, because he believed you, taking away his eyes, how will you call that as love? How will you call this old lady's food you eat and then don't work? That as love. But it is all love. Only if you shift, you will understand it is love. It was love. It will be love. If you can understand what I explained today, that is end of all your sufferings in the life. Because all your sufferings are just due to your qualitative, quantitative expectation and exaggeration. It is expectation. Expectation is like a fire. You can't live with it too much. So, you try to cool it by pouring exaggeration. And this whole subtle cycle of expectation, exaggeration is all about the hope for heaven, hope for enlightenment, hope for anything which is not present now. And if that is shifted from you, from Aham to Shiva, you will experience Shivoham. Because anything you deeply love becomes part of you. Anything you feel as part of you, you start deeply loving it. That's all. If you feel you is you, you will exaggerate your actions, your memories, your experiences. If you think you is Mahadeva, you will celebrate his presence, his experience, him. Celebrating the source is always a liberation. Celebrating a small branch is always a bondage. Understand? You are not away from Mahadeva, but what you see, your perception about you is a small branch. So celebrating it will be bondage. Celebrate the source. That will be liberation. People tell me, I think all these Puranas are exaggerated. If you open your mouth and speak 10 minutes, then you will understand how much you exaggerate about you. Puranas are the antidote for your disease of exaggerating you. It's a shift. It's a shift. Today's Vakyartha Sadas should be how unconsciously you go on hoping and exaggerating you and things around you. Starting from the fairy tales, need for fairy tales, to need for carrying tales. Need for fairy tales is the hope getting exaggerated. Carrying tales is desperation getting exaggerated. Understand? Hope for fairy tale. Fairy tale is hope getting exaggerated. Carrying tales is desperation getting exaggerated. Whether it's a fairy tale or carrying tale, it's hell, suffering. Shift the focus of exaggeration from you to him, from Aham to Shiva. shift it towards his state or statement. His state is Shiva, statement is Guru. Shift your need for exaggeration towards his state or statement. Shiva or Guru. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is how we go on exaggerating us and how consciously we can do the shift. That shift will make you experience love current. That shift will make you celebrate love current of Mahadeva or love current of Guru. When you rest your pattern of exaggeration on your matter, you are materialist. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on your qualities, you are so-called spiritualist. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on the society around you, you are a politician. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on confusion, you are a clerk worker. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on your failures, you are a depressed person. You are a depression. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on Mahadeva or Guru, you are an enlightened being. That's all. On which you rest your pattern of exaggeration, that decides the flow in which your life is going to move. And I wanted to make it very clear. All my description and stories about Mahadeva is not because I am exaggerating. I have already realized he can never be exaggerated. Whether the stories about Mahadeva are stories about me, not because I am resting my pattern of exaggeration on them or on me, it is because I know I can never exaggerate about him or about me. Both are one unending source of inspiration, can never be exaggerated. It is too big even to be described. I think it is going above the head of many of you, I know. You needed to know many things about you, only then what I am describing now, you will catch it. Maybe if you do Vakyartha Sadas, honestly, you will catch it. If you rest your pattern of exaggeration on your failures, you are depressed. Because constantly you will be exaggerating your failures and seeing and talking about it. And many people think that is Shantimaya. Peace is not exaggerating your failures. It's a depression. Listen. Today, internalize this and do Vakyarthas on it. How? In every single conversation, you exaggerate you, even your behavior. body language, words, action, deeds, everything goes on only in the direction of exaggeration, exaggeration, exaggeration. More, more, more. And how that can be shifted to Mahadeva, shifted on his state or statement. Guru is the very easy way to shift. See, how much ever you try, directly shifting your whole exaggeration on God will be very difficult because you don't know Him. It is not your experience. And you will be go on struggling to help you to get out of that struggle and to support you to experience and raise you. Guru happens. He happens just to give you that shift. So let all your exaggeration be centered on God. If you are poor, not to have a guru in your life. If you are rich enough, luxurious enough to have a guru, shift everything to him. Center it on him. He will center it on Guru, on God. If you shift all your exaggeration towards his statement, statement will shift it towards his state. Because statement and state are finally one and the same. Today's Vakyartha Sadas is all about shifting. Shifting. Shifting your exaggeration pattern towards which is something can never be exaggerated. I'll expand on how it wakes you up towards oneness. Because the need for the exaggeration itself has started because you felt separated from which can never be exaggerated. Because of that emptiness, that poverty, the perceived poverty, and imagined emptiness, that pushed you towards need for exaggeration, hope, desire, greed, everything. So when you move that pattern towards him, he will give you the experience of oneness, and you will know not only he can never be exaggerated, you also can never be exaggerated. And resting in the peace, neither he can be exaggerated, nor you can be exaggerated, and speaking, then all your words about him and you becomes reality. Because you rest in the truth of neither he can be exaggerated, nor I can be exaggerated. But till you rest in that space, whether you exaggerate you will have a deep emptiness inside. You cover up, cover up, cover up. But no covering up is possible. And which is not required. How it will help you to get out of depression, experience oneness from emptiness to oneness, from aloneness to oneness. I'll expand in further satsangs. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. Cities sitting with us, having Nayana Diksha, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Winnipeg, Canada, Oman, Sivagangai, New York, Varanasi, Kulim, Tiruttani, San Jose, Madurai, Swa, Fiji, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Ohio, Temple, Seattle, Chidambaram, Chennai, Tiruvanmiyur, St. Louis, Chesterfield, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Trinidad, Tobago, Charlotte, China, Hong Kong, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, and lot more cities. Slovakia, Rajapalayam, Singapore, Vancouver, Tallahassee, Houston, Washington DC, Sripuram, Hyderabad, Amersfoort, Netherlands, Navalur, Chennai, Pondicherry, Madurai, Dubai, London, Southwest, Alberta, Calgary, and Port Washington, New York, and lot more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I'll expand on Mahadeva's love current. First, let me define and make you understand what is love current, why I am suddenly turning the whole Upanishad towards love. Listen. I don't utter a single word which is not required. I am not speaking because I have to speak. I am speaking because I have something to speak. Understand? I am not speaking because I have to speak. I am speaking because I have something to speak. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko moghah shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. It's a love that gives you that experience of Advaita immediately as a jump start. It's a love that gives you that experience. This verse of the Isha Vasya Upanishad is the pure science. Love is the applied science. Love is the method and utility value of this verse. Listen, method means to reach this experience. Utility value means after reaching the experience, what is the use of that experience in the life? For both, the answer is love. To reach the experience of Ekatva, oneness, and utility of the oneness in your life, the utility of the experience of oneness in your life, Ekatva. Both. Both are love. Listen. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatrako moghah ka shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Love makes you experience this ekatva, and after experiencing ekatva, the utility of the ekatva, the practical utility of ekatva is again love. That's the reason suddenly I am turning the whole attention towards love. I am using suddenly a new word called love current. What is it? See, the Ganga is flowing from Gangotri to Ganga Sahar, Gomukh to Calcutta. The Ganga is flowing. In Calcutta, it is most polluted. In Lucknow, somewhat polluted. In Gangotri, so pure, fresh. Whether it is somewhere polluted, somewhat polluted, pure and fresh, the current of Ganga is current of Ganga. Same way, your love, somewhere it will be with a lot of selfishness. Somewhere it will be like a business, give and take. Somewhere it will be pure selfless. Somewhere it will be not just selfless, amazing sacrifice. But love current is current. Don't damn it. If you damn it, you are damned. Don't damn it. The Ganga current, somewhere it may be pure, somewhat pure, completely dirty, but the current is the current is the current. The current should not be dammed. If current is not dammed, it can automatically purify itself. So listen. Love, somewhere it will be selfish, somewhere it will be demanding, at some time it will be business, at some time it will be selfless, at some time it may be pure sacrifice, but don't damn the current. Don't damn the current. I am not saying your life, your love should be selfish. I am not saying your love should be business. All I am saying is, even if it is selfish and business, it's okay. Function, move, be active, be alive, be interactive. Because if you are flowing without blocking you, stopping you, if you are functioning, if you are alive, if you are active, you will see it will become pure. Listen, in the initial level, even if it is selfishness, give and take, if you are active, after a few days, you will taste the very love is bringing excitement, joy, flow in you. When you taste that, your whole interest will turn towards that love which makes you flow, irrespective of somebody receiving, not receiving, reciprocating, not reciprocating. You will understand that love makes you so powerful. Some of the most important revelations about love I shared in yesterday's Vakyartha Sadas. I sincerely request and recommend all the devotees, followers, disciples to watch yesterday's Vakyartha Sadas in YouTube. Maybe they will upload in the YouTube. You can see in the YouTube or the retelecast. Some of the most deepest understandings, because the people who were in the Vakyartha Sadas were really questioning based on the problem they were facing. When somebody is really facing the problem, I see to it the problem is solved. So the solution also very straight, and practical. Listen, the love current, the current itself should be encouraged, because ultimately many of your definitions like, oh, I think my love is selfish, business motive, many of your definitions are mostly based on self-doubt. It is not even really real. Understand? Even if you build a huge empire out of selfishness, what are you going to do? When you die, you are going to leave the whole thing for humanity. So the moment you leave the earth, the whole thing has now become selfless. So where will you define selfishness and selflessness? And there may be some people, in the name of selflessness, just sitting and eating, not creating anything. When they die, they have not left anything for the world, so whatever they did is only a selfishness. They may claim it is a renunciation, but end of the day, it is just selfishness. They only sucked from the earth, sucked from the human society, never gave anything back. So I tell you, always encourage creation, discourage demolition. Encourage creation, discourage laziness. The love current of Mahadeva, understand this more precisely. One of my Balasant Gurukul kids shared, when she came, I gave chikki, and she felt, wow, I get chikki. In the beginning, it may be selfish. Coming to me, it may look very selfish. Wow, I am going there just to get chikki. Finally, what happened? She has dedicated her whole life now. Now our whole life is for others. கடலை கொடுத்து ஞான கடலை காட்டினானைப்பா. கடலைதான் கொடுத்தான், ஆனால் ஞான கடலை அல்லவா காட்டினான். He might have given just a chikki, but he opened the whole ocean of knowledge. In Tamil, the both same word. So understand, the essence of what I wanted to convey by speaking about love from yesterday till now, in the morning satsang and vakyartha satas, I am asking you, constantly be powerful and active, creative. Be powerful and creative. You will never be doing mistake. Be powerful and creative. You will never be doing anything wrong. Don't bother whether somebody receives it or not, somebody reciprocates it or not, responds to it or not. Yesterday in the Vakyartha Sadas, I was sharing this truth. the love current of Mahadeva you can see throughout the way he has expressed himself, connected with humanity, whether it is cutting the head of the Ganapati or giving the whole golden city to Ravana, the whole Puranas, only 2 cities known to have been built by Vishwakarma for Mahadeva. As per the Mahadeva's orders, only 2 cities, no third city. I looked, searched throughout the Puranas. Only 2 cities. One, the Lanka. Originally it was built on KAILASA for Mahadeva to reside, and it was gifted away to Ravana as a gift, the visitor's gift. It was actually a visitor's gift. See, in those days there was a tradition, after a ceremony, all the visitors will receive gift from the host. This guy, Ravana, when he came, Mahadeva asked, what do you want? He just said, I want this city. So he gave it away. The second city which was built by Vishwakarma to Mahadeva, you will be surprised, Tiruvannamalai. Not Madurai, not Varanasi, Tiruvannamalai. No other Purana. A reference, no other reference in the tradition. Madurai already existed when Mahadeva came to marry Meenakshi. So he did not build. Expansion was done, that was done by Meenakshi. Directly Vishwakarma making for Mahadeva only these 2 cities. One, he did not leave, he gave it away to Ravana. Second one is still using. Only these 2 cities. Even in Varanasi Purana, the Purana's description about Varanasi, there is nowhere it is mentioned Vishwakarma built it for Mahadeva. No. Only these 2. Neither Varanasi nor Madurai or any other city directly built by Mahadeva. Only these 2 cities directly Mahadeva built. Whether it is giving the golden city to Ravana or demanding more idlis from Vandi, the old lady, and when everyone is fighting, who has the right to get initiation? Whether Brahmins have a right, Kshatriyas have a right, Chandalas have a right, Shudras have a right, Kshatriyas have a, Vaishyas have a right, whether it should be only Brahmin or Shivacharyas. In all these fights, who is authorized to have initiation? In such big fights and mess among this, he just goes and picks up a small cuckoo bird and initiates that bird and liberates him. Not just he makes the initiation available to all human beings, irrespective of caste, creed, gender. He even reaches out to live all living beings. Whether he initiates all living beings or demands more idli from Vandi, or letting Kannappa pluck his very eyes, both eyes, and sacrifice. I tell you, that demands too much of love and guts. The person whom you love, you just wait, okay, let me see. The guy has already plucked one eye and proved himself. But still he just waits, keeps quiet. Let him pluck the second eye also. Only after he plucks the second eye, about to fix it, he appears and says, Kannappa, Nirka, stop. Why you know? Because in this third eye, 3 eyes, already 1.5 belongs to Devi. In the 1.5, already one belongs to Kannappa, remaining half only is there. If this fellow puts the second eye also, this half also I will lose. Better let me have my half back. That calculation, he stopped Kannappa before he put the second eye. 3 eyes, see the calculation. 1.5 belongs to Devi. In this 1.5, one already Kannappa gave. So now only remaining half is there. If that also Kannappa gives, what will happen? Everyone will say, all these poets will sing, oh, you are eyeless. That is why you are not seeing us. You have no eyes of your own. 1.5 belongs to Devi, other remaining belongs to Kannappa. You don't have eyes, that is why you are not seeing us. Whether it is cutting the head of the Brahma as Kala Bhairava, or cutting the head of the Daksha as Veerabhadra, or sitting and teaching the science of enlightenment to the very rishis who did the yaga yajnas to destroy him. See, all this which Mahadeva is carrying, the Damaru, the fire, and the demon at his feet, all is gift by these Targavana rishis. They sent all this to destroy Mahadeva. These Targavana rishis, because they can do anything they want through the Yaga Yajnas, they know the science, they thought they have become God, and you don't need for God. They are the ultimate. So Mahadeva has to make them understand. It's like many people telling, oh, I am okay, my life is, I am happy, I am okay, why do I need spirituality? Okay, you are happy now, but even one small tatak, imbalance, over. So now Mahadeva has to come and tell them, fool, you are happy because everything is moving as you want. But just even a small imbalance, you won't be able to handle that. So raise yourself to the space where there can never be imbalance. So the exact spot where they had incompletion is too much possessive of their wives, these rishis. Mahadeva came down in such an handsome form, most handsome form, a Sundareshwara. He comes down. When he walks as Bhikshadana, house to house, see, the form was beyond any human beauty. So naturally, how can Anybody even remember them? The Purana says the Rishi Patnis even forgot they are male or female or whatever. They just know they are souls and the cosmic soul is here. They are souls and their goal is here. That's all. The attachment towards Guru or God can never be bound into any frame of ordinary ideas and relationships. It is just a soul and goal relationship. Soul goal relationship. The rishis were shocked when they saw, oh God, all these Rishi Patnis are running behind this guy, young guy. Who is this young guy? They wanted to destroy him. But the moment they had anger out of powerlessness and incompletion, so suddenly these rishis get together and do some yaga yajnas to destroy Mahadeva. What a stupidness. Finally, whatever they sent to destroy Mahadeva, he just held them all as ornaments and his weapons. Finally, not only he did that, he gave signs of enlightenment to those very rishis who tried to destroy him. It's an action of giving enlightenment to the very rishis who tried to destroy him. Every action, please see, is love current. It's this love current. Whether he comes down to sell the wood, he comes down as a wood seller to drive the musician who was challenging the whole Madurai, was trying to hold the whole Madurai for ransom. Whatever game he played, whatever leelas he did, whether he came down to protect Markandeya from Yama, I tell you, coming out of Shivalinga to protect Markandeya from death, and coming out of Shivalinga and stopping Kannappa sacrificing the second eye. If I see both scenes, I'll say, the Kannappa scene, he expressed the love in a deeper way. You all may be thinking, no. Normal mind thinks, no, he came out of Shivalinga and protected Markandeya from Yama. That should be defined as greater love. Then coming out and stopping Kannappa, putting the second eye. No, listen, I am telling you the insider story. Who sends Yama first? Send the Yama and then come and act that you are protecting from Yama. As if he can't tell in the KAILASA, hey, don't go, be here. And Yama is going to go beyond Mahadeva's words. That is show of love. Understand? He needs to show he loves. Sometimes he need to. Otherwise people don't understand. But the Kannappa was real love. He just says, let me see the extent this fellow can go. I tell you, after Kannappa plucked the first eye, before he plucked the second eye, Mahadeva would have had blood pressure. I am telling you as an insider, Mahadeva would have had blood pressure. And in the scene where he came out of Linga and protected Markandeya and killed the death itself, Mahadeva would not have an inch of blood pressure. There is no unknown in the whole scene. Whole scene is under his control. He knows he can finish off death. He can finish off Yama. He can make Markandeya Siranjeevi. Understand, when there is no unknown, there is no possibility of exploring in love. It's only a demonstration of love, a public show of affection. Where the whole scene is in his control. But with Kannappas, the scene is not in his control. You know, this fellow may pluck the second eye also. But let me see whether he has that much of guts. Understand, whenever there is a possibility, means unknown, it may go this way or that way. That is when the exploring into love continues to happen. That is why most of the time love dies the moment marriage happens. Because now you are legally bound to love each other. So anything you do is you are legally bound, socially bound to do that. Yes, that is the way it has to be. There is no possibility of yes or no. This or that. The unknown. I tell you, only a man who has a guts to play with the unknown can really love. Only they can love and they can receive love, they can radiate. I'll say the scene of Kannappa where the Shivalinga has bleeding in the eyes and he plucks his own eye and puts it, maybe the first eye transplant surgery. And he puts this, then he sees the second eye also is bleeding. He removes the second eye. When he was about to put, he stops. He waited till the second eye was removed. He gives the title of father to Kannappa. Because one organ of me is gifted by you, you are my father. He says, Kannappa. Among the devotees, only two received the title of father and mother. Karaikal Ammayar received the title of mother Kannappa received the title of father to Mahadeva. Because Mahadeva, when he went to test Karikkalammayar, he ate her food. Because he ate her food, he says, "You are my mother." Because Kannappa gave one organ to Mahadeva, he says, "You are my father." Understand, in the space of the unknown, love is more vibrant, more active, more alive than the scenes which is known. Even in the marriage, the couples who keep the space of unknown alive continues to remain in love. Relationship is all about constantly being new to you and to the other person. That's all. All relationship is all about constantly being new to you and to the other person. That's all. I'll continue to expand on Mahadeva's love current so that you understand this verse. Listen. Even when he demonstrates oneness to the whole world by transmitting the blow given on his back to whole world, all beings, he shows in what kind of situation that will become your experience. The situation is, he is sitting and demanding food from Vandi. Sitting and eating in the roadside idli shop. This is what one of my Mahants came to the conclusion yesterday after the satsang. One of my great Mahant, a senior Swami, Sri Nitya Premayananda, his essence of yesterday's satsang, the realization he had, the conclusion he came after yesterday's satsang was, even in Mahadeva's time there was a roadside idli shop. Even Mahadeva ate in the roadside idli shop, so there is nothing wrong in eating in roadside idli shop. That is the conclusion derived by one of my great Mahant, the senior Swami, Sri Nitya Premayananda. I thought, God saved, he is not doing satsangs. Otherwise, he would have come to the second conclusion. Mahadeva ate and did not work, he just slept. So you can just eat and lie down and sleep, don't need to work. Because Mahadeva himself did that. That is the second conclusion. He was about to arrive, then I said stop. Like after the first eye was plucked, and before the second eye was put on the Shiva, how Mahadeva was told stop Kannappa, like that I said stop Premaya. Your one understanding is enough. It has opened many of our eyes. We don't want your second understanding to open our second eyes. Let me have little eye left. I'll continue to expand on how the love current of Mahadeva will make you experience oneness. See, if you understand the love current of Mahadeva, you will understand how to experience oneness. And love will make you live oneness. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha, sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha, Trinidad, Tobago, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Charlotte, Doncaster, New York, Varanasi, Morris Plains, Dubai, Vaidyanatham, China, Guadeloupe, Kastau, Croatia, Pondicherry, Madurai, Enriching Temple, Bangalore North, Ponca City, Oklahoma, London, Hyderabad, Dakota Dunes, Surrey, Canada, Vancouver, Artesia, California, New York, Varanasi, Seattle, Kolim, Tiruttani, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, Toronto, Kailasam, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Chennai, Tiruvanmiyur, Phillip Island, St. Louis, New Jersey, Omkareshwar, and some more cities. Lot more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll continue on the 7th verse of the Isha Vasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko mohakah shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Listen. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. Listen. All existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Anupashyatah, the being who is living Advaita. See, I can expand on this verse word by word, or I can just jump start and give you direct process. If I have to expand, I can expand Yasmin, in him, Sarvani, all, Bhutani, existing beings are experienced his own very self. I can go on expanding. See, when you see everything exists in your consciousness, very soul, very self, where is the question of incompletion? Where is the question of sorrow? Where is the question of delusion? It is just oneness, living Advaita, ekatvam, space of oneness. But I am not going to stop with giving you intellectual understanding. Please understand. I am going to give you the exact jump start process. It is as simple as your breathing. Just love. Understand? Many may be surprised because the subject Swamiji never speaks, never touches. It's love. I tell you, it can be as simple as you giving a smile, a calculated smile. I am not even going for unconditional, uncalculated love. Unconditional love, uncalculated, no. It can be as simple as calculated smile and as dirty as planning to grab something from him. You may be even planning, once you show your love, to grab something from the other person. His money or some pleasure from the other person or something which you want. It can be as dirty, as calculated, as simple as an act of smile. Understand, even those smallest acts and calculated acts, when it is done, gives you the glimpse of oneness. Understand? I am not saying give a calculated love or cunning love. No. All I am trying to tell you is even that gives you the experience of oneness. So when you evolve, give an unconditional. Actually, the unconditional love comes, how you know? When you start giving calculated love more and more, the confidence you develop on you, when the SDHD melts down, the confidence you develop on you, the energy you radiate, that becomes unconditional love. Unconditional love is not dependent on any action you do. Even your breathing, you will be loving the whole world. Your existence, you will be thinking, what can I do further? How can I contribute further? Please listen. So do not deny. If some of your acts are calculated conditional love, don't deny the act itself. Go ahead with the act. You will see, you get the confidence to radiate unconditional, uncalculated love. Please understand, when it is calculated and conditional, if you deny, you destroy the possibility for the next level. Yes, the leaf of this tree, this plant can't be eaten. But wait, allow the tree to grow. The flower and the fruit of the tree will be useful. The conditional love, calculated love, planned love will start in your life, because that is the best way of relating with the life. But when it starts, don't deny it. Don't destroy it. Don't abuse it. Wait, it's okay. Today you felt, if I smile, he also may smile, she also may smile, then I will develop the contact. Tomorrow he may become partner in my business, or he or she may become partner in my life, or he or she may support me in my venture. Whatever you may be planning, I am telling you that is okay. Don't stop the act of love, the function of love, because even if it is calculated, when you start functioning in the space of love, your confidence on love starts getting built. Your confidence on love starts getting built. Understand? That confidence will give you to radiate unconditional love. With the more and more act, the deeds, doings of love, this confidence on love, confidence on functioning out of the space of love starts developing. Please listen. One of the predominant things you need to develop in your life is confidence to function out of space of love, because from there only you can take a jump to confidence to function out of space of oneness. See, in the space of oneness, there is no cunningness, there is no condition, there is no planning. But unfortunately, you don't have the courage to jump into that space. It is because you don't have courage, you go on doing some hypocritical game. It's like, there's a story by Ramakrishna. No one can be a best storyteller like Ramakrishna. He is the best in storytelling. A village authenticity, a raw authenticity. He is a Andhra Gongura chutney. As far as his storytelling is concerned, he is just Andhra Gongura chutney. A village rawness. That is his beauty, I think. That's his beauty. And even when he describes, you won't find any so-called social decency. There are many of his stories I can't tell in public satsang. I know now many will go and read the original book. Because human mind secretly enjoys anything dirty. Anyhow, at least for that, read his stories. He has his own rawness, and the beauty of his rawness is his authenticity. He tells a story, very beautiful. Even the description is so beautiful. An enlightened being walks on the river, crosses the river. Somebody asks him, how can I also walk like that? He says, there is no mantra or magic. Just remember Mahadeva's name and you can walk. And this guy also, okay, he went near the water. He was remembering Mahadeva's name, but he was not able to walk on the water. He was sinking. The enlightened master looked back and saw this fellow was sinking. That guy shouted, oh master, what happened, what happened? I am not able to walk on the water. Then the master says, you chanted Mahadeva's name, no doubt. But you also held your cloth up, it should not get wet. Means you did not have the confidence you are going to really walk on the water. You prepared yourself to get drowned only. Because you prepared yourself and you carried only that space. If you look at this story, see this guy, let us look at him as one of my disciples. If I look at him as my disciple, first thing, I won't make fun of him. Nothing can be done. That is the way he is. And end of the day, he walking on the water is my responsibility. And whether the good or bad of he walking on the water is going to come to me. The amount of goodness the Gurukul kids are bringing, oh God, unimaginable. Unimaginable. With this third eye awakening and their ability to play with the powers, now I'm refining more and more those techniques and processes. See, if I am allowed to do only spiritual work, I can do so much. But what to do, whether it is a brick need to be bought or the cement need to be measured. In Bidadi campus, literally everything I have to look in what to do. Anyhow, I'm doing it. Soon you can see the Gurukul kids moving to the next level and radiating different powers. Even before you talk, they will tell what you are thinking and what you are planning. And it's going to be really funny to live with them. The kind of a goodness they are spreading. Everyone who walks into the ashram and sees the demonstration, they were floored. That is what I have to, because it's quite a long time. All these great yogic truths are made into a science. Please understand. There were always one or two people who were demonstrating those powers, but not in this mass scale, where you just call any kid and the kid comes and shakes you from your core and your logical understandings about life. So people look at this as almost Harry Potter school. What's going on? No one knows. The other day, one of our kids is successfully able to read second time 2 words. One Swami visited the ashram and he made a long statement, asked me to project that statement from my inner space and the kid to read. She picked up the 2 words. And it is not a joke. Apart from blindfold reading, the way they play with the consciousness and without any risk and danger, so beautifully. Let me come back to this story which I was telling. So, even if this guy walks on the water, it is going to be my pride. So I have to be responsible. Why he is not able to walk? That's where I will look in. It is nothing but because he doesn't have confidence. He is holding the cloth. He feels he is going to drown. So if I look at the whole story from my angle, first I will teach him to love water. I'll teach him to love water. Please understand. Completion means not having incompletion, but having communion. Understand? Completion means you live, I live. No. You live, I live is not completion. We live is completion. You live, I live is not completion. We live is completion. First, I would have taught him the science of love. That would have brought so much confidence in him. Confidence means, even if I drown, I know that waterway is not going to kill me. I know I'll swim, or water will leave me in safe place. When that love is experienced, he will be able to jump into that space of trust. Yes, I can walk on the water. I tell you, love is one of the most powerful stepping stone for living Advaita. I should tell you, I should dedicate 1 year for loving Advaita, then living Advaita will happen. Because most of you are stuck due to your inability to love. inability to love. And the wrong ideas taught about love. You think it should always be pure, unconditional, grand, life-sacrificing act. Till then, shut down. No. This plant cannot have the greed to give the fruit day one. No. It needs to grow. It needs to first bring flower. Then the flower needs to become fruit. First unripe, then ripe. So understand, in the beginning it may be calculated or small act. It may be very calculated, cunning, and the act is very small, just a smile, but expecting 2 crore advance loan for the second smile. It can be such a small, uncalculated act that is okay. Start with your courage. You will see, you will develop so much of confidence on acting out of love space. Then automatically you will see, even you will be shocked. Some of the greatest sacrifices, unconditional acts, you will do it before even you thought you are planning or doing it. I tell you, all unconditional, great sacrifices out of love has happened before even they realized they are doing it. Before even they realize they are doing it. That is why always the boons of Mahadeva. See, he is not fool, understand. He is not fool to give whatever Bhasmasura asks and then run around. He is not a fool. He is in the space of unconditional love and tyaga, sacrifice. Before even he thinks the side effect and after effect of it, he has done it. He has given it. Before even he planned, understood the side effect and after effect of it, he has given it. Because all great sacrifice are all experiences of unconditional love is done before even you think. See Mahadeva's Leelas, whether it is done in KAILASA or in Madurai, the own place or in father-in-law's place. The whole thing. See the kind of a space he carries. The behavior the Puranas describe. He marries Parvati. Parvati is from a royal family. She can't handle cold, the rough weather of KAILASA. Even though she is born in the hills to the Himaraja, she was brought up in a palace. So comfortably she lived. So when he saw Parvati needs a comfortable place, and then this Ganesha is there, runs around and finishes off everyone, and Subramanya. He wanted a place to live. He calls Vishwakarma and immediately he creates the best, most beautiful golden city. Ravana comes to attend the ceremony, the inauguration ceremony. All the devotees of Mahadeva, Kinnara, Kimburuda, Gandharva, Gandhara, Yaksha, Rakshasa, everyone is there for the inauguration. After the inauguration, Mahadeva opens himself and says, whoever wants whatever, come on, here I am here to bless you all, take it. Whoever wants whatever he gives. And then Ravana comes and says, I want this city, for which inauguration he has come. No second thought, second idea. And no question of this planning about side effect and after effect. Even if it was me, I would have called Vishwakarma and told him, hey, make one more and give. But Mahadeva is Mahadeva. He did not bother to do that. Because even the calling time, in those few seconds, maybe Vishnu will come and stop. Or Brahma will come and beg, don't do that. Or Devi will tell, what are you doing? We should have an address which is whole and soul, which nobody else has. So he is not giving space for any of that. He is he, Tyagaraja. The space of unconditional love and sacrifice. He just says, take it, that's all. Take it. For which inauguration the whole world gathered. He just said, take it. Actually, he gave the city. That city only is Lanka. Lanka is that city only. But this fool, this Ravana, his greed was so much. He took that Lanka city, golden city, and kept it in Lanka and came back. And his greed did not stop. He wants the whole Kailasa. That is where the problem started. And he was crushed under the Kailasa. Anyhow, look into the space without bothering about side effect and after effect and what we are giving, whether he is qualified. Just, yes, take it. I tell you, all the great acts of unconditional love and sacrifice is done only in the space where you don't even think. But for that space to grow in you, in the initial level, you need to encourage even the conditional love acts, or even if it is small acts of love. And acts of love is not always dependent on just giving. Please understand, it is not all about giving. Here I use the example of Mahadeva giving. But it is not always about giving. It is even about taking. This poor lady, old lady, who just cooks few idlis and sells in Madurai. This fellow comes from all the way from Kailasa, as if he doesn't get that idli in Kailasa, and says, I will work for you, you give me idli. She says, all right. And then this fellow bargains. How many idli you will give? To Mahadeva, to this old lady. That lady says, I'll give you full. How much you can eat, that much I'll give you. And then this poor lady did not have intelligence to make an agreement with this guy. She should have made at least the agreement. All right, I'll give you full meal and you should finish the job allotted to me by the king. There was a story that once there was a flood in the Vaigai river in the Madurai. King declares that every citizen should dump mud and build an embankment for certain portion so that the city is protected. So all the people from their own family, or they get some workers and start filling, doing the embankment. Actually, Vaigai is a man-made river. It's a man-made river done by the Shiva Bhutas and Ganas when they came to attend the marriage. Because Mahadeva always loved to sit in the banks of a river. He lived in KAILASA, where the Ganga starts, and Varanasi, where Ganga comes to touch his feet. So he wanted an atmosphere of a river. And actually, till he went back to Kailasa, he always lived in the palace near the river. A riverfront palace only he lived. He did not live in the main palace. The main palace is the temple now. The Madurai temple is the main palace where Meenakshi lived and ruled, conducted the court. But he will always go and sit in the riverfront palace, playing dice with all his bhutas, bhutaganas, and drinking somarasa. He will neither participate in the administration nor support Meenakshi in any work. He will just go around and give boons and lying in the riverfront palace. So he goes to that lady and asks, "What will you give me?" She says, "I will give you as much as you want. Eat." Only when he started eating, she realized what commitment she made. He finished the whole thing. Nothing is left with that lady. He finished the whole thing. Then he goes and sleeps. When that lady comes and wakes him up, "Hey, wake up and do your work. Otherwise king will punish me." He says, "No, just now I ate, I'm feeling a little tired." And he lied down and slept. King comes for supervision. And he says, "Whose portion it is? It's not, work has not happened." Everyone tells, "This is the old lady who sells idli." Those days idli. Who sells idli, her portion. They call that lady. She says, "What can I do? This fellow, I hired him and gave him whatever he wanted. And he is lying down there after eating." I tell you, he did not just eat idlis. He ate all her karmas. That is why he ate full. And then king asks him, "Why are you not working?" He has no answer. He just woke up and sat and looked the king. The king got very annoyed because he did not get the answer, and he threw his stick and beaten Mahadeva. And that beating, it was experienced by every existing being, including king. So king was shocked. I tell you, the story has a beautiful meaning. One, love is not always associated to giving, even taking. He coming down and eating the Vandi's food is love. Even it may be even taking, but love is love is love. Second, because he's in that space, I tell you, his love is more visible in grabbing all the idlis of Vandi and eating than giving the golden city to Ravana. if I look at both scenes, he giving that golden city to Ravana and grabbing all the idlis from Mandi, old lady, and eating, he must have eaten with both hands. Everything with that chutney flowing, and telling that old lady, come on, put some more. And she running around for the rice, for the chutney, and looking this side and that side, and making more idlis, more chutney, grinding, and telling, wait, I am making. If I look at both scene, I'll feel the second scene is more cute and more loving. Love is not bound by the act only giving. If I see both scenes, I can see actually both together now. How Devi was standing, staring at him, shivering. What this fellow is going to tell now? Is he going to give away this city? And Ganesha's looking at him. Subramanya, oh God, what he asked? Vishnu about to stop the dana, intervene. Ravana standing with a hand, Mahadeva, I want your city. With the right royal strength of a devotee. See, even, I'm telling you, even Ravana is a character to be described. Now, I will, see, unless you have a kind of the right over Mahadeva, how will you ask his city? It's like having right over Mahadeva. I can see the whole scene. On this other side, this old lady sitting in the roadside, making idlis with that, must have been a mud pot, with a stone, what do you call it? I don't know that. Adupu. Stove or whatever word you want to use, for, which is used for cooking. With that stone stove, making idlis one side, and the other side trying to make chutney. And Mahadeva sitting with the mud plate and saying, hey, where is your idli? Come on, I finished. And she directly emptying from the vessel to the plate all the idlis. And by the time she makes the chutney and serves, the idlis disappeared. And he unable to wait and putting all the fingers into his mouth and asking, oh, hey, get me more idli. I can see both the scenes, I tell you. In the second scene, more love is expressed than the first scene. Be very clear. Love does not need to be restricted only to the act of giving. And love does not need to be described, only it should be unconditional or selfless. Whether it is act of giving or receiving, conditional or unconditional, selfless or selfish, start practicing. Start practicing. I know ultimately unconditional, selfless love is the greatest. But that fruit will not happen if you cut all the roots start sprouting. The fruit of this tree will not happen if the tree is not allowed to grow at all? Many times these fools, for the sake of fruit, cut the root. Hey, if you want fruit, allow the root to exist and grow. Actually, when he was eating the idli from Mandi and playing with her, the kind of a loving space he was in was so grand. That is why when the king threw the stick on him, that oneness was literally demonstrated. Please understand. He could have done something else, like send the stick back to the king and beat him and finish him off. Our king could have just dropped dead. He could have done anything to show he is he. He did not do any of that. He just, I think, after nicely eating one this idli, he was in samadhi, relaxing in his oneness, the cosmic oneness. And this foolish king came and hit. That's why he got hit. So don't hit the people who are lying in samadhi. That's the lesson. Even if you are a king, the hit will come back. And the man you hit, he will be able to handle. But when it comes back, who knows whether he will be able to handle it or not. I can see the whole scene. The kind of a right Ravana had on Mahadeva, because he's a devotee, I can say, you having right over Mahadeva is one-sided love. Mahadeva feels he has right over you is the real love. I can say, in the scene of Ravana asking and taking, is more like Mahadeva acknowledges that Ravana has a right over him, but in the Vandi scene, he declares, I have a right over her. Understand? That is the peak of love. When Mahadeva feels, I have a right over her, this poor lady who lives by selling idli, you see, her whole investment is that day material she has. Whatever she sells, the little profit she gets, she will also eat. And with that remaining money, that's the running capital for her. If I had to tell in the modern day, maybe she must be making 100 rupee a day with the investment of another 100 rupee. With this 100 rupee only, she must be living, taking care of all her things. And the another 100 rupee is a running capital. And this fellow goes and sits and not only eats the profit, running capital also. Tomorrow what she will do for her livelihood? But he knows he has a right over her and just swallows the whole thing. Other than the mud pot and that stove, he has not left anything else. And did not even do the job, went and lied down. Understand, every Leela of Mahadeva demonstrates the acting out of love. And it is just acting out of love Whether he comes down to eat one these idlis. Madurai idli was such, even in those days, Mahadeva came physically to eat Madurai idli. I can say that Madurai idli vendors can put a board. Even Mahadeva comes physically here, came physically here to eat our idli. Whether he comes down to eat idli of the old lady, idli vendor, or he comes down to sell firewood, to drive away a singing competitor who came to challenge the temple singer, a devotee. Everything is the pure form of expression of love. Understand, that is the ultimate, no doubt. But listen, the ultimate will start when you start practicing the love the way in which you know. The way in which you know. It is by practice the confidence to operate from the space of love starts developing in you. That will help you to take the jump to operate from the space of oneness. I tell you, loving Advaita will lead to living Advaita. Take this as a spiritual practice. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas: what all ways you stopped yourself radiating love, saying, oh, it's a small act, saying, oh, it's a cunning act, saying, no, it's a calculated, I had my own calculations for this love, that's why I did not feel it's love and I did not function, I did not radiate, I just stopped myself. Whatever may be. You will have Vakyarthadas today about all this and how to break all that and radiate love. Radiate love. It may be as small act as smiling, giving a smile, or it may even be calculated. I am not saying you should be having calculated love, selfish love, or it should be only small. No. Love should be ultimately selfless, uncalculated, unconditional. But when are you going to start? Even if you want to reach the moon or the sun or the Mars, you have to start from where you are. So start. Start operating constantly from the space of love. Automatically the purification will happen. selflessness will happen. The great selfless sacrifices you will be doing without even you knowing. When Mahadeva gave, he did not have a second thought, oh, I am giving away this whole golden city. No. He knows he will get it as a dowry from Madurai. And Madurai was golden city. We will again make it as golden city. Start making this as a practice. Especially people who are planning for Varanasi inner awakening. Understand, the Cambodia inner awakening, one of the special uniqueness I added is a strong, deep friendliness. Varanasi आइए, a strong, deep Mahadeva's love current. Understand? Mahadeva's love cannot be called as love acts. It is love current. So Varanasi may, the uniqueness will be Mahadeva's love current. So prepare yourself to experience that and come. So whether it is a small or big, go on operating from love. Let this be your homework, preparation homework, preparatory homework for Varanasi IA. Even if you are not planning for Varanasi IA, do the preparatory homework. Wherever I am, you will experience that here. Understand? Many of the sincere, intense devotees experience Shivoham without even coming to Cambodia, wherever they sat. They had that experience, they had that Kundalini awakening, they had that evolution. Many husbands born to work for the wife to run around enjoying the spiritual programs of many of them literally experienced Shivoham. It was such a different plane. I tell you now, again. You are coming, great. If you are not coming also, don't bother. Do this preparatory homework. Wherever you are, from there, you will experience what is going on in Varanasi. Don't think I relay only visuals through two-way. Energy also is relayed. The love. Love current of Mahadeva. That's the right word I will use. It can never be, because unfortunately you always associated love with the act. If you try to define based on the act, who can define chasing Vandi and eating all our idli as act? It's a love. Only if you experience the love current of Mahadeva, you know that's the most beautiful, cute, loving act ever Mahadeva has performed. It can never be compared to any other act of Mahadeva. Understand? If you want to catch the love current of Mahadeva, meditate on this scene where Vandi is running around, struggling boiling idlis one side and making chutney other side and trying to boil the sambar, and this fellow sitting with an empty plate and licking the fingers. Hey, I'm waiting. I tell you, if you want the protection of Mahadeva, you have to meditate on Kala Bhairava, because that is the form in which he even removed the head of Brahma. If you want the enlightenment from Mahadeva, you have to meditate on the form of Dakshinamurti. That is the form in which he transmitted enlightenment to all the rishis. If you want wealth from Mahadeva, you have to meditate on the form of Dhanagarshana Bhairava, where he gave wealth to Kubera itself. If you want powers from Mahadeva, you should meditate on the Chakradhana Murti, where he gave Sudarshana Chakra to Vishnu. If you want to understand the love current of Mahadeva, meditate on the form where he is sitting with an empty plate with Vandi and licking his finger, asking for more idli and chutney. I tell you, meditate on the love current of Mahadeva. You will catch. You will really catch what is really, really love. Understand that today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is how we forgot the so many possibilities of love by complaining it is too small or calculated and selfish. How we can break all these barriers and start living love. And tomorrow's subject for Vakyartha Sadas, today itself I am giving tomorrow's subject for Vakyartha Sadas, Mahadeva's love current. Mahadeva's love current. Mahadeva's love current. வெள்ளி மலை வந்த வேந்தன் ராவணன் கனகபுரி தந்த நிகழ்வை காதல் என்பேனா, மதுரை வீதியில் கால்தேய நடந்து திரைமறைவில் நின்று தினமும் சங்கரா எனப் புலம்பும் சந்தத பாடகர்க்கு சங்கம் வளர்த்த தமிழ் மதுரை அடிமையாக வேண்டாம் என்று அறைகூவல் விடுத்தவனை விரையோடச் செய்திட விறகுதலை தாங்கி விறகனூர் வந்த உன் நிகழ்வை காதல் என்பேனா, அருணையின் மலையில் கருணையின் வடிவாய் அடியும் முடியும் காட்டாது நின்று காட்டியும் காட்டாதும் கரைந்திருக்கும் வேதனை விட்டு நுவுக்கு கடையில் காட்டிய பதத்தை காட்டியே ஞானத் தூட்டிய செயலை காதல் என்பேனா, கருணையின் பொருளே வந்தியின் வட்டிலில் அமர்ந்து தொட்டில் குழந்தை போலே கொடுத்ததையெல்லாம் உண்டுவிட்டு இன்னும் தா என்று கேட்க எங்கே போவேன் என்று அலையும் பாட்டியின் முன்னமர்ந்து வெறும் கல்லை இடித்துக் கொண்டு வெறும் விரலை நக்கி அவள் வேதனையைக் கண்டு குறுநகை உருந்து மலர்ந்திருக்கும் முகத்தை காதல் என்பேனா, எதை சொல்வேன் காதல் என்று என்னவனே. கரிக்குருவிக்கு பாடஞ்சொன்னதை காதல் என்பேனா? ஆரண்யத்தில் அமர்ந்த ரிஷிகளுக்கு ஞானம் சொன்னதை காதல் என்பேனா? சக்கரம் கொடுத்ததை காதல் என்பேனா? தந்தலையில் கை வைக்க வருமான் என்று தெரிந்தும் பஸ்மாசுரனுக்கு வரம் தந்ததை காதல் என்பேனா? எதை காதல் என்பேன்? என்னவனே, மன்னவனே, தென்னவனே, எனக்குள் நின்று என்றென்றும் நானே நீ என்றும் நீயே நான் என்றும் உணர்த்திய அருணகிரி யோகியே, உன் அரவணைப்பை காதல் என்பேனா? ஆணும் பெண்ணும் அலியும் கடந்து தானும் நின்றாகி இங்குனக்கு தாயை வேண்டாம் என்று சொன்ன பிருங்கிக்கும் தடிதன்னை தந்து அவனுக்கும் அளித்தாயே ஆன்ம முக்தியை, அதை காதல் என்பேனா? ஞானத்தை பிருங்கிக்கு அளித்திட தானத்து வீட்டுக்குள் தனியாய் இருக்க முடியாது. மானத்தை கடந்த பார்வதி உள் விடமாட்டாள் என்றறிந்தும் ஊடலுக்கு பயந்திராது கூடலுக்கும் ஊடலுக்கும் கலந்து இரண்டும் கடந்து பிருங்கிக்கும் ஞானந்தந்த பெருமானே, அதை காதல் என்பேனா? எதை காதல் என்பேன்? என்னவனே, தென்னவனே, மன்னவனே, வாழ்க நின்பதம் வளர்க நின்பதம் என்றென்றும் என்போலும் தீனர்க்கும் இனியதை தந்து காதலை கற்பித்து வாழ்வாய் வரம்பொருளே, வாழ்வாய் மகதேவா, வாழ்வாய் வாழ்வாய், உன் வாழ்வே உலகின் வாழ்வாய் நின்று வாழ்வாய். I don't think I can translate this. It is my own love with Mahadeva. It can never be translated. It's like a teenage boy writing a love letter to his puppy love. I feel too shy to translate. It can never be translated. See, the puppy love comes by seeing the simple actions of a dress or a small acts. Doesn't come by knowing the other person or the stable qualities, the concepts the other person believes. No, all that is not considered in puppy love. It is just what kind of a dress he or she is wearing, what is the hairstyle, what pen, pencil, cell phone he has, what vehicle he drives, that's all, those simple things only. Nothing much matters. So here I have described Mahadeva only with those simple acts of him. I did not describe Andanda Brahmanda Kodi Nayaka. No, I have not described the energy which moves the sun and the moon and the... No, I have not described him in that way. I have described him with a simple puppy love mentality. I have not even described him with all his miraculous powers of கல்யாணைக்கு கரும்பூட்டி கல்லிலே பூட்டி கடலில் பாய்ச்சும் போதும் நற்றுணையாக இருக்கும் நமச்சிவாயனே. I am not describing him in all that aspect. I have described him in his simple, ordinary acts, like a puppy love of a teenager. Maybe tomorrow's Vakyarthadas, replay what I described and try to translate and meditate on it and discuss about it. That should be the Vakyarthadas for tomorrow, to understand the love current of Mahadeva. சிவதனுசு வேண்டுமென்று காலங்கள் கல்பம்பல காட்டிலே கடுந்தவம் புரிந்த அர்ஜுனன் மூடன் மதுரை மக்களாகிய எங்களிடம் கேட்டிருந்தால் விறகு விற்க அவன் வரும்பொழுது 2 அணா கொடுத்து 2 விறகை வாங்கி கையில் கொடுத்திருப்போம். அது செய்திருக்கும் சிவதனுசுவின் வேலையை. Meditate on the love current of Mahadeva. It is not bound by acts. It's a current. And encourage, even if it's the smallest act, encourage acting out of the space of love. I tell you, you will find the meaning for life. You will find meaning for life.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Toronto, Tirukkayilayam, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, Ohio, Guadalupe, Seattle, Enriching Temple, Phillip Island, Australia, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Sua, Fiji, Kuala Lumpur, Parani, Chennai, Thiruvanmiyur, Phoenix, Melbourne, Thiruvarur, San Jose, Madurai, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Ponca City, Oklahoma, Nithyananda Nagaram, Thiruvannamalai, London, Southwest, Madurai, Houston, Texas, Singapore, Singapuram, Indrani, New Jersey, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Trinidad, Tobago, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Cluj, Romania, Charlotte, Srisailam, Rajapalayam, Hyderabad, Madurai, Singapore, Houston, Vancouver, Ponca City, Oklahoma, and some more cities joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll enter into 7th verse of Isha Vasya Upanishad. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanataha tatra ko mohaka shogaha egatvamanupashyataha. Please recite along with me. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko mohaka shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Many in the two-way video conferencing, the remote cities are not chanting along with me. Please chant along with me. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko mohakah shokah ekatvam anupashyatah. Please understand the meaning explained, expressed and unexpressed in these verses will become part of your bio-memory when you recite them authentically. That is the reason reciting. That is the reason reciting. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatra ko moha kha shokah ekatva manupashyatah. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can be there for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Understand? Now the Upanishads are declaring the greatness of Jivan Mukta. Ekatvam anupashyatah. Upanishads are not using the word ekam, ekatvam. Whenever Upanishads use the word ekam, even then you should understand it is ekatvam. You should know when your wife is really angry, even if she uses the word honey, you should know the meaning of it. Understand? You should know the context to make the meaning. Same way, when your mother is full of love, even if she calls you monkey, come here, you should know the meaning. She is not scolding you. From the context, catch the meaning. So when Upanishads used, even when they use the word ekam, it is not one, it is oneness. Please understand. Because of its purity, impossibility to get diluted, I kept the Upanishads as the foremost scripture of our Sangha and Hinduism. Please understand. Agamas are words of Mahadeva. Upanishads are breath of Mahadeva. Agamas are words of Mahadeva. Upanishads are breath of Mahadeva. So at any time, any conflict, any difference of opinion, always the Upanishads should be followed. Upanishads should be respected. Even using the form of Mahadeva, some kind of a dilution can happen. People can get diluted. With Upanishads, no possibility. It is just truth, 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 leading you to reality. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings becomes the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Please understand, listen. That is why I again and again insist on Vakyartha Sadas. Vakyartha Sadas is meditation. All of you should know, in Vedic tradition there is no meditation. It is manana. In Vedic tradition it is very clear, only 3 steps. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means right listening. Manana means internalizing. Nididhyasana means living, that's all. It is Buddhist period. The concept of meditation got into the Vedic tradition. Of course, we had dharanas, no doubt. We had dhyanas, no doubt. But that is not meditation. The dharana, dhyana, even they are nothing but manana, internalizing. Even dharana and dhyana are internalizing. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanataha tatra ko moha kashohaha shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha. Listen, listen. Manana, Vakyartha Sadas every day will give you a complete understanding. Not only that, please listen, every time when you keep these spiritual truths in your inner space, analyze them, think about them, contemplate on them, every moment you spend on internalizing these great truths, your incompletions melt down, you are living Advaita. Understand, how much ever you struggle to find the solution externally, you will never find. You will never find the solution. What you expect externally, if you think, I'll finish all the work, I took it on myself or Swamiji gave it to me, and then I'll rest in peace. Never. Even after you leave the body, we have work for you. Understand, if you are expecting the external solution, no. You need to be told you are a fool. Wherever you really need to be told you are a fool, you should be told that is the real good thing for you. If you have some disease, you need to be told you have that disease. Only then you will understand the seriousness and start taking medication. Manana, internalizing is really, really, really important. Because the life gets aligned to living Advaita with Manana. Shankara says beautifully, Shrute Shatagunam Vidyan Mananam Mananat Abhinitidyasanam Lakshagunam Anantam Nirvigalpam. The meaning is Manana is 100 times superior to Shravana. Internalizing is 100 times superior to listening. And living is 100 times superior to internalizing. Nirvigalpa Samadhi, living Advaita, is infinitely superior. Please understand, you need to listen and internalize again and again and again. That is why I am insisting on Vakyartha Sadas. Even if there are 2-3 sannyasis in your ashram, start the Vakyartha Sadas. Slowly devotees will start gathering. Everywhere, in every ashram, every center, just like puja is compulsory, Vakyartha Sadas should become compulsory. More and more learning, more and more internalizing, more and more completion. Understand, other than the spiritual solution, there is no solution. How much ever you try to find any solution for any problem, whether it is personal, professional, organizational, intrapersonal, and interpersonal. Interpersonal is direct fight. Intrapersonal is cold war. You won't fight, but you will be waiting. See, it's like directly when you fight, it becomes like an equal fight. But I have seen many cunning fellows, they won't directly fight. They will wait. At some point, they will get that neutral person position. That time, they will use that position and attack. When somebody else is attacking him and he is fighting with somebody else, he is a neutral person. Now come on, use that and attack. Violence. How much ever you hide, how much ever you keep inside, and how much ever cunningly you plan, finally it is going to stink inside you, not anybody else. Whether it is interpersonal problem, intrapersonal problem, organizational problem, professional problem, or personal problem, the only way anything can be solved is spiritual solution. Vakyartha Sadas is the best way for a spiritual solution. discovering spiritual solution for any problem. Please listen. Even if there is no center or ashram in your places, in your apartment complex, you can start Vakyartha Sadas. It is very simple. Whatever truths revealed in the morning satsang, sit and start sharing. While you are sharing, if you have doubts, questions, start putting the questions to each other. If the answers comes out, start debating on it. That's all. The more and more Vakyartha Sadas done, the more and more the truth will be revealed to you. And more living Advaita will happen to you. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanataha tatrako mohaga ka shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is how Vakyartha Sadas is important to internalize the great truths. I wanted all of you to do Vakyartha Sadas on how Vakyartha Sadas is important. Why Swamiji is insisting on it? How it clarifies many of the hidden self-doubts. And one more thing, there are many questions which you will not even verbalize, but they will be sitting inside you in the form of self-doubt. Verbalized doubt gets at least clarification. Unverbalized doubt is self-doubt. Verbalized self-doubt is doubt. Unverbalized doubt is self-doubt. Verbalized self-doubt is doubt. When you verbalize it, at least you will get it out. People will catch it. People will get it. You yourself will see the depths of you. As on now, you yourself may not see the depths of you. Only when you sit in the Vakyartha Sadas, even you will see your own depth. The depth of you will see only when you do Vakyartha Sadas. I wanted all over the world, all the devotees, either gather for morning satsang or try to gather for Vakyartha Sadas. Something gather and do Vakyartha Sadas. Your life will be raised to a different level. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanataha tatrako mohaka shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha. again and again and again, living, internalizing, only will make these great verses as reality to you. In one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self. Then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? Listen. When you start cognizing everything is in your very consciousness, then that in and out, the delusion disappears, dissolves. When that in and out delusion disappears, dissolves, Advaita becomes your reality. Advaita becomes your lifestyle. What you do will automatically be established in the space of Advaita. God, in its pure form, I am not saying his, I am saying its. Please understand. God, in its pure form, will be radiating through you, will be living through you. Because I am addressing God here as oneness, not as one. Agamas are uttered by Mahadeva. Upanishads are expressed from the very existence of Mahadeva. As I said, his breath is Upanishads. His words are Agamas. Listen. Again today, I wanted all of you to contemplate on why Swamiji insists on Vakyartha Sadas. Even if you are not able to physically come and be in the place where Vakyartha Sadas happens, call in, join. And from today, even the enriching temple, Vakyartha Sadas will be live relayed in Nithyananda TV. Or you can call it Adults Vakyartha Sadas. Vakyartha Sadas by Balasans and Vakyartha Sadas by Sons. Call in, join. The more and more you call in, join in Vakyartha Sadas, it is like a explanation for what I am talking in the morning satsang. More and more discussion, debate, question answer. Because this one truth, seeing all existing beings in your very self, can be achieved in millions of ways, which I have already spoken in so many satsangs. It can be done by yoga, pranayama, visualization, verbalization, or just sitting. Thousands and thousands of methods. You can experience these great truths. These great truths. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaivabhut vichanataha tatrako mohaha shokaha ekatvam anupashyataha can be achieved in tons and tons and tons of ways. Catch it. If you have an internalizing Vakyartha Sadas, you will be able to discuss all these hundreds and hundreds of methods, how to make these truths into reality, and it can become your realization. It can become your realization. So, do Vakyartha Sadas today on why Vakyartha Sadas is necessary. Do Vakyartha Sadas today on why Vakyartha Sadas is necessary.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidars, Kotaris, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, China, Hong Kong, Indrani, New Jersey, Trinidad, Tobago, Chicago, Singapore, Houston, Vancouver, Tiruvannamalai, Dakota Dunes, Charlotte, Sri Salem, Warrington, UK, San Antonio, Texas, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Bangalore North, Rajapalayam, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Guadalupe, San Jose, Oklahoma, St. Louis, Kuala Lumpur, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Melbourne, Los Angeles, Chennai, Tiruvanmiyur. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings after so many days. So get ready for a blast. I'll continue on the Isha Vasya Upanishad 6th verse. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. Listen. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijugupsate. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all unmanifest and manifest beings existing in the consciousness itself, and the consciousness existing in the whole existence, thus does not feel violated or hates anything existing by virtue of not seeing oneself as separate from the consciousness. Listen. Today I am taking completely a different route for you to experience this truth. If you think this stone is too big, based on this stone you will compare everything else. Oh, that stone is smaller than this. That stone is equivalent to this. This stone is little bigger than this. So based on the stone which attracted your attention, due to its qualities, based on that you will compare all other stones, everything around it, and try to grasp, understand. That is what exactly you are doing in your life. You try to gauge, study, cognize, understand everything based on the idea I, aham. The I is the most heaviest thing which you perceived in your life. You are literally in love with it. Understand? The I which you perceive, the I which you experience the moment you wake up, till the moment you fall into deep sleep, even after that in the dreams, sometime even in the deep sleep, the I which you are perceiving, experiencing, you feel it is so heavy, so important, so glorious. Because only with that, the support of that and that's existence, you are able to perceive and enjoy, have all the moments, and able to relate with existence. Listen. What you perceive as I, it is enchanting, mesmerizing, so useful, most useful than anything else, because anything else is perceived because of that I. Your hand is useful to touch somebody, your eyes are useful to see something, your tongue is useful to taste something, your ears are useful to hear something, your nose is useful to smell something, just because of that I existing and functioning, operating. That is why so much you grasp that I. You just possess that I. You grab that I. So much of greed to keep it functioning. So much of fear to lose it. Everything functions centered on that, because that is too heavy, too big, too much for you. Listen. Because that is the first useful thing in your life, you are just in love with it. You just celebrate it. You enjoy it. I am not saying it is wrong. It is great. It is great. But just you need to know the quality of that I which you are celebrating, unfortunately, because of the utility value of that I, you are celebrating it, not the quality of it. Please listen. Because of the quality, the utility value. Understand? More and more you celebrate the I because of the utility value, more and more your life becomes dead. More and more you start understanding the quality of the I, the more and more your life becomes alive. Even in relationship, listen. The husband, if he is looked as a utility value, just providing security, the relationship will become more and more dull and dead in course of time. But if you look at his quality, which makes him provide security to you, more and more you will fall in love with him. Same way with wife. If she is just a utility value for some household responsibilities or for pacifying your lust, the relationship will become more and more dull and dead by the days passing. But if you look at her qualities, which is providing all these services to you, whether it's a household responsibilities or fulfilling your lust or filling you with a love, whatever, if you see her quality, which is utility value for you, which is translating as utility value for you, the relationship will become more and more depth, sweet. You will fall in love more and more. Understand the same principle. If you look at your son just as the utility value, future security, the relationship will become more and more dull, more and more dead, more and more frozen. If you look at his quality, which makes him useful to you as a future security, the more and more you will fall in love with him. Listen, just a small shift. Do not go on cognizing anything based on utility value, whether your attachment or detachment or fear. Let things not be functioning based on utility value. When you look at the quality, the life becomes totally different. I tell you, if you look at your life based on your utility value, then just your eyes are important. You can see it by using. Ears are important. You can listen. Tongue is important. You can taste. All these are utility value. Please do not reduce your consciousness to just the utility value. It is like when we were kids. If somebody asks me, what is bank? I'll say, which is next to candy shop. What is bank? Oh, it is next to candy shop. Because for me, the candy shop was the more important, useful, prominent aspect of my life than the bank. So I reduced the whole bank just to next to candy shop. Definition of bank is next to candy shop. What bank means to me? Next to candy shop. That is exactly the mistake you will be doing if you measure consciousness, if you define consciousness based on the utility value you are having in your life. If you measure the value of I in every one of you based on the utility value, you will be doing exactly this mistake of defining bank as next to candy shop. Now, I still remember for quite a long time there was an elderly lady next door near the house where I was born and brought up, my Purvashram house. That old lady, she will go to bank once in a while to put money or collect money. For her company, she will call me. I was a kid, so I'll walk with her. And every time we go there, she will buy a candy for me. So all I know is if you go to bank, you will get candy. And that was the definition of bank for me for quite a long time. I'm telling you, it was very, very, very late. Maybe I can say at the age of 15 only I realized bank is a place where money is transacted. You put some money and take some money. Till then I know only one thing. If you go to bank with her, you will get candy. Understand? The cognition I had about bank was very immature. Same way, if you have the cognition about I based on the utility value you are having, your cognition is too low. I tell you, I am revealing you an important secret. Whether you are enlightened or not, whatever you are, after your eye stops working, once you die, your eyes will stop working. But the eye which you are feeling now will be able to see everything without the eye you are having. That's the truth. You are always afraid, if this eye goes away, how will I see? No. The eye you are having, because of its quality, its ability to see, this eye is seeing. Not just because this eye is there. Listen. You seeing through this eye is one of the utility value of that eye, but that eye is capable of seeing without even having this eye. Listen. I'll give another one example. You able to smell through these ears, through this nose, because I can do anything with any sense. I'm a little confused. I'll have to. You able to smell through this nose will not end when this nose stops breathing. It's a wrong belief you are carrying. Listen. I am talking very responsibly. I am not talking something stupid. And I am also responsible for all the beliefs I am planting in all of you. Later on, after I leave the body, I will be questioned. Did I do my job properly? So understand, I am very responsible for the job I am doing. So with all my responsibility, I am telling you, when this nose stops breathing, or when this becomes useless for you to smell, don't think you will lose the ability to smell. The eye which is in you has a capacity to smell anything, higher and lower frequencies which you can smell through this nose. Even those frequencies you will be able to smell with the eye without the utility of this nose. Listen. Sound. The decibels you are able to hear using these ears. When this ears stops functioning, the eye you are having is capable of listening any decibel higher or lower and same, which you can hear through these ears. Understand? Then we will have a question. Why then deaf people are not able to hear? Please listen. They are assuming this body. When they are using one part of this body, they cannot use the other part of the body without the help of that part. When they don't have the whole body, when they renounce, the eye revives its original state and able to function without the restriction of the body. Listen. The constant belief you are having, this body as a great utility value. I am not saying no, it has utility value in this frequency, but the eye which you are having, by its very quality, it can do greater, better, experiential living without the utility of the body and mind which you think is very useful for you now. Understand? I am not saying this body, this mind is not useful now. It is useful. With that only I am even talking to you. It is useful in this frequency. I am only asking you to drop the fear. When this goes away, don't think you will lose all these abilities, which is a complete lie based on which you are thinking, fearing, or having greed. Let me use the new word, greeding. Whether you are greeding or brooding, based on this idea, it is a lie. Just this one understanding, looking at the quality which is becoming utility value for you in your life. Today, sit and pen down. This is the homework and subject for Vakyartha Sadas to all of you. All the relationships, all the things you think useful in your life. Pen it down, whether it's a person or object. For example, this kamandalu. Why you keep this? Because it has a utility value of keeping water inside, storing water and drink. You can drink. But just for that sake, if you love this, any day if something else can replace the same utility value, you will drop it, you will throw it. The love will become dull, life will become dull. Listen, instead, look at its quality which becomes utility for you. Look at its quality which is becoming useful for you. Why it is useful for you to keep water in it? What is the qualities this one has? When you see the quality, you will start feeling the grandeur of this wow, being just a seed of a tree. it has beautifully grown and able to keep the water without getting contaminated or spoiled. Look into the quality. It will start with utility only, but go into the depth and look into the quality. The more and more you see the quality, wow, the thickness, how it has formed itself, you will start falling in love with its qualities, with its existence. Then after that, even if you don't keep water in it, you will keep it just because its beauty and its love, why it exists. For its existence, it will have place in your life. Listen, I'm just giving you one example of this Kamandalu. See a person who you feel important in your life and see his qualities which turned out to be utility for you. You will suddenly see your love is rejuvenated. Whether it is husband, wife, son, daughter, child, brother, father, mother, or guru. Many people look at me as a utility value, just healing, or giving some boon. If you are standing only on the periphery of the utility value, any day, if you get better utility value somewhere or something, you will just drop from me or drop me from your life. But if you see the quality which is becoming utility for you, suddenly again you are in love with the Master when you started relating with him. Exactly the repetition of in those days when I saw him first time. Repetition of those moments. Listen, when you look into the quality, you will just again raise in love. With everything, look into the quality which is becoming utility for you. And finally, turn towards your very I. What all its quality, which is lighting my eyes, making my ears active, making my nose alive, making my tongue taste. What is the quality of I which is making all this alive, which enlightens all this? Just ordinary flesh, 3 inch by 4 inch. How this gets the power to taste anything on the planet Earth? A small hole, how does it get the power to listen and categorize anything on the planet Earth? What is it that I which enlightens all this? And what is this I which makes me think million thoughts a moment and make me decide, handling such large data which even billion supercomputers can't do? What is it? Today, everyone, all of you should meditate on what is it, the quality of I which is so useful to me in my life in so many dimensions. In the physical level, mental level, emotional level, psychological level, in every level. What is the quality of I which is so useful? Which is so useful. Whenever you see the quality which is becoming so useful to you, you just fall in love with it forever. Forever. Knowing the quality of I, understand? As long as you are looking at only utility of I, you are aham. If you know the quality of I, you will realize you are Shivoham. Because it is the quality of that I is becoming utility for you in so many ways. Just meditate on those qualities of you. I. What all those qualities? Why it is enlightening my eyes, enlightening my ears, enlightening my nose, enlightening my mouth. You are not accidental combination of hormones and chemicals, understand? Don't be defined by the stupid doctors. Any doctor who define you as just combination of hormones and chemicals is a quack doctor. Don't be fooled by them. No. There is something. The I as a quality which makes all this alive. Meditate on that quality. Actually, I cannot define what is that quality. When you meditate, you will just start enjoying it. Laya, Hridaya Laya will happen. You will just be one with that, in love with it. If you have seen me in Samadhi and how I speak, that is exactly the way you will feel. One Shivoham process, Pondicherry. 3 days I have not got out of my room. I was not sick. I wanted everyone to know. I was not sick. I was too well. That's all. I was too well. No, from the time I started the Shivoham process, I am seeing. Just, even for me, it is like again falling in love with enlightenment. Again falling in love with Mahadeva. Because he never becomes old. It is never too late to be in love with Mahadeva. One of the biggest gift Mahadeva is giving to the world through me is Shivoham process. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Understand? The people who look at me only as a utility value will never be able to understand what goes on in the Shivoham process. People who look at me as the quality value only will catch what goes on in Shivoham process. Because I am transmitting why I am useful to so many. That why is being transmitted to you. What is it that is in me, which heals people or does initiation or good or enlightening or giving this knowledge, whatever. What is it that is functioning in me and doing this job to every one of you? That I am transmitting. That is why people who look at me just as a utility value will not be able to recognize the greatness of Shivoham process. People who look at me as the qualities which I am carrying, which is turning and becoming useful to them, only they will recognize what I am contributing, what is being done in the Shivoham process. One Shivoham process, if so much can happen inside the generator, then understand what can happen into the generated. Now I think from this December I started. It is always next day in Samadhi. I was really thinking that I have settled down and I have become almost normal. No. Shivoham process is enough for me to be in Samadhi. Continuously. I can say the deeper and deeper levels of my beings getting opened up to the humanity is Shivoham process. The very qualities, what is me, that is being so useful to so many, is being opened up to everyone in Shivoham process. Understand? That's exactly the definition I'll give for Shivoham process. What is it that is so useful to so many, whether in the form of physical healing, mental healing, or spiritual truths, or psychological healing, or emotional healing, or spiritual enlightenment, or initiation, 1001 utility, or even administration training, that is being opened up to everyone, to everyone's biomemory and muscle memory. Pondicherry Shivoham is too good. It's really too good. That place where the Pondicherry ashram is, it's a 2000-year-old temple. It's a temple from Chola period. So the moment I started the Shivoham process, that original energizing done by Karuvurar woke up. That very energy field woke up, because energy field cannot be killed even if the deity is removed and the temple is removed. The energy field continues to exist as long as the Garbha is there, which is planted usually around some 40 to 50 feet down below the ground. So the Garbha is planted. Garbha means the solidified mercury with other traditional herbs, 30 to 40 feet depth. As long as that is there, energy field cannot be removed. And in Pondicherry ashram, still that is there. 8 Garbha is there inside. Means 8 Garbha mandirs Garbha is inside. It is there. So the moment I started the Shivoham process, all the 8 Garbhas came to life. It has come back to life. Now it is like a 9 Shivoham process going on. All these 8 supporting me. That is why whether those fellows sat inside the hall, outside the hall, everyone was jumping. One is in the center of the road and the other things are all around. One is exactly below the Garbha Mandir where I have installed Mahadeva. Now in Varanasi, when I am going to do Shiva Home process, I don't know how many Garbhas are going to wake up. Because it is all around. Very conveniently, I can say at least 200 Garbhas are there in the Varanasi. At least 200. Very conveniently, comfortably, I can say. Pondicherry was too good. Just everything woke up. And now I know this 8 Garbha, you will see it'll do the like a. Now it'll see when I did the Prana Pratishta, only that one Garbha woke up, which is under the Garbha Mandir. And now the whole 8 woke up. Now you will see how the Pondicherry ashram is going to flourish and how it is going to give boons and going to do so many good things to people. You will see now. It will become too popular. Because any fellow who walks into that ashram, prays, simply that will become reality. His prayer will be blessed, healing will happen, all miracles will happen left and right. Actually, there is a restroom in Pondicherry, just next to temple, next to Nithyananda Sabha. I wanted to remove that. I did not want the restroom in that area. For Vastu reasons, I thought I'll shift it. After this process, I saw there is a Garbha below that. So any fellow uses that restroom will be healed now. I thought this is too much. I should not deny people this right. And come on, let it be there. Now it may look little very funny and stupid, but what to do? That is the way it is. Garbha is the energy battery planted by the enlightened beings before they install deities. All around Biddi I have installed 108 Garbhas. In 108 places the solidified the Garbha is installed in Biddi. Now we made it into compound wall. Earlier, under the each pole I have installed. Look into the quality of I each one of you are carrying. What is it that enlightens all my senses and mind? Meditate on it, contemplate on it, think about it. The more and more you contemplate, think, the more and more you will understand it. Aham will become Shivoham. Yesterday, one of my Mahant was telling me, Swamiji, after the Vakyartha Sada started in ET, it has become so alive. We are all enjoying it. First we thought, what can we speak? But finally we decided to listen to your words. Good. When the disciples listen to your words, not only they are saved, you are also saved. And she was telling, I never thought we will be able to think and speak so much. I encourage, I don't want to make it as a rule, I encourage more and more people participating in more and more Vakyartha Sadas. I also encourage more and more ashrams starting Vakyartha Sadasas. Every evening, more and more Vakyartha Sadas. All Mahans should start Vakyartha Sadas every evening. Evening, everyone will get free time. Nobody is going to work after 7. If you are working, then late evening. When you have finished your daily routine work, spend little time on Vakyartha Sadas. All our ashrams should have Vakyartha Sadas 7 to 8. Gurukul has a different time, that is okay for their routine. But all our ashrams, morning 7 to 8 satsang, evening 7 to 8 Vakyartha Sadas. Whoever can should participate. So understand, today in Vakyartha Sadas, everyone will explore the qualities which is becoming utility in your life. Quality of I which is becoming utility, so useful. Then you will understand one of the important quality, listen, why you are able to see everything, because you exist in everything. Why you are able to hear everything, because you exist in everything. Everything you see, you exist in that. Everything you taste, you exist in that. Everything you hear, you exist in that. Everything you can touch, you exist in that. When you look in, you will understand this verse. You exist in everything and nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid of. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vichigupsate. Nothing in which you don't exist. You exist in everything that exists. You will come to that realization the moment you start meditating on what is that I. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedars, Kotaris, Balasans, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Chennai, Los Angeles, Seattle, Redmond, Kuala Lumpur, Toronto, Port Washington, New York, Ohio, Austin, Enriching Temple, Biddi, Melbourne, San Jose, Oman, Tiruvanmiyur, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Dubai, Houston, Warrington, UK, London, Oklahoma, Madurai, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, and lot more cities are Charlotte, China, Melbourne, Redmond, so many more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll continue to expand on 6th verse. Please recite along with me. 6th verse of Isha Vasya Upanishad. Yastu sarvani bhutani Atmanyevanubashyati Sarvabhuteshu Chatmanam Tato na vijugupsate. Listen now. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all the manifest and unmanifest, existing in the consciousness itself, and the consciousness existing in the whole existence, thus does not feel violated or hates anything, existing by virtue of not seeing oneself as separate from the consciousness. Listen. Today I am going to explain the subtle nuances when you put an idea inside you, how your mind creates ripple effects. Please understand. The moment I say everything is in your consciousness, you are in everything exists. For a normal person, the first thing will come up. The ripples created in him will, oh, if everything is in me and I am in everything, why there is so much of suffering and conflict? whom I love don't love me, who loves me, I don't feel love towards them. Please understand. Somehow love by its very nature is triangle. Never circle. Because whoever loves you, somehow you already take them for granted and you feel they are already in your kitty, in your packet. And you want always the adventure, exploring, excitement. So come on, let's see the next. This already is there in my packet. It's in my bag only. It is like, let's see the next house. This house already I got what I want to. So the rice is in my bag. Go to the next house, like Bhiksha when you go for Bhiksha. So your conflicts stand up. Whoever I love, never love me. Whoever loves me, somehow I feel taking it for granted with them. I don't show the same love towards them. This is one of the biggest problems. If everything is in me and I am in everything, why these conflicts? Sometimes you are even afraid of people who love you. The way they possess you, you feel, frightened. Instead of awakening love in you, they awaken fear in you. The passion with which they possess you. You are afraid. They may bind you. They may take away your freedom. Many times, the existence starts moving with the conflicts, and you even forget you have conflicts. But that is the state need to be achieved through this verse. That is not the space this verse is pointing towards. Listen, these conflicts, how they are handled, how these thought trends are created, listen, I am entering into the deeper aspects of practical reality of these verses. When you work with them, the conflicts you will face, I am expanding about them. Please listen. When you look and sit and scan, I'll give you precise instruction how to scan. Just connect with the person whom you love but doesn't shower enough love on you, or you feel unattended. Remember that person. All the incompletions comes up in you about that person, pen down, and see when all these type of incompletions, the same patterns, when it started in your life, trace back. Pen down those incidents. And people with whom you feel you are loving them, they are also reciprocating you. Kind of a complete. Happy. Remember them, connect with them, see, is there any incompletions coming up even about them? Pen down. Go back and see when the same patterns have started in you, with whom, how you started developing. Pen down. And the third, with whom you feel they love you, they suffocate you. but you don't feel love towards them. Remember them and pen down, connect with them and pen down all the incompletions they provoke in you. And when those patterns started in you, persons, incidents, situations, pen them down. Do these 3 exercises. Listen. 1, with whom you feel love, but they don't reciprocate, unattended. 2, with whom you feel love and you feel attended also, reciprocated. 3, with whom you feel love, you don't feel love, but they love you. They shower so much on you. But either you feel suffocated or fear that they may possess you, or whatever, some other incompletion. They love you, but you don't feel loved. Understand about all these 3. Sit and do manana, means internalizing. What is the patterns each one of them evoke in you? When that patterns have started happening in you, when you started building those patterns, with whom, pen down all that. Do these 3 exercises. You will understand. Please understand. When you do these 3 exercises, you will understand. The whole thing is a lie. Mithya. Lie is a too small word. What is lie, If I say this kamandalu is white color, that can be called as lie. But first of all, this kamandalu itself is not there. And I say, this kamandalu not only is white color, made of ivory and gold carved and diamond studded, it cannot be called as lie, it is called mithya. So listen, when you do these 3 exercises, you will understand the whole thing is mithya. Because every point sticking out is a lie. Like whom you say you love is a lie. Whom you think the person is not responding to your lie is a lie. Not responding to your love is a lie. Whom you say you love and he also responds is a lie. With whom you say you don't feel the love, but the other person has so much of love and you are only having fear of being possessed or whatever other incompletions, that is also lie. Whole thing, every inch you will understand the lie. I tell you, Upanishads are literally conscious acid wash. Upanishads are literally conscious acid wash, and it goes on maturing your aspirations and understandings. A person who works with himself, constantly matures his aspirations, is seeker. The person who works with himself, matures his aspirations, is seeker. If 2 persons decide to work together, mature each other's aspirations, it is called married life. So listen. Go on working with people. Go on working with people. Maturing the aspirations of the people. If you start maturing your aspirations, the aspirations of people who are around you, you will be able to help them to get their aspirations matured. Listen, job of a spiritual teacher or religious teacher or acharya is helping people to mature their aspirations. Maturing the aspirations can happen only by the acid wash, which can be done only by Upanishads. Just do this one process. Why conflict? See, Upanishads are conclusions in the formula type presentation. When you listen to this verse, the thought currents provoked in you and the follow-up you need to do is what I am opening and explaining to you all. If you do this simple exercise of internalizing, doing manana of these three, you will understand, simply you will catch the glimpse. Whatever conflict you see outside is inside you. Whatever completion you see outside is inside you. Whatever completion you see outside is inside you. Whatever incompletion and conflict you see outside is inside you. You will understand really yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijigupsade is the truth. Sometimes if your room is too hot, suffocating, the moment you come out of your room, you will feel a little breeze, cold, nice, even though the weather is not as you think. As a comparison, you will experience the weather is better. But for somebody who is already standing outside, may want to go into the room. Understand, comparative realities are not existential realities. Comparative realities are more for the sake of comfort. It is more for the sake of comfort. You plan, better shall I do this job or that job? It's a comparative reality. Most of the time, you exist and die in comparative reality itself. No. The biggest conspiracy against human beings is atheism. Atheism. Where more than comparative reality, no other reality, not only not accepted, even possibility to explore is denied. Today in the Nithyananda Times video, one of my Balasant, Nithyananda, when he was telling, Jnanatma challenged me to bring rain. I asked, I created space, rain happened. Then I suddenly realized I can play with nature. First thing I want to tell you, I studied, I already heard about this whole incident and studied. It was true. It was not that automatically it rained. It was rained actually by the space created by Nithyananda. That is true. What he said is true. Second, a kid feeling I can play with the nature. God. It is just unimaginable boon anybody can receive, especially when they are kid. Jnanatma is saying that is also only in that town it trained, that village it trained, nowhere else. Same way, the other day, when I went to temple, some of my balasans were not chanting properly. When I pointed, hey, you are not doing it properly, that's why you are not able to bring the rain. He immediately, the thought trend happened in him is, how can I complete it and evolve? So he discovered other incompletions, everything which was inside him, and started taking it out and started working with completion. He did not go into the other route, developing anger or inability. I tell you, developing the right thought current during the crisis means solution. Understand? Solution means developing a right thought current during every crisis. Nothing else. Just do this one simple manana, internalizing with all the conflicts you feel in your life. You will suddenly see whatever good outside is inside you, whatever bad outside is inside you, whatever good inside is outside you, whatever bad inside is outside you. Incompletion in, incompletion out. Completion in, completion out. Completion out, completion in. Completion, incompletion out, incompletion in. Listen. By understanding completion out, completion in, incompletion out, incompletion in, completion in, completion out, incompletion in, incompletion out, you will have such big freedom and restful awareness. Wow! Then I can do as I want. I can play as I want. Everything is in me. Freedom is feeling larger and larger number of people, places, spaces as part of you. Freedom means expanding the boundary you feel about you. Everyone is using something to experience freedom. A rich man uses his money, and more people dependent on his money. He feels his freedom is expanding. They are all under him. A person who identifies with a political party, he feels everyone in that party is under him. His freedom has expanded. A person who identifies with a language or a state, he feels his whole zone is his freedom. Listen. Everything in life is nothing but freedom struggle. Freedom struggle. That's the right word I'll use. Everything in life is just freedom struggle. But the real freedom can be received, you can get it only by a person who is already free, not by anybody else. This thought current I am giving you has liberated me from my own experience I am sharing with you. The moment you internalize and understand In is out and out is in. There is no in and out, it is only in out or out in. If you have seen the out first, you describe as out in. Because what you saw first? Out, then in. Out in. If you have seen the in first, then you call it as in out. In out and out in. It is like in out, out in. In out, in out, in out, in out, in out, in out, in out. That's all. You can't say out in or in out. It is. In Tamil Siddha tradition, there is a beautiful mantra. Shiva, 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 Shiva. It becomes Vashi, 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 Vashi means Vasi, Vasi means let it become part of me, part of me, part of me. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva means let me become part of it, part of it, part of it. Shiva, let me become part of it. Vashi, let it become part of me. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Vasi, 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 Vasi. It is just same thing, flowing. This truth cannot be attained by non-working lazy belief. Understand? Non-working lazy belief, a new word I am coining, which is the usual so-called faith of the modern day middle class, neo-middle class. The neo-middle class as a kind of a non-working faith. If it is true, let it work immediately. Are you prepared? They don't care about preparation. They are not ready to prepare, but they expect everything should work in their life. That is what is non-working lazy belief. No. A seeker need to be responsible. He can't spend his time and energy in non-working lazy belief. Most of the people who waste their time in the name of seeker are this type of people. Non-working lazy belief, I tell you. Never miss satsang, because that is the only thing will constantly keep you moving. If you miss satsang even for 1 month, you would have completely lost the track and you will be going in some other thinking direction in your life. Never miss satsang even for 1 day, because that will constantly keep you aligned. You will catch wherever you are stuck. Only with the satsang, you will catch yourself. You will expose yourself to yourself. Only with the satsang. So listen. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tatona vichigupsate cannot be handled with non-working lazy belief pattern. You need to internalize it. Internalize it. You will catch the glimpse. So today, take this as a homework. Before today's sunset, you will internalize this verse deeper and deeper with these three methods. Internalizing these three, manana of these three is enough. Before sunset, you will catch the glimpse. Yes, in is out, out is in. Whatever I see in is only out. Whatever I see out is only in. You will get the glimpse of this verse. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsati. And tonight Vakyartha Sadas is all about how you got this truth clicking with you. Each one of you have to do this homework, only then you will be able to attend the Vakyartha Sadas. Because only if you have done the homework, you will have the clarity and the depth, understanding, you will be able to discuss. And I also want to bless the Yuva Sangha's Vakyartha Sadas. Regularly I am seeing it in the Facebook. The American Yuva Sangha is also doing the Vakyartha Sadas. My blessings. I wanted each Mahant to hold a group doing Vakyartha Sadas. Each Mahant to hold a group doing Vakyartha Sadas. Because only through Vakyartha Sadas, more and more of your questions will be answered. Your answers will be questioned. Every day the conference call should be done by all the Mahants to all their Kotaris and anybody else want to join Vakyartha Sadas. Because that's the only way you will help people. See, a formal class like NDY, organized Kalpataru, that is one way of helping. But this informal Vakyartha Sadas is one of the deeper way of helping. Because more and more individuals will be connected. And today onwards, I also wanted to open up our enriching temple. Every day evening, the same satsang time in the morning, 7 to 8, evening, 7 to 8 Vakyartha Sadas in our enriching temple. All the phone lines will be open for Vakyartha Sadas. You can call in. We will also evolve a system where we will have a large conference calls, where anyone can call in and participate in those Vakyartha Sadas. More and more Vakyartha Sadas need to be conducted. Only then people will work on these great truths, ideas, concepts. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsati. These great truths need to be celebrated. They need to be celebrated. Celebrate them. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999, www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Ara TV, Sadhana TV and two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha. The city is sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha. Los Angeles, Toronto, Ohio, Varanasi, New York, Kolim, Seattle, San Jose, St. Louis, Tiruvannamalai, London, Madurai, Dubai, Chicago, Minot, North Dakota, Trinidad, Surrey, Vancouver, Mumbai, and lot more cities. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. Let's enter into the 6th verse. I'll continue to expand on the 6th verse of Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanubashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. Yes. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence existing in the consciousness, the self itself, and the consciousness existing in the whole existence by virtue of not seeing oneself as separate from the consciousness does not feel violated or hates anything existing. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all manifest and unmanifest beings existing in the consciousness itself, and the consciousness existing in the whole existence, thus does not feel violated or hates anything existing by virtue of not seeing oneself as separate from consciousness. Listen. I'm not Bharatanatyam dancer. If I learn, maybe I can put more mudras for not seeing all that mudras. Anyhow, understand yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. So the concept you have about you plays a very important, major role in the way you live, the way you exist. To expand on this verse, I should tell you one incident. Even though I don't attend the Facebook whole day, most of the time my secretaries attend and they brief me if anything needed. This message was coming various time and different way. So they briefed and I saw the essence of that message is that it is some 10, 12 different time, different messages that why don't you search and find out your other half? What is the wrong in romance? And it is advising me and inviting. I was laughing. I laughed actually. I said, I'll answer in the satsang because the person who sent anyhow will be watching the satsang. I don't search for my other half because I am not half. Understand? This stupid person goes on sending me message and I think a few nuts, screws became loose. Giving me logical references, supporting his or her theory, that person's theory. And what is the wrong in romance and what is the wrong in searching your other half? So I thought I'll put the full stop once for all to these messages. Understand, I am not searching for my other half because I am not half. I am already full. I am complete. So what you experience about you, that decides your attitude about life. Understand? If you feel there is something other than you existing, you may have fear or feeling. If you think the other part will complete you, you will have feeling, romance. If you have an ounce of romance in the room, everything will be clear, then fear will start happening. That's all. Listen. With the other part, if you feel the other part will complete you, you will start developing romance towards it. If you think the other part will be threatening you, you will start developing fear towards it. But both are stupid because the other does not exist outside you. Sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijugupsate. This is one of the most important principle of Vedic tradition. Understand? You might have heard this in many books, but you should not mistake hearing the same principle in many books and hearing it from the Upanishad. It is the ultimate declaration. It's God speaking. Understand? Same word. If it comes from the different person's mouth, it has different value. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati. The Upanishads, the cosmos, declaring its own authority authentically in this verse. This verse is a truth and technique which can be practiced. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all unmanifest beings existing in the consciousness itself, and the consciousness existing in the whole existence, thus does not feel violated or hates anything existing by virtue of not seeing oneself as separate from the consciousness. In the inner awakening, we have a technique of manana. How you see everyone based on your own reflection. How you have an idea and opinion about everyone. How you perceive everyone based on your own reflection. When you understand that, you will catch the truth. Everyone is ultimately mirror of you. And if you change, everyone will change. Don't think roundabout way. If everyone changes, I will also change. Start from you. Everyone will also start changing. The change will support the change and it will become a beautiful virtuous circle in you. See, if you start the change from you, others also will change. That will support you to change more. That will support others to change more. It will become a beautiful virtuous circle. But if you are waiting for the start to happen from the other, others will not change. Because of that, you will not change. Because of that, others will not change more. And because of that, you will not change more. It will become vicious circle. Blessed are those who decide to start the change. Cursed are those who are waiting for the other person to change. Blessed are those who decide to be the first in the transformation process. When you open up, other will open up. When you become unarmed, the other will become unarmed. If you are waiting, let the other happen. Till then, I'll wait. Other will never start, and they will start piling up more weapons. You will start piling up more weapons. This hypocrisy goes on as a vicious circle. The first and foremost truth, yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all unmanifest and manifest beings. See, it is like a dream which you see in the night. Only in the morning after waking up, with your cognition, you decide whether it is a good dream or bad dream. Otherwise, dream is a dream is a dream. Same way, life is a life is a life. When you start judging, you start feeling whether it is a good or bad. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanupashyati. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is the whole existence, all unmanifest and manifest beings existing in the consciousness of the self itself. Know it very clearly. Everything exists in you. Understand? There is two methods to realize this truth. Everything exists in you. Either by witnessing the body and mind from outside. If you feel everything exists in me, first thing, that fear, greed will start coming up. Oh, if everything exists in me, why will the tiger attack me? Why will the lion attack me? What will happen if I am caught in the hands of an anaconda? Then you can know, I'll see my body and mind separately. What happens, happens. It is just existence. If this body needs to be alive, that will leave it alive, otherwise it will kill. And so this is one attitude. The another one attitude, no, this body and that body both has same consciousness, and with this clarity I will decide what that body has to do and this body has to do, and make it function smoothly. This understanding, both understanding, when it becomes matured cognition, becomes power in you. Understand? Cognitions, when they become matured, they become siddhis, powers in you. There is a story in Ramakrishna's teachings. Guru was teaching to a disciple, everything is God. Then the disciple goes in the street, he sees a mad elephant running towards him. And the mouth, who is trying to control the elephant, he was screaming, shouting, saying, all of you move out, this elephant has become mad, I am trying to control it, save yourself. All the other persons ran away and protected themselves. This boy, today only I heard from my Guru, everything is God. Why should I bother about elephant? And he stands. Elephant comes and just throws him to one corner. He is very badly beaten and bones broken, lying in one corner. All the other disciples come and pick him up and take him to the Gurukul. Guru asks, why did you do this? Then that boy said, you only said everything is God. So I decided this elephant is also God. What harm can happen to me? Guru says, yes, everything is God. The Mahut who warned you, he is also God. Now listen, the story doesn't end. I am putting the next twist. This is the twist by Ramakrishna. I am putting the next twist. Actually, for this boy, the cognition has not become a matured cognition. If it becomes a matured cognition, it will become a siddhi. He can stop the elephant, or he can take care that elephant does not harm him. Or, even if that elephant throws him, his body will not be harmed. Even if something happens to the body, he will not have suffering. So many layers can happen. So much is possible if the cognition becomes matured. Cognition not becoming matured cannot be the logic or the reason to say the truth is not truth enough. That is the stupid things atheists do. That's the stupid things atheists do. Just because your cognition is not yet matured, don't deny the possibility. 10 years before, if somebody has made a statement, anything you want to know in the world will be available just inside your packet. Press one or two buttons in the touch screen. Anything you want to know in the world, you will be able to know. If somebody has said, you would have believed? No. 10, 15 years before, if somebody tells this, you won't believe. Now it's a reality. Your mobile is enough. Anything you want to know, simply it is there. Now I am telling you, by 10 years, no electricity on the planet Earth. Listen, in next 10 years, there won't be, people will forget something called electricity because the whole thing will become based on solar. Whether it is your car will simply run. No such thing as petrol, refueling, gas and all that. The technology is already available. It is the petrol company lobby that is stopping it becoming a mainstream lifestyle. But they can't stop for more than some time. In 10 years, all vehicles will function without any fueling. It is just like if you buy it, that's all. If you buy a TV, that's all. After that, no expense, you can watch whenever you want. Same way, if you just buy the car, that's all. There is no running expense or maintenance. Maybe some maintenance need to be done if it is broken. There is no fuel expense. Same way, the mobile. Everyone will have high-end mobile, no payment. If you just buy, you can start using, that's all. In 10 years, all this is going to happen. I know you won't believe. But you don't believe is not going to stop this happening. So understand, denial. The only person who suffers due to denial is you who is denying. The only persons who suffer by denial is atheists and the people around them who believe them. That's all. Understand? By you denying, you are the loser. Same way, the earlier you catch this truth that everything exists in your consciousness, you exist in everything, your life will become high-end life. The earlier you catch it, better your life will become, more matured your life will become. Blessed are the Gurukul kids who listen to this truth in very young age. Maturity of the cognition is possible for Gurukul kids because it is going inside in a very young age. For adults also it is possible by completing all the immature cognitions and awakening it. I tell you, if you have to destroy a tree, you have to weaken the root. So your ignorance is like a tree. If we have to weaken the root, the one truth which will weaken the root of your ignorance tree is Whether I understand or not, this is the truth. The earlier I understand, it is better for my life. This one truth will shake and weaken the root of your ignorance tree. Don't wait, saying, when it becomes my experience, I'll start living. No. Whether I catch it or not, this is the truth. I have seen, when I was traveling, in my wandering, when I was doing my spiritual yatra, I used to cross through the villages, forests. Some villages, there will be few people who will try to steal the trees from the forest. But in the forest there is a law, only if some tree dies naturally, you can cut it and take it. You can't cut or kill any tree. So these fellows who want to steal the trees, what they will do, they will just pour little acid in the root of the tree. In 1 month it will dry and die. No one will know how the tree died. The forest officers will think, okay, this tree is dead. And these cheats who want to steal the tree, they will cut that and take it. I tell you, the acid to dry your ignorance tree is, whether I understand or not, this is the truth. The earlier I cognize it, my life will become matured and high-end life. The earlier I catch it, earlier my life will become high-end. Because this truth, yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati, will bring so much of healing and excitement, joy in you. Yesterday night till 11 o'clock I was sitting with some of my mahans and talking. And I was having that steam with eucalyptus oil to remove this cold. That's one of the natural process, like burning the turmeric and smelling that smoke and putting the eucalyptus oil and in the hot boiling water and catching that smell. So I was sitting with all my parivaras and doing all this, so that I can come for the morning satsang. And so one of my mahant was telling, what is this, Swamiji? Why don't you rest? Tomorrow you have satsang. I want to tell you, a person whose cognition is yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati will never bother, will never have anything restricting him, because there is so much of healing and excitement, joy, love to do continuously. Continuously. You just know everything exists in you. You exist in everything. Romance with the life, not because it is your other half, because it is you. Understand, as long as you are searching for the other half, even if you get it, he will be half, you will be half. It will never be complete. Only when you understand the person you are searching for you is you, you will be full, he will be full, it will be completion, from completion to completion. The person you are searching is not the other half, it is yourself. So search here. only then completion. Not there. If it is there, even if you find, it will be, the greed will become fear and fear will become greed. That is what I call intimate enemy. Love-hate relationship. When the hormone goes up, love. When it comes down, hate. It's a fight between different hormones. It's a fight between testosterone and adrenaline. All your fear and greed is a fight between testosterone and adrenaline. The testosterone is high, you call it as love and romance. If the adrenaline is high, you call it as a fear and hatred. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu vashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. If you find I am away from body and mind, and everything is there and that everything is here, this is everywhere, that is a Brahminical way of realizing. But if you understand everything is in me and I am in everything, and I will know how to alter and change, do what I have to do. That is the way of realization of Shaivites. Understand, listen. I'll repeat. There are two ways you can realize that you exist in everything and everything exists in you. One, the moment fear and greed happens, you understanding, you thinking, I'll be, after all, I am not this body and mind. I'll be away. So I exist in everything, that exists in me. Whatever happens, happens. This is the Brahminical way. This is the Brahminical interpretation of this verse. That's the way this verse is made practical in Brahminical thinking. There's another thinking trend. I exist in that, so I'll make sure that does not harm this, and there is no fear and greed interaction between two. Both live in a beautiful space of oneness, and I know how to make that do what this wants, this do what that wants, to keep in the space of completion. This is the Shaivite way of thinking. Unclutching is a Brahminical way of thinking. Completion is the Shaivite way of thinking. Completion. When this cognition gets matured, you get siddhis, powers. The story Ramakrishna explained is from the cognition of unclutching. If I look into the same story, I'll say, the Guru should tell the disciple, yes, everything is God, sit and make this cognition matured, and then go and stand in front of the elephant. It will just sit at your feet and bow down, salute. First, make this cognition strong and mature. Look into all your enemies' eyes. See that they start responding the way you want. Then go out and stand in front of any challenge it will simply subdue and do as you want. This is Shaivite cognition. There's a next level of cognition. A guru will tell everything is consciousness. You exist in everything. Everything exists in you. This is the truth. You don't even need to wait for this truth, this cognition to be matured in you. Go and face the challenges till it becomes matured in you. I will protect you and see to it how this cognition responds to me. It will respond the same way to you. Once it becomes matured, it will automatically respond to you in the same way. Till it becomes matured, I am there to protect you and save you. Go and do it. This is Nithyananda way of interpretation. That is what I am doing in Shivoham. Yes, this is the truth. The cognition has to become matured in you. All this is true. But till then also you don't need to wait. I have the veto power and right to protect you when you are standing and working with this truth. Go and do it. I'll be there. And I am responsible for the elephant to bow down in front of you. The cognition may not have become matured in you. You would have just heard from me. It's okay. Remember what you just heard and put the responsibility on me. I may not have realized you are also part of me, but my guru has realized. He told me. So with that strength I am standing here. Bend and fall at my feet. This is my way of interpreting. Understand? And I tell you, I am doing this for last 15 years. I have not put any of my disciples in any crisis or risk. Nobody has died, nobody has been destroyed, nobody lost, nobody has been put in risk. This 15 years of my performance is sufficient proof and enough trustworthy, reliable resume. I have a trustworthy, reliable resume of protecting my disciples who stand with the truth which I am sharing, even if it is not become their experience, saying, I have not realized it. This has not become my cognition, but my master's cognition. And he told me, he never lies to me. His integrity, I stand with that strength. I am facing, come on. The whole healing is happening. This is the way. Only a person who has become enlightened can radiate the energy of Ananda Gandha. The enlightenment has not become matured cognition in me, but it has become truth in my master's being. And he has told me I can do it with his authority. I am stretching my hand. Let the energy flow, be healed. I have done it with my millions of disciples successfully, and I am doing it successfully. That is why I say this is a honest, integrated, authentic, responsible lifestyle of Sanatana Dharma. That is all I am doing in Shivoham process. Don't worry whether it becomes your matured cognition. It has become matured cognition in me. I am sharing it into your being. Stand with that strength. I am responsible. I'll protect you and guide you and see to it you experience Shivoham. That becomes your matured cognition. Unclutching is Brahminical way. Completion is Shaivite way. Giving boon is Nithyananda way. The way of Shivoham. Because man cannot make it just by himself. He need to be given. That is why enlightened beings happen. Enlightened beings teach, but they don't happen just to teach. Enlightened beings teach, but they don't happen just to teach. They happen to give. Teaching is one of the preliminary method way for giving. With all my integrity, from the authority as an enlightened being, authentically, today I bless all of you. Take this one cognition, everything is in me and I am in everything. As my experience, from my authority, I am telling you and blessing you, go and live it. Don't worry whether it has become matured cognition in you or not. Go and live it with the courage. It has become experience in my Guru and he has authorized me to live. And I tell you, you will never have any risk. You will never be put in any wrong situations. You will never have any suffering. Go and live. I'll be there protecting you and making your cognition matured. One, I'll make this cognition that everything exists in you, you exist in everything as your experience, matured cognition in you. Second, till it becomes matured also, I'll protect you whenever you play with this cognition. You will never be in risk. You will only be supported, protected, matured to achieve this cognition. Go and live this. I am not asking you to do Vakyartha Sadas. No. I am asking you to live. From morning till evening, live this. Today's Vakyartha Sadas is how you lived this today whole day. You are going to share in the evening in Vakyartha Sadas only how you lived this truth. That everything exists in me, I exist in everything. How you shared, worked, lived this truth in your life. What all the risks you have taken and what was the result of that risk based on this cognition, and how this cognition has worked, how this cognition has become part of you, how this thinking has done whatever it has done to you. Bring this. And with all my integrity, authenticity, from the authority of an enlightened being, with responsibility and enriching, I am giving all of you this as a boon. Please live this truth. Everything exists in you. You exist in everything. Live. Live. You will not lose anything. You will only achieve everything. And my experience of this truth, I am putting that in the center as the responsibility. Let this experience prove its authenticity by making this cognition matured in all of you and protecting all of you till that becomes matured cognition when you are playing with this cognition. Even if it has not become matured cognition, even while you are playing with this, let you all be protected, let you all be supported. This experience which happened in me, that is responsible, that will do this job. I am requesting and ordering my experience of enlightenment, that everything exists in me and I exist in everything. This experience I am ordering to protect all of you and make this experience as your cognition. Till then, it will protect you whenever you play with this cognition. Without putting you in any risk and helping you more and more, supporting you more and more, showing many miraculous, beautiful happenings in your life so that you become strongly able to believe and live this cognition. I mean by the statements, start living this truth, you will never be put in any risk. You will never be put in any risk. You will always be protected. This is the first step. Shivoham will start flowering in every one of you. Singapore. Blessings to Balavidyalaya Temple, Children's Temple. My blessings to all the kids. How I played with the deities and became Nithyananda. Same way I bless all you guys. You will all play with deities and become Nithyananda. Blessings to all you guys. Blessings to all you guys. Blessings. Adi, I accepted your arti. And all the kids. Blessings to all the kids. We will start thousands and thousands of children's temple. Blessings. And Mahadeva and Devi and me, all of us will be present and bless all the kids who play with us. And I'll also make myself available through the deity just to play with the kids. I'll answer whatever they ask. I'll talk to them. I'll relate with them. I'll materialize vibhuti, kumkum, honey, all that. I'll play with them. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, Kotaris, Tanidars sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Lotus TV and Ara TV, and sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, cities sitting with us all over the world, having Nayana Diksha, Los Angeles, Toronto, Kuala Lumpur, San Jose, Ohio, St. Louis, Austin, Seattle, Enriching Temple, Wellington, New Zealand, Oman, Sivagangai, Charlotte, Sri Salem, Dubai, Madurai, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Minot, North Dakota, Doncaster, Guadalupe, Trinidad, San Antonio, Texas, Houston, Texas, Vancouver, and Singapore, Mumbai, Selayang, Malaysia, Tallahassee, Florida, Rajapalayam, Charlotte, Guadalupe, and some more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on Isha Vasya Upanishad, 6th verse, 6th sutra of Isha Vasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Yastu sarvani bhutanyatman evanupashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyeva anupashyati sarvabhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is all existing beings in the self-consciousness itself and the self within all existing beings, thus does not feel violated by virtue of not separating oneself from anything existing. Listen. Now the Upanishads are concentrating on one declaration, one truth. The perception you have about you. See, the stuff out of which you are made. If you believe you are made of stuff 100% only with this bone, flesh, blood, then you can never conquer death fear. Please understand, there is nobody, including Mahadeva, is carrying the same flesh, blood, bone, physical body forever. Even he assumes the physical body whenever he wants, wherever he wants, newly. Only the bio-memory is same, biology is not same. Understand? Only the bio-memory is same, biology is not same. If you think you are just biology, just this flesh, bone, body, biology is enough to describe you completely. Everything about you can be known just through the biology. If you stop with that, if you think that is the truth, be very clear, you will never realize the possibilities of life. And one of the biggest life denial statement is, you have only one birth. I tell you. Biggest life denial statement given to the planet Earth. Worst belief human beings are pushed in is, you have only one birth. That happens because the idea you are just this physical body, biology is enough to explain everything about you. No. Please understand, as long as you are thinking you are just physical body, your ambitions, your aspirations, your desires, your fears, everything will be so immature. It will not have any depth. All it takes to please you is just little bit of pleasures. The tip of the five senses. The tip of your tongue is pleased, you are pleased. Your eyes are pleased, you are pleased. The touch, your genitals are pleased, you are pleased. The music, sound, your ears are pleased, you are pleased. Please understand, you are not that small guy. If you think body is also part of you, perfect. But if you think body is only you, you are cheated in a big way by society who taught you that idea you are only the body. I tell you. I am so happy. Again and again, I rededicate myself to the Vedic tradition just because of this one truth they taught me. You are not just body, and this life is not just the one life for you. That is enough. I can dedicate all my life to the Vedic tradition. Especially telling me this truth in the young age where I've started developing the fresh being to relate with the world. One good thing, in India, even atheists accept reincarnation theory. Some of the worst atheists I have seen, they talk about reincarnation because it has gone into their system from the time they are born. I tell you, in India, the air breathes Hinduism. The air blows with the Vedic tradition. The breeze is filled with the Vedic tradition. I am so happy when I started building my mind at the young age, or I can say my cognition, buddhi. At a young age, I have been given this truth. You are not just this body. Your body also, and this birth is not just your life. I tell you, the idea you have about you, if that is matured, your desires, your fears, your anxiety, your plans about life, your aspirations, everything will be transformed. You will raise yourself to a matured level. Maturity is having right idea about me. Understand? Having right idea about whatever you think as me. Whatever you feel as you, having right idea about it. Understand? Your life is not made of the situations outside, but it is made of the stuff you are made inside. Same hot water, boiling water. Put the potato, it will become soft. Put the egg, it will become hard. So, the situation is not going to decide how you are going to become, but the stuff out of which you are made, that is going to decide how you are going to become with every situation. Understand? Same boiling water makes the potato soft, makes the egg hard. The external situation is not going to decide what you are. It is the concept you carry about you, the ideas you carry about you, the stuff out of which you are made. And understand, the good news is, whatever you believe as you, that stuff only makes you. The great news is, it's not that always after a good news you should get a bad news. No, it's wrong. I am breaking that pattern. First good news, then great news. The great news is you can transform, alter the way you perceive and raise yourself to a matured level. Understand? The good news is, whatever you believe as you constitutes you. If you believe the body is you, you will be only that. That is the one main reason I feel so sad about the people who believe that they are only body. Because the people who believe they are only body, they have only one birth, they stop the possibility of growth, and they are just stuck in the causal layer. When they die, they are stuck in a plane, in a zone called causal layer. They are just kept there in the waiting lounge for ages because what they believed when they were in the body. That was the layer in which Akalya was stuck and Rama liberated. If you read Ramayana, you will listen a story. Akalya became a stone, and when Rama came, he put his feet and liberated her. It means she got stuck in the wrong belief about life. She stopped growing. She stopped expanding. She thought the moment death comes, life is over. It's all about body. Her being is nothing but body. She was stuck with that. And Rama comes and liberates her from that space. Understand, the belief you carry about you plays a major role. The good news is, whatever you believe, you become that, you are that. Great news is, you can alter it if you have a wrong belief. You can mature it. If you have some immature belief, you can transform it. The possibility is available to you. And greatest news is, it's very simple. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanupashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. The Upanishadic rishis, the authenticity they carry, the kind of declarations they make. Let me read out the translation once more for all of you. one who indeed lives by seeing as it is all the existing beings in the self itself and the self within all existing beings, thus does not feel violated by virtue of not separating oneself from anything existing. I can develop a new Bharatanatyam called Upanishad dance. Listen. One who indeed lives by seeing as it is all existing beings in the self consciousness itself and the self within all existing beings, thus does not feel violated by virtue of not separating oneself from anything existing. Not feeling violated. I tell you, hell is the number of times you feel violated every day. Heaven is not feeling violated. And it has nothing to do with boiling water. It has everything to do with the stuff you are made out of. Potato or egg. It has nothing to do with the boiling water. No one has ever seen worse boiling water than I have seen. Understand? Not out of arrogance I am talking from the truth. I have seen the worst boiling water. But that does not decide what you are going to become. The stuff out of which you are made, that is going to decide what you are going to become. Are you a potato or egg? Are you a couch potato or enlightenment egg? That is going to decide. Understand? The external situations does not decide you constantly feeling violated or you constantly feeling strengthened. Whenever I face the boiling water, I only felt possibility for reinventing me is available. Yes, now I can reinvent myself in a much better way. I tell you, if there is a snowstorm, God will give you the ability to grow hair just like polar bear. Be very clear. Never ever your existence is denied. You are tortured unless you decide to torture yourself. Neither poverty nor disease or death itself can violate you. One of the biggest problems we carry, before even life attacks us, we conclude and decide life is going to attack us and commit suicide. Stop this pattern of constantly feeling violated. I am telling you, the most stupid pattern a human being suffers is feeling violated, and when you tell them, they get angry towards you. That is the worst thing. When I tell them, Arey, listen, even death cannot violate you. Neither your poverty nor your disease or any depression, nothing can violate you. Whoever understands that, with whoever's inner space this statement echoes, you feel connected to it. You just feel, yes, it seems true, you are Mahadeva. I tell you, the one and only basic blood group of Mahadeva. I am using a new word. Mahadeva's blood group. If you want to become Mahadeva's blood group, if you want to join his club of Shivagana, just one truth. Nothing can violate you. Remember that. Whatever you think, your ignorance, your instability, your depression, your disease, your poverty, or any other problem you imagine you have, or you really think you have, or which is there, including your death. Listen, nothing can violate you. Live like Mahadeva. Be crazy. No, that brings a kind of a craziness. When you are clear that nothing can violate you, the word crazy also is not complete. In the society, cranky fellows are considered as crazy. But I am telling you, be crazy out of powerfulness, not powerlessness. When you feel powerful, you will carry that light craziness. That will be grace. I tell you, that will be grace, not just craziness. In your dance, in your steps, in your thinking, the way you sit, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you carry you, let this one truth be the undercurrent. I cannot be violated. I cannot be violated. Violation means, listen, I am defining. Violation means something external can put me in suffering. That feeling is violation. Violence can happen to me. That feeling, that belief is violation. So what? Hey, this has happened. So what? Hey, this has happened. You don't know. You lost the job. So what? Morning accident happened. You don't know. Somebody in your family died. So what? I am not asking you to be insensitive. Understand? I am not asking you to be insensitive. I tell you, falling into powerlessness is not the definition of the love you show. Okay? Somebody had an accident. Somebody had a problem in your family whom you feel very close to you. You fall into powerlessness, roll on the ground and express your love extremely. Is it going to help that person or you? Do what needs to be done. Give them the best medical care, moral support, psychological support, love from powerfulness. I tell you, the wrong brainwashing is done to you by society. You can express your love, you can convince the other person that you love them only by you falling into powerlessness and extreme suffering. More you suffer, more you convince the person you love that person. It's the stupidity you carry. No. I tell you, people who never fall into powerlessness, their decision should be listened in every crisis moment. Every time my decision was listened, we won the game. Because the first response is, so what? And I have a very visual, that response engraved in me, because that is the way Raghupati Yogi will relate. Raghupati Yogi will respond. He had the habit of having that one small stick. In villages they will keep and go on cleaning the teeth. A small neem stick. Still, the elderly men in the village will have that habit. They will eat only twice a day, but 24 hours they will be cleaning the teeth with that stick. So, my guru, my master, Raghupati Yogi, all the time he will be having one small neem stick and cleaning his teeth. He was a village man, elderly person, and cleaning his teeth. And any problem, I still remember I was a witness. One of his child died. He was actually a married person. One child died. They came and reported to me, and I was sitting next to him. I only told him, Guruji, that one of your son is in the hospital, serious. And I did not see any shock in his face, so I finally broke the news. He is dead. And he continued to clean the teeth and said, okay, let's do what needs to be done. I am not saying be insensitive. He was not insensitive. He just knows he cannot be violated. I tell you. Establish yourself. You cannot be violated. That brings you the strength of Mahadeva. Immediately your DNA starts vibrating in the same space of Mahadeva's DNA. Anybody wants Mahadeva's DNA? Blood transmission with Mahadeva? Take this concept and from today go on digesting it. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijigupsate. I cannot feel violated. Why I cannot be violated? Because I am there in everything exists, and everything exists is there in me. I'll explain. I'll expand continuously. Listen. Everything is your mirror. It's your mirror. Everything. You mirror what is mirrored by you. Whether you feel strong, weak, depressed, energetic, nothing can violate you. The wrong feeling, idea that something can violate you is the worst belief. People tell you have only one life, or you are only body, and put you constantly in the beliefs which keeps you in suffering. They only brainwash you. I just wash your brain. Understand? There's a big difference between brainwashing and washing your brain. I am washing your brain from all these wrong beliefs. I tell you. Meditate on this one idea. I cannot be violated. Today, Vakyartha Sadas on this subject only. Every one of you will have Vakyartha Sadas. I cannot be violated. I am not asking you to be insensitive. I am not asking you not to do what you are supposed to do. No. I am only asking you not to fall into powerlessness. Because falling into powerlessness does not let you do what you need to do. Does not let you do what you need to do. understand. If you understand the stuff out of which you are made, you will never feel you will be violated. If you know you are not potato, you are egg, you will never be afraid of boiling water. You know it's only going to strengthen you. And the fellows who put you in boiling water will be afraid. Oh God, what we have done. He has emerged now with more strength, more power, more clarity, more energy. What to do? What boiling water? A man who applies the ash, even acid cannot do anything to him. Understand? It's the highest truth. But if you little internalize, just understand, your body also immediately, so much of clarity, the new cognition will start happening in you. Yes, if I am body also, then I am something more than body. So anything done to the body cannot finish me off. Then what is that part of me which is little more than the body? This expansion, digging out. Manana, internalizing about I am body also makes you Mahadeva. In Bengal there is a tradition called Pahal. Pahal means actually mad. People who don't adhere to the regular beliefs of the society that you are just human body and once the body dies you are dead. People who don't adhere to that belief, who say no to that brainwashing, they are called Pahals. And slowly it became Bauls, the Baul mystics of Bengal. If you see all their songs, it will be based on this one truth. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevana pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijigupsate. All my healing is only based on this one truth. I just give this truth. I cannot be violated as a physical experience to the biomemory to whom I am healing. See, when something has become solid experience in you, you can give that just like how you give this hand key. If I want, I can give this hand key to somebody. Because this is a solid experience for me. Same way, this concept I cannot be violated is a solid experience in me. That is what I am giving it to anybody who comes to me for healing. Into their biomemory, into their system. Any biomemory catches that, starts recovering like a magic. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijugupsati. Yesterday and today in the inner awakening we are doing a process where the whole team sits, digs out the incompletions, appears in you automatically when you relate with each person. If you do this process, you will understand for every incompletion you are responsible, and it is you who mirrors everyone. Everyone, the idea you have about everyone, you carry inside. Everyone is inside you. You are there in everyone. IA participants, how many of you understood yesterday with that process? This truth. You are there in everyone and everyone is there in you. This truth will become experience in you. When you go through that teamily process, that everyone is inside you, you are there in everyone. Everyone cheats like you. Everyone is honest like you. Everyone is integrated like you. Everyone is inauthentic like you. If you are authentic, everyone is authentic. If you are inauthentic, everyone is inauthentic. If you are sad, everyone is sad. If you are bright, everyone is bright. If you feel violated, everyone is going to violate you. If you feel you will never be violated, no one will dare to even think of violating you. The fellows who are trying to throw the egg into the boiling water, it comes back like a bomb and attacks them back. So be very clear. Before you put anything in boiling water, be very sure, is it potato or egg? Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevana pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijigupsati. When you give problem to other person, be very sure, is it going to make him weak or strong? I tell you, just this one truth, stand with it. You will manage everything in your life. You will manage everything in your life. Everything in your life will just strengthen you. Strengthen you. It will be just from strength to strength to strength to strength. In southern part of Tamil Nadu, there are some trees. Even if they get buried by natural calamity, in course of time they become stones. They don't just get disintegrated. It's called Kalmaram in Tamil language. If you go to Tiruvakkarai, Pondicherry, you will see those trees which has become stone. Even if they are buried, they don't get disintegrated, they become stone. Understand, it's a stuff out of which you are made. Your belief about you, that decides whether you are going to be disintegrated by getting buried or you are going to become a stone. Whether you are going to be buried or you are going to be in Jiva Samadhi. It is decided based on the concept you have about your Jiva. Even while you are living, that feeling that I can be violated, I will be violated, will constantly be like, I think I am getting violated. If you repeat, I can be, I will be, I may be, I think I am. That's the way it ends up. Just remember this one thing. Nothing can violate you. Sadasiva Brahmendra, one of the greatest saint, Siddha of modern era, his Samadhi is in Karur. Near Karur there is a small village called Nerur. In that village his Samadhi is there. When I went to his Samadhi, he gave me a grass as a blessing. That grass was this pure understanding that I cannot be violated. Meditate on this. Think about it. Stop reducing the idea about you to the level you can be violated. If you think you are the few thousand rupee or few $100 in your purse, just somebody stealing, picking up your purse, you will feel violated. Or if you think your name and fame is your personality, just somebody looking at you without respect, you will feel violated. If somebody looks at you, immediately you will feel violated. Understand, it is how you identify yourself that decides whether you will be violated or not. Whoever feels I can never be violated is my disciples. Understand? I am defining who is my disciple. Whoever decides I cannot be violated, I'll never be violated, I am beyond any violation, you are Shiva Gana. You are embodying Mahadeva. Mahadeva is a principle. He is form also. Whoever catches that principle, your form is Mahadeva's form. Your form becomes Mahadeva's form. You will be radiating the grace of Mahadeva, the beauty of Mahadeva. The beauty of Shiva, the beauty of Mahadeva, the grace of Shiva, the grace of Isha. So today's Vakyartha Sadas is, subject for today's Vakyartha Sadas, I cannot be violated. Tatona vichugupsate yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vichugupsate. Vichugupsate, na vichugupsate. Tatona vichugupsate, therefore does not feel violated. I'll continue to expand on this verse. The depths, the truths hidden in the depths, the sacred secrets embedded in this verse, I'll continue to expand in the further satsangs. Feeling I cannot be violated. Actually, in the whole Shivoham process, that is what I am doing. Just giving you that bio-memory into your being that I cannot be violated. Transmitting that as your bio-memory. For the inner awakening participants, we will be starting the Shivoham process, maybe by tomorrow. Once they finish this one or two process which they need to complete, then we will be starting the Shivoham process. They are running little late, that's why. Otherwise, last full week I wanted Shivoham process. But anyway, we will do it. Start working from today with this one truth: I cannot be violated. Anything which can be violated is not me. Understand? Anything which can be violated is not me. Because I am Mahadeva, Shivoham. How can Shiva be violated? No. Anything which can be violated is not Shiva. I am Shiva. Start cognizing this logic. Start functioning from this logic. Whoever is coming to Varanasi Inner Awakening, from today start meditating on this truth. I cannot be violated. I'll make that as your experience in Varanasi. I'll make that as your reality. The truth, I cannot be violated. Anything which can be violated is not me. I am beyond it. I am beyond it. I am beyond it. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevana vashyati. Sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsati. I am not brainwashing you. I am just washing your brain, which is already brainwashed with a lot of dirt. Whatever weakens you, those ideas are brainwashing. Whatever strengthens you, those ideas are washing your brain. Understand? Whatever idea weakens you, if that is put inside your head, that is brainwashing. Whatever idea strengthens you, if that is put in your head, that is washing your brain. Today's Vakyartha Sadas on this one truth. Tato na vijugupsate. I cannot be violated. With this, I bless you all. Let everyone radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Chicago, Naperville, Grasse, France, Minot, North Dakota, Dakota Dunes, Madurai, Slovakia, Ponca City, Oklahoma, Rajapalayam, Warrington, UK, Guadalupe, Indrani, New Jersey, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Charlotte, Sri Sailam, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Dubai, Vaidyanatham, China, Los Angeles, Seattle, Oklahoma, San Jose, Oman, Sivagangai, Kuala Lumpur, Parani, Ohio Temple, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, St. Louis, Tirumala, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Redmond, USA, I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, 10th day, Masi Maham, and Devi is gracing all of us in the form of Maha Saraswati on Hamsa Vahana. Today we also have Sri Vidya Puja and Sri Vidya Homa in Bidadi Nithyananda temple as the 10th day, culminating day of Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam. Let me enter into Upanishad Satsang. I'll continue to expand on 5th verse. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike, tadantarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. It is truth that consciousness moves, and at the same time, it is truth that consciousness does not move. Truth that consciousness is far off from the farthest space. The truth that consciousness is also nearer than the nearest space. Truth is the inner space of the whole cosmos. Truth is also the outer space of the whole cosmos, pervading and uniformly ever present inside and encompassing this cosmos from the outside. Pervading and uniformly ever present inside and encompassing this cosmos from outside. It's an amazing sutra. Please listen. What Upanishads wants to declare through this verse: break from something which is making you perceive inside, outside separately, moving, unmoving separately, antara, bahyata separately. Listen. Tannai jati, tadde jati, tannai jati. Moving, unmoving separately. What is that makes you perceive something as moving, something as unmoving? What is that makes you perceive something is near, something is far off? What is that makes you perceive something is inside you and something is outside you? Listen. I'm going to explain once more my enlightenment experience from the context of this verse. Listen. Please listen. Exactly what was that I realized on the Vaikasi Visagam, Vaikasi month, Purnima Titi, Visaga Nakshatram evening, when I completed 11 and aging into 12, that year, Vaigasi month, Visaga Nakshatra, Paurnami Tithi. This is the way we Indians keep the date in the memory. We don't keep that, the English calendar date. Somehow, I always kept only based on the Tithi and Rasi and Nakshatra. And so now if you can Google, you Google and find out exactly what is the date. Let me describe. Because we never bothered about the Kala. We bothered about only the essence of Kala. When I completed 11 and moving into 12, that year this has happened. Listen, exactly what happened. Let me describe. As usual, I went and sat on one rock. I did not choose. Please understand. I did not choose. It was just a casual. Usually I'll sit here, there. Somehow that day I sat on one rock, which has become a Tirtha Kshetra now for all our devotees and disciples. I sat casually. Whenever I find time, I'll go and spend time in that space, in that area, because Devi became enlightened there. My Guru Vibhudananda Puri always used to tell, this is Devi's energy field. That place is called Pavalakkundru, Coral Hill. She used to tell, this is Devi's energy space, energy field. So I always used to go and sit there. I was sitting on a rock. To tell you honestly, I was not even doing some serious meditation. I can say in a way the whole ambience was so calm, so beautiful. I decided to close my eyes. Once I closed the eyes, the intensity of my yearning started taking over me. The intensity to realize myself, my true nature, started possessing me. It has taken possession over me. The Kathopanishad declares Shraddha Vivecha. Shraddha just took over Nachiketa. All of you know how fear takes over you, greed takes over you. When a fear takes over you, when you have the panic attack, you just do things. You always feel guilty, shy, later on about it. You repent for it. You don't know why you did it. Same way, when lust takes over you, when greed takes over you, you do things which you can never logically justify even to yourself. But when authenticity takes over you, it will be 10,000 times more intense than fear taking over or greed taking over. It will be 10,000 times more intense, powerful. When fear takes over you, it's called panic attack. When greed takes over you, it's called restlessness. When authenticity takes over you, it is called satori. My sincere seeking that overpowered me, that's the right word I should use. I just felt, what is it I am seeking? Who is that me who is seeking? Who is that me that is deeply discontented about anything I see, hear? Who is that who is deeply discontented even about my own existence? Listen. Almost like, who am I who is so discontented about my own existence? Understand, all of you have discontentment about your own existence, but you never look into why, what, who is having that discontentment. You try to look in, if you get one rasagulla, you forget that. You try to look in, if you get something else, you forget that. Very easily that question, why, what, who is so discontented, those questions are forgotten very easily. The person for whom the question has become the first and top priority, he is a seeker. It was such strong taking over. That's the right word I'll use. Taking over. Listen. Understand. When that whole being took over, who am I that is experiencing this deep discontentment, suffocation? I can see very clearly that heaviness just went into depths of the consciousness. Suddenly, one moment, the first thing happened is that idea inside and outside broke. Please understand, the inner space and outer space broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I'm actually now reliving that experience to describe any point I left out which I have not described. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. Both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The air, the breeze, the setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just become so alive. The idea, something is inside and something is outside, is completely lost. First, I was able to see all the 10 direction 360 degree. The next moment itself, I realized not only I am able to see, I am able to experience all of that as me. I did not feel vulnerable. I felt powerful. I did not feel vulnerable. I felt powerful. So powerful. I just know I am that oneness is the existence. There is no inner. There is no outer. There is no moving. There is no unmoving. The smallest movements of these plants is my movement, and the highest stillness of the center of the cosmos is my stillness. Moves and moves not. What do you call as near? What do you call as far off? Those concepts are lost. What do you call as inner space? Inside you, outer space, outside you. The ideas are forgotten. Mamakara, the inner image, drank the life image, ate outer image, and dancing on others' image. The inner image drank the life image, ate the outer image, dancing on others' image. Do manana, Vakyartha Sadas on this statement. Inner image drank the life image, ate the outer image, dancing on others' image. Means there is no gaps between images. There is no imagination. It was such the ignorance melted down. Ignorance melted down. Tadde jati Tannai jati taddure tadvantike tadantarasya sarvasya tadusarvasyasya bahyataha. Whenever you look inside you, that immature you, that inner image, constantly asking for security, beggar, he slips like a soap on the bathtub. If you drop the soap in the bathing bucket or bathtub, how it just slips from your hand everywhere. Same way, the inner image will be slipping from your hand everywhere whenever you try to look in and catch. But after a few minutes, that soap will just melt and become one with the water. Same way, even if you are not able to catch that inner image, if you just running behind it and squeezing, in few minutes it will disappear. It will not be there. That is why the seeking gives you the experience of liberation. Every time you catch the soap and it escapes from you, one layer is peeled off. Next time when you catch and it escapes from your hand, one layer is peeled off. In few times, the soap is not there. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike, tad antarasya, sarvasya, tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. You need to actually find out what is that makes you experience inside and outside as separately. What is that makes you experience that moves and moves not separately? What is that makes you experience something as far off and something as near? Something as far off and something as near. Upanishads clearly declare, find which makes you experience something is moving, something is not moving, something is closer, something is far off, something is outside, something is inside. Complete with that, you will experience this verse. Till then, it will only be the intellectual jugglery. The very declaration itself is a technique and the truth. Understand? What Upanishads declare here is the truth and technique for you. Go on, do Vakyartha Sadas on it, Manana on it. You will realize it's a truth come technique. Yesterday I was sitting and spending some time with various manuscripts. I thank sincerely the Agama Academy and the Shivacharyas who are running the Agama Academy, especially Ravi Vaidyanatha Shivacharya, Sriman Ravi Vaidyanatha Shivacharya, for his amazing contribution, collecting, scanning, preserving all the manuscripts related to Agamas, collecting, scanning, preserving all the manuscripts related to Agama and ancient scriptures, and his broad-mindedness to share everything with us. He has done amazing work. Almost literally every night I am spending with his collections. They have done an unimaginable work, collecting almost 50,000 manuscripts, everything about Agama available. I was going through, I felt one leaf is enough. Each leaf of that manuscript is the soft power nuclear bomb. Understand? You all know only hard power atomic bomb, which is used to control people with the fear. You show that bomb, if you don't listen, obey me, I'll throw this bomb on your country and destroy you. Surrender to me. That's a hard power atomic bomb. But each of these leaf, palm leaf in those manuscripts, is the soft power atom bomb. You just throw that on one country. They are there ever under you with devotion and respect. Through devotion and respect, not out of fear, out of gratitude and surrender. Out of love, respect, surrender, gratitude. They are there forever. Because so much is contributed to their life. Each palm leaf, each manuscript, each leaf. God, what a detailed work Mahadeva has done. Agamas should have become the book of Hinduism. I am bold enough to declare. For all the lifestyle issues, social issues, how we should conduct ourselves in society, in the way of liberated thinking, how we should live everything, for everything, Agamas should have become the scripture. Because no other master has the courage to think or the clarity to think to this depth than Mahadeva. Mahadeva, unimaginable. People may raise the doubt, how do you know it is written by Mahadeva? How do you know that somebody else, how do you know whether it is written by Mahadeva at all or somebody else wrote and attributed to Mahadeva's name? Any brain which can think to this depth, to this clarity, with this understanding and the highest cognition, that person is already become Mahadeva. He has achieved Shiva consciousness. So, you don't have to worry whether it was written by the Mahadeva with 4 hands sitting under the banyan tree, with Uma by the side, with Chinmudra and Damaru and fire in the hand, or the Mahadeva who has happened as Tirumular, or the Mahadeva who has entered into some enlightened being, into some Rishi's system. From whichever consciousness, whichever brain, whichever minds, agamas came out, I know for 120% sure they already became Mahadeva. It's only from him these things can come out. God. I just feel like I should dedicate my whole life to do research, organizing, collecting, living, and spreading, radiating agamas. And I have decided to do that. No doubt, Upanishads are the first. But agamas are the minutest. Upanishads made user-friendly is agamas. In next few days, you will continue to get the soft power nuclear bombs, the agamas. To enrich your life and realize what these Upanishads are telling. Whatever Upanishads declare, agamas makes it as lifestyle. I'll continue to expand on Upanishad verses. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is inner image, swallowed the outer image, drank the life image, dancing on others' image completely. Inner image drank the life image completely, swallowed the outer image completely, and dancing on others' image. Contemplate on it and do Vakyartha Sadas on it. With this, I bless you all. And Seattle Nataraja Abhishekam and Rudrabhishekam, blessings for both. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone who is sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing and RR TV. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. City is sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana San Jose, Madurai, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Seattle, Chidambaram, Toronto, Tirukailayam, Melbourne, St. Louis, Tirumala, New York, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Ohio Temple, Oman, Sivagangai, Varanasi, Vancouver, Singapore, Dakota Dunes, Madurai, Ponca City, Oklahoma, Hyderabad Adinam, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, Dubai Vaidyanatham, London Southwest, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalayam, Oklahoma, Guadalupe, China, Hyderabad, Charlotte, Hong Kong, and lot more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today is the 9th day of Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam. Devi is gracing on Swarna Simhavahana, golden lion vehicle, blessing all of us. And today, March 3rd, Jivan Mukti Jayanti. It is not just my book, it is my Ananda Gandha. Whoever holds that book are holding my Ananda Gandha means pure consciousness, door to God, gateway to consciousness. So understand Jivan Mukti book has no expiry date. Still, it stands out to be the one of the best gifts I have given to the world, are delivered to the world through me. So, this whole month, let's celebrate by distributing Jivan Mukti book in as many languages as possible as a gift to people. Today, whoever calls in, they will receive Jivan Mukti book in the language you want, as much as stock available. If it is available in the Bidadi campus, it is available for you. You have to call in and tell in which language you want the Jivan Mukti book. It's a gift from our Sangha to all of you. One copy per person. Don't collect for selling or commercial purpose. It's only for personal spiritual purpose. You can call in and tell the book you want the Jivan Mukti book you want, in the language you want. Jivan Mukti. I have written many books earlier and after. Even then, the way that book makes sense and relates makes the whole science so easy. Incomparable. I am working on coming up with the second volume, third volume, but nothing can be compared to that book. Nothing can be compared to that book. So with this, I'll enter into today's satsang, the 5th verse of Isha Vasya Upanishad. Tadde jati tanai jati taddure tatvantike tadantarasya sarvasya tatu sarvasyasya bahyataha tadde jati tannai jati taddure tatvantike tat antarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. That moves and that moves not. That's far off. That's also near. That is the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this. I can go on repeating this verse, but we'll never be able to comment on it. Maybe I'll intercept and reveal the pretext, context, for all of you to understand the meaning and make it more user-friendly. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tatvandike, tadantarasya, sarvasya, tadu sarvasyasya, bahyataha. Anything moves and moves not should be beyond which moves and moves not. Understand the way to realize the reality. See, the way to perceive the perception is not to question it too much. If you question it, it will melt down like a dream. The moment you start questioning the dream, dream will melt down. Dream always presents a completely illogical things in front of you. And if you question it, especially the person whom you really like appears in the dream, almost about to hug you, if you ask, how can this be possible so easily, the dream will disappear. Understand? The item which you always wanted to eat is in front of your table, you are about to eat. If you ask the question, how can this be possible so easily, the dream will disappear. Whenever you relate with perception, You have to do it very sensitively. You can't touch it. You can't question it. It is touch me not. Always your perception is touch me not. That is why when you question your love, it will disappear. All your so-called falling in love, the falling in love, the moment you question it, is it authentic? Straight away you will see it lands on just the skin and skin color, not even skin deep. Perception, the moment you question, dissolves, disappears. Next, fact will stand the scrutiny of logic, but not larger life logic. Listen. Fact will stand the scrutiny of logic, but not larger life logic. For example, if somebody makes a statement, earth is flat. Yes, it will stand the scrutiny of your simple logic, straightforward logic. Hey, it looks flat, so it's flat. But it won't stand the larger logic, which you can understand with various equipments, not just with your empty eyes. The larger logic. The facts are such, it will stand the scrutiny of ordinary logic, but not the larger logic. Truth will stand anything which you can grasp, like a logic, larger logic, machineries, the scientific discovery, research. Truth will stand for anything, but still it is not reality. It won't stand the scrutiny of the consciousness. Reality is the only one which can stand the scrutiny of the consciousness. Understand? All confusions in the world is the fight between perception, fact, truth, reality. Whether it is in the field of religion, science, spirituality, logic, law, mathematics, any field. It is just a fight between perception, fact, truth, and reality. Blessed are those who are always established on realization of reality. I tell you, the most non-suffering way of existence is establishing yourself in reality. Do not go for perceiving about you, life, or God based on what larger number of people say. They do not know and they don't have time to analyze, scrutinize. Second, don't go with your calculation. You know how to calculate only your salary. A person who receives 1 lakh salary can never imagine or perceive raising and spending $1 zillion. No. It takes a literally transformation. Understand? If it goes above your head, listen to the satsang once or twice. Participate in the Vakyartha Sadas. Listen now what I am saying. Don't decide what is God, who is God, based on what larger number of people tell you. Never think because larger number of people tell it's truth. No. Don't go for what is God, who is God, based on your logic, which can calculate only very less levels. Don't go for deciding what is God, who is God, based on your understandings about your perceptions. The only way you can realize, cognize the reality, God, is apta pramana, the declarations of rishis, and atma pramana, declaration of your guru from his own realization. The apta pramana of rishis have become atma pramana of me. The realizations of rishis have become my realization. And if you internalize that, my realization will become your realization. The apta pramana of Guru will become atma pramana of you. Understand? Here, consciousness, God is declaring who is He, what is He. He is declaring about Himself. Tade jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike. The word tat is translated as that here wrongly. The tat here will not mean that. The tat is truth. Tat ejati, truth walks. Tat naijati, truth does not walk. Tat dure, tatvantike. It is far off, that is also near. Tat dure, tatvantike. Tat antarasya means that is the inner space. Sarvasya, for everything. Tatu sarvasyasya bahyataha. Only when your third eye is awakened, you will understand there is no such thing as inner outer. I am telling you. That is what is the result of third eye awakening. How to find out for somebody third eye is fully awakened? The idea of inner outer will disappear in them. You will see, my Gurukul kids will experience that. Actually, I am working with more and more powerful meditation process and techniques with the kids. When the third eye is opened, you will be able to see, perceive everything inside and outside without even knowing any difference or gap. Completely freely. Completely freely. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure tadvantike. Tad antarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. It is ignorance which reminds you, which makes you feel something is inside and outside. Something is far off and near. It is like in the Ganga, one bamboo is floating. Because that bamboo is there, you say right side Ganga and left side Ganga. Ganga ever got divided? No. If you just remove that bamboo stick, Ganga got united? No. Neither division nor uniting ever happens, is reality. Ganga is divided, is perception. Right side Ganga, left side Ganga is fact. No, it is not divided, is truth. It can never be divided or united, is reality. Listen, bamboo. Single bamboo stick can give you perception. Fact, truth, which does not exist. You can go on be arguing and establishing. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure tadvantike. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure tadvantike. Tadantarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. The idea of inner, outer moves not. All this is created just like bamboo stick creates division in Ganga, your ignorance, powerlessness creates division in you, or appears to have created division in you. How you will handle the bamboo stick, you should handle exactly the same way your ignorance. You should know it can never divide you as inner and outer. It can never make you inside and outside. It can never make you moves and moves not. Today's Vakyartha Sadas is this one subject, bamboo stick, powerlessness stick. Understand this one example, what bamboo stick floating on the Ganga does to it, and what ignorance, powerlessness floating on you does to you. This example, if you merge, Ganga is your consciousness, bamboo stick is your powerlessness, right and left, which you call is inside and outside, and moves not, far off, near, all that. How, when you look at the small area, it really looks, bamboo stick has divided Ganga. For an ant, that bamboo stick is equivalent to dam. Wow, such big dam. Ganga cannot touch me. I am protected. That bamboo stick, not even a ship, it's a dam for an ant. So how, when your perception is too small, what all the impact that bamboo stick powerlessness does in you? When your perception grows little bit and raises to a level of fact, what that bamboo stick does to Ganga and your powerlessness does to you? When you raise to the level of truth, what that bamboo stick does to Ganga and what your powerlessness does to you? When you raise to the level of reality, what that bamboo stick does to Ganga, what your powerlessness does to you. What that bamboo stick means to Ganga, what your powerlessness means to you. Have Vakyartha Sadas on this. You will understand, grasp, tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike, tadantarasya, sarvasya, tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana all over the world. Cities sitting with us, having Nayana all over the world. Kuala Lumpur, Austin, Toronto, Phoenix, Seattle, Los Angeles, St. Louis, Ohio, Suva, Fiji, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Mill Valley, Kulim, Tiruttani, Tiruvanmiyur, Wilmington, North Carolina, Guadalupe, Seattle, Minot, North Dakota, Houston, Dakota Dunes, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Hong Kong, Charlotte, China, Singapore, New York, Varanasi, Morris Plains, Calgary, Amaranath, Madurai, Rajapalayam, Vancouver, Doncaster, UK, and Dubai, London, Košice, lot more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, 8th day of the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, Devi is gracing on Ashwavagana, horse vehicle. Nothing much to say. Today, as part of the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, Devi's 10-day celebration, eighth day Rathotsavam of Devi Rajarajeshwari happening, and March 2nd, each one is receiving their karma and fruits of their karma back. What goes round comes back. And I don't need to expand much on it. The life and the incidences happening are explaining the truth. Falsehood does not stand the test of time. Only truth can stand the test of time. Much of you guys are next generation, so you may not even be aware. It's an age-old method. Attacking Hinduism constantly. It's time we wake up. We wake up. We wake up. And at least protect ourselves. With this, I'll enter into the satsang. Today, I'll enter into the 5th verse of Isha Vasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Taddejati तन्नै जति तद्दूरे तद्वन्दिके तदन्तरस्य सर्वस्य ततु सर्वस्यास्य बाह्यतः. Please recite once more. Tate jati tanne jati taddure tadvandike tadantarasya sarvasya tatu sarvasyasya bahyataha. The translation is that moves and that moves not, that is far off, that is also near, that is the inner space of all this, and that is also the outer space of all this. Now, through this statement, Upanishad is declaring you need manana, internalizing, to experience consciousness. Not just Shravana is enough. Shravana, listening, to instigate manana, internalizing. Please understand. The fifth verse also again describes the various qualities of consciousness. Or I can say, the various techniques with which you can move yourself towards the consciousness. You can experience consciousness. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike, tadantarasya, sarvasya, tadu sarvasyasya, bahyataha. Tade jati, tanne jati, taddure, tadvantike. That moves and that moves not. That is far off. That is also near. That's the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this. Listen. Seemingly confusing description, but the most clear statement ever uttered on the planet Earth is this statement. Most authentic statement ever uttered on the planet Earth is this statement. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike, tadantarasya sarvasya, tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. Discovering your consciousness experientially is the purpose of your life. Understand, I am not using the word inventing. I am just saying discovering. Discovering your consciousness is the purpose of life. Whether you lived as a spiritual being, you lived as a cook, lawyer, engineer, doctor, professional, or not doing anything, nothing counts. Whether you lived as a political leader or social leader, nothing counts in the cosmos, understand. The only thing that counts in the cosmos, Have you discovered your pure consciousness? The good news I have is nothing what you considered as a goal of your life, whether you achieved it or not achieved it, is considered as goal at all in the cosmos. If you think you have not got the good name in your neighborhood, don't worry. It is not the goal of the life. If you think you don't have this, you don't have that, don't worry. This is not the goal of the life. People who have all those wasted their time and energy. The one and only goal. Please understand, I am not saying this goal is the first priority of the life. No, this is the only goal of life. The only goal of life is discovering your pure consciousness. Every moment you spent in discovering your consciousness, you used that moment in your life. Every moment you did not spend on this goal, you wasted those moments in your life. I'll give you one small tip. Whenever you are able to think, internalize with the goal of reaching your source, all those moments are meditation. Even if your thinking looks very confusing. See the yesterday's Vakyartha Sadas of kids. It is thoroughly confusing. And I wanted to tell you, all the statements they said is lie. All the statement, nothing is true. And nothing is false. I don't want to say whatever they said is false. I only want to say everything is lie. Lie is not false. Sometimes lie is a name of the in-between stop between the truth and reality. When you are lying down during your journey between truth and reality, it can be called as lie, but it's not false. Understand, whatever they said is lie, but that does not mean they wasted their time. No. They are moving towards the reality. Whatever they said is not false. It's neither true nor false. It's a beautiful practice through which they are moving towards the reality. That is why I am encouraging Vakyartha Sadas continuously. Listen. I also wanted to use this moment to congratulate our Yuva Sangha youth group. They again started the Vakyartha Sadas. I'm so happy they are doing it through internet and Skype call. Same way I wanted all over the world, Sangha should actively engage yourself in Vakyartha Sadas. Please understand, only time you spend in Vakyartha Sadas is the time you chisel yourself. You discover your consciousness, your quality of integrity, quality of authenticity, quality of responsibility, quality of enriching will just multiply million times, billion times if you can spend little time on Vakyartha Sadas on every day. Because many times, internalizing of these great truths, you may not be able to do it sitting alone. Because the fifth black you reach, in your mind, you will collapse and fall asleep. And may want to have a sip of Coca-Cola, coffee, one phone call to your friend or to your buddy, over. Your Vakyartha Sadas ended. Your Manana ended. But if you have as a team and do the Vakyartha Sadas, you will dedicate certain amount of time just for this. At least for the sake of engaging yourself in the conversation, you will think every subtle nuances, aspects of these great truths. So again and again and again, I insist on Vakyartha Sadas. Vakyartha Sadas is directly doing puja to consciousness. The time you spend on Vakyartha Sadas is direct Manasa Puja. So, the amount of time I used to spend in Vakyartha Sadas when I was young, and the time I will take to travel to those sannyasis and seekers and satsanga, sometimes I will walk even 2 hours to reach the places where sadhus are staying to have Vakyartha Sadas. Sit with them, listen to them, talk to them. Almost every day, from the house to Annamalai Swamigal Ashram, I will walk. In those days, there was no other mode of transportation. Of course, cycle, two-wheeler, everything was available, but I can't drive any of that. That is different. I didn't know. For quite a long time, I can't balance the bicycle. Only very recently, I managed to balance bicycle. And so, because that right-left, that balance was never in the cognition. Never I felt right and left as a two separate entities which I can balance. Anyhow, that's totally different context, different understanding. Listen. But I never felt that Annamalai Swamigal Ashram was too far away. Friend's house is never far away, because when you are going, you are in the memory of, you are in the mood of spending time with him. It will never be far off. You will be just seeing, suddenly it is there. And I tell you, Vakyartha Sadas will help you guys to discover many of the truths on your own. Tadde jati, tannai jati, tadure, tadvantike, tadantarasya sarvasya, tadusarvasyasya bahyataha. That moves and that moves not. That is far off and that is also near. That's the inner space of all this, and that is also the outer space of all this. This is consciousness declaring about itself. Understand? This is God introducing about himself. Who is the source of the whole cosmos? He is introducing about himself in this verse. Tadde jati, tannai jati, tadure, tadvantike. That moves and that moves not. That is far off. That is also near. That's the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this means that moves consciousness. Taddejati and tannaijati, that does not move. In riddles, the Upanishads are declaring the ultimate, about the ultimate. In riddles, in paradox, in the words which is apparently confusing, chaotic. Taddejati, tannaijati, that moves and that moves not. How to understand? It means they are saying, sit and contemplate. What is the meaning of that moves and that does not move? What should be that? What is it moves and does not move? Array, what is this? Already I have too many problems, questions. Why should I think about all this? No. You have to. You have to. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike. Understand? Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike. I'll repeat the meaning. That moves and that moves not. That is far off. That is also near. How can something be far off and be near? That's the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this. Brahmanda and Pindanda. Brahmanda is the outer space of all this. Pindanda is the inner space of all this. It is that and it is this. Today, Upanishads speak in riddles, in paradox, utterly confusing. That's the right word I'll use. Utterly confusing. Tadde jati, tannai jati, taddure, tadvantike. Tat antarasya sarvasya tadu sarvasyasya bahyataha. If you just internalize, understand this one verse, you will become enlightened. Vakyartha sadas should be the most important spiritual practice in all our gurukuls and old age homes. Because Vakyartha sadas is the best practice even the elderly people can do. Sit and internalize. What is it that moves and that does not move? That's far off, that is also near. Mahadeva is describing about himself. Understand? You can never understand him with your logic. Only he can introduce himself to you. Here, he is introducing himself. That moves not. That is far off. That is also near. That's the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this. Tade jati, Tanai jati, Tadure, Tadvantike. Mahadeva is introducing about himself. He is not just giving you his visiting card. He is just describing about himself. Contemplate on it. Contemplate on it. Contemplate on it. He is describing about himself. Contemplate on it. He is the inner space of all this. He is also the outer space of all this. Actually, if you contemplate on these verses, you will achieve complete brahmacharya, because these verses are so powerful. They will just open up your whole Kundalini Shakti. Brahmacharya is all about opening up Kundalini Shakti. If your Kundalini Shakti is opened up, you will achieve Brahmacharya just like that. So simple. In a most simple way. Tadde jati, Tannai jati, Tadure, Tatvantike. Tadantarasya, Sarvasya, Tadusarvasyasya, Bahyataha. That moves and that moves not. That is far off. That is also near. That's the inner space of all this. That is also the outer space of all this. Actually, you can't comment on it. I can't expand on it. How will I expand? I can only go on repeating till you catch it. Meaning of this verse is that strange smile I am radiating when I am uttering this verse. It is hidden in that smile. It is hidden in my eyes, which is smiling when I am uttering these words. I can't do anything other than carrying a strange smile in my lips and the eyes when I am uttering these words and verse. More than that, no commentary can be written on it. No explanation can be given to it. I am only sitting and enjoying. You fellows need this. Contemplate on it. Internalize it. Meditate on it. You did not do when you were young, na? Come on, do now. That is what exactly the meaning of that smile. I tell you, discovering the consciousness is one only purpose of life. Whether life puts you in heaven or life puts you in hell, the only message life wants to send it to you is discover your consciousness. Whether it gives you whatever you want and keeps you in the highest pedestal of the world, society, money, wealth, power, name and fame, everything is offered to you. The life is sending you the message, discover your consciousness, which is beyond all this. If you are tortured, pushed into poverty, no food, disease, no medical care, you are literally stinking and dying every moment, life is sending you the message, discover your consciousness. That's the only way to be rid of this. Understand, whether you are showered everything or tortured every moment, the one and only message life is sending to you is discover your consciousness. whether it is March 2nd or March 3rd. March 3rd is Jivan Mukti Jayanti. Understand, whether it is March 2nd or March 3rd. March 2nd is attack. March 3rd is Jivan Mukti, delivered. Both have the same message. Discover your consciousness. I take that also as a message from life, consciousness. Discover your consciousness more and more. Help people to discover their consciousness more and more. Jivan Mukti Jayanti. Again, this is the message. Discover your consciousness. Tomorrow is one of the greatest book ever written on the planet Earth. One of the greatest book ever revealed on the planet Earth. Jivan Mukti is born. I would have written so many. I may continue to write so many. But Jivan Mukti is Jivan Mukti. That book is that book. Tadde jati, tannai jati, tature, tadvantike. Meditate again and again. Internalize. Do Vakyartha Sadas today on this one phrase. Tade jati, tannai jati. That moves and that moves not. That's all. Do Vakyartha Sadas just on this. You will understand. You will understand deeper and deeper and deeper truths. I'll see to it everyone discovers consciousness. With this, I bless you all. Let everyone radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam, Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Varyantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsava, 7th day, Devi is gracing on Siddhapita, Kailasa, in which all the Siddhas are sitting. Devi is gracing with Sridevi and Bhudevi, Lakshmi and Saraswati on Kailasa. So with Devi's grace and blessings, I'll enter into the Satsanga. I welcome everyone who is sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, RR TV, and two-way video conferencing having Nayanadiksha. Before entering into the Satsang, I just want to express few things which I am not able to control. When I see this Vakyartha Sadas by the Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul, now really, I am not able to control that overflow. Please understand, always one thing all gurus feel, whatever I am delivering to the world, will it be preserved, used, protected, practiced properly? It's from the time of Mahadeva the problem exists. Maybe I can say I am the first guru who is relieved from this problem because of this video recording. Understand? It captures and keeps. But it is only protection, not practicing and radiating. What is there? All this will be archived and kept. Just protection is not all required for a master's teaching. One of the Ramanuja's Vasya, Ramanuja wrote a commentary on Brahma Sutra, working 6.5 years. Unfortunately, the next day, he was attacked by a terrorist group. And he and his disciples have to run for their life. So in that, trying to protect the Guru's life, disciples forgot to carry the whole manuscript of 6.5 years of hard work of Ramanuja's Sri Bhashya, Brahma Sutra Bhashya. They have to run for the life, so they could not protect that leaf, and the terrorist group came and burnt the whole leaf. Whole thing is burnt. But he had one disciple, amazing disciple, who wrote, when Ramanuja was dictating, who wrote, that disciple was Ekasantagrahi, means who can grasp anything by listening once. And he repeated the whole thing. That is the way we got the Sri Bhashya to the world now. We have Sri Bhashya of Ramanuja because of that one disciple's listening and reproducing ability. At least this is only a memory. It's only a memory. Just listening, one of the abilities, and reproducing. Then comes amazing disciples of Buddha. Buddha was such an extraordinary being. No disciple can pen down while he is talking. They will all be just lost in the grace of Buddha. Buddha was a feast for audio and video both. He was a visual treat. He was not just treat for your ears. He was a visual treat even for your eyes. He was so enchanting. No disciple will be able to pen or write what he is teaching. 40 years, not a single record. But when he left the body, all his top disciples sat. When they poured out everything, it was so beautifully aligned. Not just repeated. It was repeated with an alignment. That is the way the Dhammapada, the main basic scripture of Buddhism, came out. So as I said, this is the message for me. No memory is secured other than putting your teachings in biomemory of people. Understand? No memory can keep it safe and reproduce. Only biomemory can keep it safe and reproduce. When I see the Vakyartha Sadas, hear the Vakyartha Sadas by Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul, I really feel I have already produced the disciples Ramanuja had, and like the disciples Buddha had. They can reproduce with aligned, reproducing in an aligned way, so that people who want to practice further can easily refer and practice. A few days before, I was talking to one of my Swami, not from Gurukul, directly came and joined as an adult. Adult means adulterated adults. And he came and joined as adult, and now he has taken sannyas also. I was talking to him. In course of conversation, I used the word Jakrat Swapna Sushupti, and I saw his eyes were, he was blinking like almost he heard a Japanese language, or French, Portuguese, Spanish, all put together. As if he heard that, he was looking at me. I asked him, do you know what is Jakrat Swapna Sushupti? Can you explain? He politely shook the head saying, I don't know, Swamiji. It was really shock for me. No, my disciples give me always shocks, that is different. But this was too much of a shock, because about this Jakrat Swapna Sushupti, I don't know how many thousands of times I have spoken. In how many programs, techniques. Suddenly I had a thought, oh God, then for whom am I? Who am I speaking? This whole satsang. For whom I am speaking? Day in and day out. Just because of enlightenment, I did not fall into depression. Otherwise, I almost fell into depression, and enlightenment saved me and brought me back. But now, when I am listening to Vakyartha Sadas, I know I have not spoken unnecessarily, or all my words have not become waste. My Gurukul kids' bio memories are holding it. My Gurukul kids' bio memories are holding it. Whatever I have showered in the satsang, whether this video memory captured it or not, archives mission is working or not, archives machine is functioning or not, my kids, my Gurukul kids' bio memory has caught it and it is carrying. So whatever I have spoken is not in vain. My time is not wasted. I know for sure. And I am waiting for my Gurukul kids to take up the responsibility of editing my books. See, actually my books don't need much editing other than aligning the statements, grammar statements, and repetition of the statements need to be edited, taken out. Sometimes I repeat because people don't listen, they are sleeping in front of me. If they sleep, I repeat. And I also give a very strange breaks. Just by silence I can wake up people. And then I repeat. So all these just need to be cleaned up. And sometimes in the body language I express very sarcastic expressions. I need to express to convey certain ideas. Maybe those things need to be put verbally. That's all. But one important job can be done. Giving lot of footnotes, references from my various other works, which I think only my Gurukul kids will be able to do. Because it is their bio-memory, so vast, so receptive, so blissfully capturing and captured whatever I have sharing on these satsangs. They just become a living example of awakened third eye. Now, I am refining the meditation techniques and taking them to the next level of third eye awakening, where not only they can read whatever is in the mind of the people or blindfold reading and all these things, they will also see the reality beyond what is seen as a world. They will see this world as a dream and see the reality beyond this world. And I have one more great news for you guys. I am refining. In next few days, I will initiate all the ashramites into this third eye awakening and blindfold reading. And this coming Varanasi inner awakening, I am going to initiate everyone into this process. Even the adults. The technique is ready. The process is ready. After I initiate the ashramites, sannyasis in next few days, maybe even this inner awakening participants will have this gift. You will have the initiation, maybe the last 1 or 2 days. Initiation into awakening the third eye and Varanasi inner awakening. All the participants, not just kids, even the adults, even if you are an adulterated adult, You are going to be initiated into third eye awakening, especially with this unique ability to read blindfold. And we have also tested this blindfold reading in the darkness, early morning, complete darkness. And I am taking it to the next level. If the third eye can be awakened fully, not only you will make whatever you dream as reality, you will also realize whatever is your reality itself is one more dream. Bringing you to this realization will be the result, ultimate result of third eye awakening. That is what I am expecting, and I'll make that happen. I'll make that happen. Now for the Gurukul kids and Ashramites, these inner awakening participants who are attending now here and the coming May inner awakening in Varanasi, please understand, actually the meaning of the word Varanasi means the space between eyebrows and nose. Varana Nasi. In Sanskrit, Varana means the space between the eyebrows, and Nasi means nose. The space between eyebrows and the nose, third eye. So Varanasi is the space of third eye. In the space of third eye, awakening your third eye so that you will experience the reality beyond what is seen by you. Whatever is seen by you as world. Vakyartha Sadas by Balasans. I really thought the first few days, maybe first few days they heard so much from me, they will have something to remember and talk. What will they have after a few days? They may be repeating the same thing. I thought it's okay, at least in that way they will hear more and more of spiritual truths. Now I understand. My kids are also just like me, no question of repeating the same thing again. No question of repeating the same thing again. They have heard enough and they are able to remember enough and they are able to repeat with realigned way enough, and there is one more verse from great Saint Valluvanayanar. He lived in Mylapore, Chennai. I'll give you the rough translation. A mother becomes more ecstatic when she listens her son as a great being than the moment she gave birth to the child. ஈன்ற பொழுதினும் பெரிதுவக்கும் தன்மகனை சான்றோன் எனக் கேட்டதாய். When she hears her son is a great being, she goes into the ecstasy much more than the time she gave birth to him. So I tell you, I am in that same ecstasy when I listen to Vakyartha Sadas by my kids. Please understand, their precise understanding about life, death, how death happens, what is Chana, how rebirth is taken, why somebody takes unconscious birth, why somebody takes a conscious birth. Whatever you may study, you may have PhD or PhD. You may MB5 and reach MBA. You may know how to administer others, but as far as administering you, you will be just dead donkey buddhu. No, I am seeing so many MBAs who have come to MBA by MB5ing. And great PhDs, postdoctorate. I am seeing. That is why I am telling you. The kind of the clarity they are having. And one more thing, when all these truths gets into your system, when you are fresh and about to start the life, nothing like it. It gets into your very bio-memory, I tell you. It gets into your very bio-memory. This whole revival of deity worship, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which I am doing, started just with one small Ganesha gifted to me when I was the age of 3. If that same Ganesha was gifted to me, or even bigger Ganesha, when I was 18, I don't think this revival would have happened. Just that one Ganesha, at the age of 3, got into my very bio-memory, became experience. That is why I could transmit that experience to tons and tons of people, and this whole Sanatana Dharma is revived. Just yesterday, one participant, yesterday or day for yesterday, few days, one participant in the inner awakening, when she came and said, Swamiji, it is so sweet to talk to deities and relate with them. I saw them blessing me, relating back to me, responding to me. I said, wow, I have done my job. They are not dead statues, they are living deities. I would have never been able to tell this to the world so authentically if I started practicing deity worship after some 18, 20, something like that. When life beats me, I just go and fall at the feet of some deity and catch hold of it. No. I might have had some experience for myself, but never be able to inspire millions by transmitting this experience. The transmitting the experience and inspiring millions is happening because I got that Ganesha deity when I was 3, so that it could get into my bio-memory, become part of me and my very cognition, living. Understand? How I am thankful to my father and grandfather for giving me this deity and teaching me to relate with the deity. My mother's father, he is solely responsible for whatever revival I am doing through the deity worship. He is solely responsible because I have seen he may come back from the shop night 1 o'clock. He was rice merchant. So the rice loads will come from the villages in the bullock carts. Those days, bullock carts. And lorries were not that popular. Bullock carts are tractors. I have seen bullock carts will come with a fire torch or a lantern lamp, and they will unload the rice bags. Night 1 o'clock he may come back to the house, but he will wash himself, do the achamana, means apply the vibhuti and anushtana, keep the shop key at the feet of Mahadeva. He had a beautiful, the family deity, Mahadeva, Ganesha, and other 2-3 deities like Nandi, small Subramanya, and Devi, one Surya. It's a Panchayatana, Shiva Panchayatana, with Vishnu also, Ranganatha, and Venkateshwara. Venkateshwara was the family deity. So all of them were there. He will always keep the key to them at the feet of Mahadeva and go and sleep. And whatever time he may come back to bed, next day morning he will be up before the sunrise. It's called Brahma Muhurta, the time a Shaivite is supposed to wake up. I have never seen him missing till the day he left the body. He will wake up before the sunrise, the Brahma Muhurta, and take bath, do all his anushtana, come back to the deity and do all his morning worship, pick up the key from the deity with the permission and go to the shop. And every time when he took the major decisions, or every time he leaves the house for even a small action like going to a local temple and coming back, he will go and take the permission of the deity and then go. Once he comes back, he will wash his feet. If he comes back from temple, he may not wash his feet. If he is from any other place, he will just go to the shrine again, means where the family deities were kept. If he is from temple, he won't wash the feet. If he is from other places, he will wash the feet, but he will walk to the deity and do namaskar, respond to them or report to them what he has done. Only then he will continue with other activities. I tell you, just that one seed at that age, and every night, without missing, before going to bed, he will sit and chant all the verses, Shiva Stotras. Sometimes my uncles and all will be feeling a little annoyed. What is this in the middle of the night? It's a one hall where all the kids sleep. Only the married people, couples will have a separate room. Others all will sleep in the main hall only. And he will be sitting and chanting so beautifully, just lost in himself. Lost in himself. Reciting the verses on Mahadeva. Sometimes it will be stotras, sometimes it will be sutras, sometimes it will be shastras, whatever it is. Sometimes it will be in Sanskrit, sometimes it will be in Tamil. I picked up that exact lifestyle. Never. I slept without reading a spiritual scripture till I started my public life. Till I realized my avataric mission. After that, I was not able to read for more than 1.5 to 2 years. Then when I started my public life, naturally falling into samadhi, no need to read any books. And after I started teaching, I started reading for the sake of teaching. But till then, never missed reading a spiritual scripture before falling into bed. Understand? When something goes inside you, when you were a kid and becomes part of your bio-memory, muscle memory, it becomes experience, cognition. You just radiate it with so much of strength and power. I can see when my kids are declaring, speaking the truth about death, conscious birth, kshana, all that. It is reality for them. Understand? It is not that they just repeat like a parrot whatever they heard from me. It has become reality. That is why they are able to repeat so properly, and so much of courage and confidence is in their eyes. It is lifestyle for them. Just few days before, the temple, one kid was chanting mantras for Homa. I stopped him and said, you are doing inauthentically. That is why you are not able to bring the rain. Sit, bring yourself to completion and start chanting. The kid realized he had some incompletions and he went and completed with everyone. Yesterday he came and did. It was raining. Understand? It's an experience for them. It is not just story. It's an experience. And exactly anything wrong, it falls only in my eyes. It falls only in my eyes directly. I tell you, if you have a kid, the best thing you can do for the kid is put him or her in Gurukul and rest in peace. If somebody can experientially understand the truths to manage the life, he can understand anything. Anything, I tell you. The so-called society syllabus, 10th exam, plus 2 exam, all this graduation, all that is just nothing for my kids. They will write the exams just like cakewalk. Because when you know life, you know everything. When you know life, you know everything. When the source is known, everything is known. I'll demonstrate in few years. My kids writing IIT examinations, getting into the top rankers list. Just to prove it does not need too much to be IIT top rankers. When you know life, you know everything. And I am so happy. I am seeing the flowers blossoming. Who has a right to sit in Sarvanya Pita, Pita of omniscient. And I am telling you, all these words I am not uttering out of vanity or false pride. You will see, you will all see these kids sitting and doing Rangarajya in Sarvanya Pitas. What is Sarvanyatva? If you know life, you know everything. If you know life, you know everything. That is Sarvanyatva. The power of the third eye awakening. Power of the third eye awakening. Come to Varanasi to experience third eye awakening if you missed Gurukul when you were young. If you have missed Gurukul when you were young, come to Varanasi to experience third eye awakening this May. Bless you all. Let every one of you radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Singapore, China, Guadeloupe, Romania, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Madurai, Warrington, UK, Houston, Texas, Johns Creek, Georgia, Dakota Dunes, Vancouver, Canada, Madurai Dhyanapitham, London, Charlotte, Hong Kong, Oklahoma, Kuala Lumpur, Seattle, Ohio, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Kulim, Toronto, Melbourne, Tiruvanmiyur, Ohio, Prague, St. Louis, Varanasi, San Jose, and lot more cities. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. Today, the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, 5th day, Devi is gracing on Swarna Gajavahana, golden elephant vehicle. Let's receive her grace. Let's enter into today's satsang. Fourth verse in Isha Vasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Anejadegam Manasojaviyah Nainatteva Apnuvan Purvamarshad Tattavato Anyanatyeti Tishtattasmin Napo Matarishvadatati. Last few days we worked on this verse, understand this verse is God is declaring about himself. He is giving introduction about himself. Consciousness is declaring about itself. Anejat ekam manaso javiyaha. Just consciousness is declaring about itself. What I am. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma is such, whatever it revealed in its scriptures, yet to be discovered by science, but not lies. Please understand, science is yet to catch up with us. But just because science has not yet caught up with us, does not mean what is presented is lie. Just the other day I was reading in the internet, they have discovered billions of times bigger black hole than the sun. They have discovered a black hole in the cosmos which is billions of times bigger than the existing sun. Andanda Kodi Brahmandam. Much, much, much before. Thousands of years before, we have described cosmology so beautifully. The black hole, which is 12 billion times more massive than sun, is discovered. Understand? So much has been revealed about cosmology by our Upanishads, Vedic tradition, even about the number, time. When we are reading, we saw Kamikagama describes trillions. Up to that number, we have a specific word. We don't even use these stupid words like a trillion, no. Because English has no other word, I am using. $100 million trillion is parartha. We have a word for all that. Listen. Because science is yet to catch up, don't think the concepts of consciousness is lie. Don't be waiting stupidly. Let the science prove, then I will start following up. Then you waste your life. See, thousands of things we declared, science has caught up with it. Just with this pramana, with this clarity, understand the other few thousands of things which we declared also, science will catch up slowly. Understand? Slowly. Anejat ekam manaso javiyah nainatteva apnuvan purvamarshat. This is the declaration by consciousness about itself. The superconsciousness is declaring about its existence, about what it is. Not only we have revealed so much about the cosmology, the impact of the cosmology on your everyday life. Please understand, no other tradition has such precise knowledge of today should we travel to the villages in the south side or north side based on today where the Rahu is there or Ketu is there or Saturn is there and Chandra is there. Even the day-to-day decisions, the Pindandas, mere simple actions also are decided by the Brahmanda's existence and aligning with it. Yesterday one devotee came and asked me, I want to stay in the house itself and volunteer. First thing I asked, what's your nakshatra? And I said, no, wait till Guru Purnima. Such a simple decision. Whether you want to be in this ashrama or in the house, such a simple decision. I look at the reason. Is there any reason from cosmology? If it is only an individual involved, the cosmic alignment is supporting that individual's decision, then I'll say Tathastu, do it, blessings. When it is not aligned with the cosmology, wait a little bit. Even such a small decisions, we look up. See the alignment with the cosmology, alignment with the cosmos. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the tradition worked so much about the cosmos and the powers impact our body and mind and the science of aligning ourselves with it. Anechatekam manaso javiyah nainatteva apnuvan purvamarshat. I'll enter into the verse where God is introducing Himself. Consciousness is introducing Himself. Consciousness declares about itself. It is unmoving, oneness, swifter than the mind. We had Vakyartha Sadas on Anechat. Then we had on Ekam, oneness. Now, Manaso Javiyaha. You can't have Vakyartha Sadas on Manaso Javiyaha. Because it says swifter than the mind. Before even you start talking, it is already gone, slipped. Before even you imagine, it's beyond that. It is like fight between Russia and America. Who will reach the moon first? So much fight, so much money spent. After one cheating the other secretly, Finally, the man lands on the moon and starts walking. Two naires from Kerala are saying, chai, 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 selling tea there. Understand how you will feel. That's exactly the way. How much ever you imagine, visualize, using the mind, and finally reach that space, consciousness is already there even before you imagine it. Manaso javiyaha, swifter than the mind. Swifter than the mind. You can't have Vakyartha Sadas about it, because anything your mind talks, it's beyond that. So swifter than the mind, if you want to have Vakyartha Sadas, you have to just sit. The gods of senses cannot overtake. Understand? Tishtat tasmin napo madarishvadatati. Remaining situated, it outruns all other running ones. Mind, speech, senses. In it, the life energy, Madarishva, moves and expands itself, supporting all activities. Understand? Tishtat tasmin napo matarishvadatati. It outruns all the running ones. In it, the life energy moves and expands itself, supporting all activities. Maybe the second line, Tishtat tasmin napo matarishvadatati, can be the today's subject for Vakyartha Satas. Tattavato anyanatyeti tishtat tasmin napo matarishvadatati. It's unmoving. Oneness, swifter than the mind. Gods of senses cannot overtake and go beyond it. As it has swiftly moved ahead, remaining situated, it outruns all the other running ones. Listen. Remaining situated means remaining stable. It outruns everything, all the other running ones, mind, speech, senses. Please understand. Running along with the mind and outrunning the mind is just competitor. But here, Upanishad declares very clearly. Remaining situated, it outruns everything, means it is there, but wherever your mind, speech, senses run, it is there also. With a normal mind, if you try to think, it will look little crazy. That is why in Hinduism so much of craze is there for being told as crazy. Some stupid fellows, they think if they are told as crazy, something great, and they put that also as a pride in the Facebook. And you need to know you are really crazy. Let's come to the sutra. Tattavato anyanatyedi tishtattasmin napo matarishvadatati. What is it that can outrun mind, speech, senses, everything, but remaining situated? What is it in that life energy moves and expands itself? Madarishvadatati. Listen, this word needs to be understood. Madarishvadatati means life energy moves and expands itself. This word very clearly needs to be understood. This word declares immortality of all of you, everyone. See, immortality of the person who has realized he is immortal is already declared. But even the people who have not realized they are immortal, even their immortality is declared in this verse, because the Upanishad says very clearly, consciousness is the space where life energy, Matarishva, moves and expands. It does not say where it dissolves or dies. No. Understand? You moved and expanded, moved and expanded, moved and expanded, never took birth or died. Understand? The same vast land, because each one is putting the fence, it becomes different persons' land, groups' land, nations' land. I'll tell you the secret. Same way, in your life, the idea of birth, youth, old age, and death, this corruption of fencing happens because the corruption in the love. Please understand. Corruption in the love. Listen. The friendliness of the mother, when it is fenced as compassion and care, friendliness of another girl, when it is fenced and declared as relationship, the non-existence of the so-called friendliness of compassion or the relationship called aloneness and old age, and impossibility of any of this corruption of love. Even in corrupted form of love, when you can't relate or live, you call that as death. Understand? Listen. I'm completely touching a different truth. why you feel birth, youth, old age and death. When the life energy is moving and expanding itself in consciousness, the smell of the consciousness is friendliness. But when you divide them in different packets, your life energy starts feeling that at one day when these possibilities are all denied to me, I am dead. Understand? If your life energy is made to believe morning waking up, having your breakfast, lunch, dinner, few activities and sleeping is life. It's a corruption happened in the level of love. I know still many are not able to catch what I am saying. This corruption happened in the love makes you believe at one time you will not be able to perform these activities like a morning waking up, having breakfast, lunch, dinner and various activities. You believe that part of your life is death. Whatever you perceive or unable to perceive, based on that, you define your life. Understand, life is not based on whatever you are able to perceive or unable to perceive. It is based on what exists. Sometime your mother may not show friendliness. That does not mean she has lost her love for you. Sometimes the life energy may not provide the breakfast you want. That does not mean it has killed you. Your immortality is the truth. Some countries you may have idli for breakfast, some countries you may have burger for breakfast, at some place you may have nectar for breakfast. But you are not dead. Understand? You are not dead. Because you don't get your idli and burger, you think you are dead. The change of concept of your love does not take away the basic friendliness. Actually, what you experience with your mother, with your beloved, the last moment when you are in deathbed, with the person who is giving you medical care, everything is same. But with your fence, you separate them, divide them, label them individually, differently. That labeling makes you feel you have life or you don't have life. If you believe eating is life, when you are not able to eat anymore due to diabetes or hypertension or any other obesity disease, you feel your life is over, you are dead. If you think sex is life, when your body is no more capable of performing, you think you are dead. So whatever fence you make and brand it, identify it as love, as life. That concept corrupts the truth. You just move and expand in the space. Listen. Only a person who understands this truth, I neither have life nor have death, can really renounce. That is why I insist again and again and again. Renunciation is possible only at the feet of the Master, from the direct guidance of the Master. One person wrote an email to me yesterday that he decided to live a life of complete renunciation. Maybe he must be watching the satsang from somewhere. I want to tell you, complete renunciation or any renunciation or Parivrajaka Sadhu life, anything is possible only at the feet of the living Master. Never otherwise. Otherwise you can go on imagining, and you also know you are imagining. With that you can live just to prove you are right or to protect your ego, just to hold on to your arrogance. What to do? Understand. Real renunciation is possible only when you understand. Tishtat tasmin napo matarishvadatati. The life energy moves and expands itself in space, supporting all activities. Understand. Meditate on what is the life energy. Matarishva. Upanishads declare, which is in me, which will just move and expand when I leave this body. What is that which entered into this body to use this body, which will move from this body and expand itself when I leave this body? What is that Matarishva? Meditate on it. Have Vakyartha Satas about it. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is Madarishva. The life energy which moves and expands itself. And supporting all the activities. If you just meditate on this one word, you will understand why death is experienced as liberation and celebration in Varanasi. Literally in Varanasi, whether you understand or not, Mahadeva gives you the experience of Madarishva Datati. The life energy is made to move and expand itself. Just because you did not have the experience of immortality, you are not punished. If you don't have the experience, you need to be treated with compassion, not with the attitude of judging. The judgmental attitude. Mahadeva makes himself available in Kashi, in Varanasi, in a space. If you don't have knowledge, I am responsible to give you that. I am not here to punish you because you don't have the knowledge of immortality. Charya, lifestyle, kriya, rituals, processes, yoga, and jnana, all the four of the agamas are established on just this one truth. Matarishva datati. The life energy moves and expands itself, supporting all activities. Means the life energy you are carrying has no death. It doesn't dissolve into something. It doesn't disappear. It only moves and expands itself. It just moves and expands itself. The lifestyle, processes, yoga, and knowledge of agamas. Agamas have four patha: charya patha, kriya patha, yoga patha, jnana patha. The jnana patha is called as vidya patha also. All these four pathas, charya, kriya, yoga, jnana, all the four are established on this one truth. Matarishva datati. The life energy moves and expands itself. Understand? Sit, think, contemplate, internalize, especially if you are above 60, you should work on this verse. You should think about it deeply and realize it as early as possible. Above 60 means already you are running on bonus. No, already it's going on extension. And you will have to seriously consider about this Matarishva datati. Today, subject for Vakyartha Sadas. What is it that is unborn in us, which is never going to die in us, just moves and expands itself. Once we drop this body, whether we believe it or not, this is the truth. Mahadeva makes himself available for all of you to realize this truth in the Varanasi, especially this May. Whenever you go, he makes himself available as Achalamurti. This May, he will make himself available in both form, Achalamurti and Sachalamurti. Matarishva datati. Have Vakyartha Sadas on this. Tattavato anyanatyeti tishtat tasmin napo matarishvadatati. Whenever I hear the Vakyartha Sadas, I feel I have delivered my babies. See, Thiruvalluvar beautifully says, a son's responsibility towards his parents is Ivantandai ennotran kollenum sol. Means the people, when they see the son, they should talk, wow, to get this kind of son, what kind of tapas his father and mother would have done it. What kind of tapas they would have done to have this kind of son. So now I know Gurukul kids are bringing that name to me. Ivan Tandai ennotran kollenum sol. And yesterday, one of our Swami tried doing this blindfold reading, and he was really successful, at least in the first few steps. Please understand, if he is successful in the first step, all of you can do blindfold reading. So, within next few days, you can expect I am going to open it for all ashramites and initiate all ashramites into blindfold reading. You guys just may need little purification process, that's all. Just little juice, like neem juice or Bermuda grass juice, and little purification, that's all. I can open that science to all of you and I can initiate everyone. It's possible. We'll make it happen. Ivan Tandai ennotran kollenum sol. There is one more verse by Valluvar. Thiruvalluvar Nayanar. He is one of the 63 saints, Shaiva saints of Tamil Nadu, from Tamil Nadu. Tandai magarkaatrum nandri avayattu mundiruppaச் செயல் means how the father should bring up the child. He should bring up the child in such a way, whenever there is assembly of wise people, he should be in the front row, he should be respected and received by all the wise people and given a place in the front. I feel complete, I have done that job. Wherever the wise people gather, my sannyasis have to be there in the front row. Only then wisdom will radiate there. My kids will be ruling the Ranga. They will be doing the Ranga Rajya. My kids are Ranganathas. They will be doing Rangarajya. Vivekananda says, any child before 14 can understand Vedanta thoroughly, perfectly, completely. And he says, even a child before the physical maturity, before 14, can understand Vedanta thoroughly, completely. He always had a dream to have the kids and educate them into the Vedanta and make them Vedanta Kesaris, the lion of Vedanta, and have Vedanta itself as their muscle memory and biomemory and grow. Fortunately, he gave us the blessings to fulfill his dream. Our Gurukul is fulfillment of Vivekananda's dream. Who gets it, gets it. I bless you all. Let every one of you radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham,